Good morning and welcome to the world's greatest health show and the Health Charter Tour. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Products Protection Association, and I'm truly honored to be with you this morning. We're in Saskatoon on our way to Ottawa. We started on October 4th in Victoria, and we've been marching across the land, and now we're in Saskatchewan. For any of you who are in the Saskatoon area, we've got a live event tonight. We're really looking forward to it. This has been a humbling experience. This has been an honoring experience. At every one of these live locations that we stop in, it's volunteers. It's volunteers that just want to do something. They want to get the message out that we need to have an honest dialogue about our health policy because it's so broken. And people that come to the live events, they're shocked. A constant theme that we're getting now is there's always people that come up and go, I didn't know, I didn't understand. We're here to be motivating. And just for those of you that are, just starting to join this and watching, well, what are these guys doing? Why are they marching across Ottawa? We are trying to get the government's attention to pass a piece of legislation, a law called the Health Charter, that simply lists the health rights the courts say that we have and requires the government to follow them. And these are just base health rights that over the centuries of courts have said through experience and wisdom, the citizens of Canada need these. The second thing that the Charter does is it creates a legal obligation for the government to actually protect and promote our vital nutrients and our natural remedies. We're in a world where we're having to fight for these, and if you watch the live events online or come online, you'll see that message, and you'll understand clearly why we're doing this, why it's necessary to participate. Another thing we're doing is the citizens of Canada have been gathering paper petition signatures for this health charter, and we find ourselves having what the clerk of petitions told us is the third largest paper petition in Canadian history. So we have history in the making, and we're marching across the land to present this petition in Ottawa on October 25th on Parliament Hill at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Please attend. From across Canada, please attend. So we want to send this strong message. We're also having an online health show, which you're watching right now, where we're broadcasting almost every day of the week. We're taking Sundays off. There's the odd day we're taking off. We're going to be broadcasting some days strictly in French, so watch our schedule for those of you that are in Quebec or are French speaking. Why are we doing this online health show? Because most of this information is forbidden. I mean, pre-COVID, there used to be a lot of health shows and experts in health areas would speak, and we have those experts. But we're doing something that's never been done before, and that's having ordinary Canadians share their story about how they're only alive because of natural remedies, how the synthetic chemical drugs that by design are meant to treat symptoms and not cure illness weren't working for them. They were still dying. They were still suffering terribly, in many cases almost completely disabled. And then they come across natural remedies and they're free. It's forbidden for the practitioners, the doctors that see these stories, know these stories. It's illegal for them to share them with you. The manufacturers that know these stories, it's illegal for them to share them with you. So we have a large number of Canadians that are suffering in our government-funded healthcare system, and not here to knock that system, but it sucks at treating chronic illness, and they're suffering, and they don't know that there's this whole other natural health community that can solve their problem. So they're suffering. We're trying to give people hope by letting them know there's solutions. That, Canadian after Canadian have found freedom from the suffering, have found freedom from the death sentences that they were given by the mainstream medical system, and their stories are going to shock you. It's compelling. So we're really, really excited. And that's what we're doing. And on these openings, I get the honor of sharing with you different aspects of what's going on. And so watch the openings. We're posting these live events online, days after. Watch the openings. It's almost like a seminar or a class on different aspects of our system. And today I'm going to be talking about our drug approval process and how it's gamed. I just have to go back to the last point about how important it is to share hope with people. And we need you to be sharing this. We need you to be sharing this health show with others. They're not going to be offended. We're not going near any forbidden topics. We're not going near any divisive topics. We are part of something much bigger here. There's, you're looking in the camera. I'm standing in front of the Health Freedom van. We're getting engaged in an experience, but there's something much bigger going on here. And what I believe is happening is it's time now for Canada to come to see the truth. I'm standing in Saskatoon, the sun's rising. It's time for the light to get rid of the darkness, for us to be able to see clearly so that we can protect ourselves and protect our families from basically a trap that has been laid for us. And on the very first opening, day one, I spoke about fear. I spoke about how person after person after person was communicating with us that they were afraid. They were literally afraid to participate in this health show. They'd love to be sharing the truth with us, but they're actually afraid of being shut down by Health Canada. They're afraid of their families losing their livelihood. So they're afraid of sharing the truth. And I shared this with us because I think this needs to be the theme for our tour. And what I shared is just it's a passage from the Bible, and it doesn't matter whether you believe or don't believe. I think you'll appreciate what the message is, and that is, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or tremble at them. For the Lord your God is the one who goes with you. He will not fail or forsake you. I am getting encouraged by the volunteers that are putting this on. I'm getting encouraged by all the support that is driving this tour. And our system is absolutely broken, and I take it as a command that we're not supposed to be afraid. We're not supposed to act in fear. We are supposed to be strong and courageous when we're basically just sharing with people truth. If we're afraid of sharing truth, we're in a whole world of hurt. And so I'm going to share some truth with you this morning about how our drug approval process is a fraud. I've shared on earlier openings how we've basically structured our drug laws so that, except for the most minor of conditions, by and large, and I appreciate there's always exceptions, but by and large, we only allow treatments. So the only legal treatments in Canada for almost all conditions are synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they were approved. And you don't get good health outcomes that way. You just simply don't. Watch this show. You'll see that in itself is absolutely problematic if we want to be healthy. Well, most of us just have assumed the government's taking care of us. I mean, even just one thing that's coming out in this health show is just how absolutely toxic and dangerous our food supply is, and how you can't get the vital nutrients that you need to be healthy. Even if you're eating organic, even if you're eating raw foods, even if you're really trying to eat healthy, you're not getting the vital nutrients because by design they're no longer in our food. But even 20 years ago, like when we're doing these live events, and I say to the crowd, come on, like 20 years ago, when you went to the grocery store, it didn't even enter your mind that the food wasn't safe. It didn't even enter your mind that actually you can't be healthy, even if you're, trying. that was foreign to us because we just assumed, oh, we've got the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, we have Health Canada protecting our food supply. We gave them the responsibility over ourselves and our families to ensure that our food supply was safe. And it isn't. I asked the question during the live events when I remember. It's like, if the goal was to have the food supply as dangerous as possible without the citizens rebelling, aren't we there? Like, if that was the goal, because you have to ask the question, could our food supply be more toxic? Could our food supply have less nutrients than they do without the citizens realizing something seriously wrong and rebelling? It's a good question. But today let's talk about drug approval, because we just assume our drugs are proven to be safe and effective, safe and effective, safe and effective, safe and effective. How many times have we heard that? So when our doctors prescribe to us drugs, synthetic chemical drugs, which let's just back up for a second. Professor Alan Castles, who is a speaker at the Health Show, he shares with us during his presentation a truth that I already knew, but most people don't. The third leading cause of death in Canada, the third leading cause of death in Canada are these synthetic chemical drugs taken as directed. Not abused, taken as directed. That's our third leading cause of death. You don't know that because it's hidden from you by the government that knows this and has designed this system. You don't know this because the mainstream media that takes a lot of funding from pharma, but more importantly takes funding from the government, doesn't share this with you. And that's not even the end. Another one of our top 10 leading causes of death are highly preventable medical incidents. Many of those dealing with these chemical synthetic drugs. One of the most dangerous things we can do in Canada is to take a chemical synthetic drug. Okay. But those are the only drugs that it's legal to treat us with. Those are the drugs that our government-funded healthcare system presents to us, and we've come to trust this happens because we believe, oh no, they've been seriously vetted by Health Canada. They've been proven to be safe and effective, safe and effective, safe and effective. Those words should terrify you, and hopefully after this opening will. So I was sharing during the opening yesterday, and I shared some of the live events on censorship, and I shared the story, and I'll just share it again. I'm just setting up the context here. Remember, we're talking about whether you can trust that the drugs, the synthetic chemicals that are approved for us, actually are safe and effective. And so I was sharing, I'm in a federal court trial, and Health Canada brings in a hired gun, an outside expert. And this was a psychiatrist that all he does, he runs a company that gets psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada. And he's under oath, and I'm examining him, I'm questioning him, and he starts complaining about how dangerous it is to have new antidepressants approved by Health Canada. And he says, I've got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing that the drug works. Now, what he means by showing that the drug works, and again, there's exceptions, but by and large, for an antidepressant, you're going to run a short-term trial. You don't want to be more than 3 months because, most likely the placebo effect will have run out by then, and they actually want the placebo effect to work in favor of the chemical too. You have to understand that. The person in a double-blind clinical trial doesn't know whether they're taking the sugar pill or whether they're taking the chemical. And so the placebo effect works on both. So they want a short-term trial by and large so that they can maximize the placebo effect for the synthetic chemical. They're also on an antidepressant trial, by and large, only going to be measuring subjective reports of a reduction in symptoms. They're not curing depression. They're not curing depression. They're trying to get it approved to moderate symptoms of depression. And they're also going to be trying to get people that are participating that are less likely to die or have serious adverse reactions. So the safety signals. I'm going to be going into some of the ways that these trials are gamed a little later. But that's what he means when he says to me under oath, oh yeah, I got to give Health Canada 2 clinical trials that show the drug works. And I'll also say this reduction in symptoms, if there's enough of a statistical separation between the sugar pill and the chemical, then we pretend that means the drug works. And I know there are people in the system that goes, no, this is science. It really means the drug works. No, we pretend this means the drug works. So he goes on to say, well, I got to give Health Canada 2. So I run 8. I run 8 double-blind clinical trials. Right out of the gate, I run 8. Because I've got to run 8 to get the 2 that shows this statistical separation between the sugar pill and the drug. Now, I have a correction, and I will get there in a second. Now, the other 6, they could be inconclusive. They could show the sugar pill works better than the drug. It could be a combination of things. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill. It can be a combination of those 3 things. And that's going to vary from trial to trial. Now, when I was preparing for this tour, and I thought, I need to share this true life story. I was thinking, well, surely they're not giving these to Health Canada. Like, I know they have to register the clinical trials with Health Canada, but surely they're not giving these other 6 to Health Canada. Because the drugs would never get approved. So I was thinking, do they get like a blanket approval? I've come to believe in preparing for this opening that actually they likely do give those other 6 trials to Health Canada. So we're either in a situation where they don't, in which case the whole system is an absolute fraud, or we're in a system where they do. So Health Canada gets all 8. Only 2 are going to show that the drug works. And yet the drug still gets approved. I think that's actually more scary to me than if they're not given to Health Canada. Sorry, I can't turn these pages with gloves on. So I want to talk about Marcia Angel. And she, just so you know, so she's a medical doctor. And she was the editor, at the time of what I'm going to refer to you, she had been the editor of the New England Journal of Medicine for at least 20 years. So over 2 decades. So she was the lead editor at the New England Journal of Medicine. Now, the New England Journal of Medicine is it's a blue chip medical journal. So when clinical trials are run and published, New England Journal of Medicine, they're considered one of the best. So she is an absolute expert. She's an editor. She's an expert on published medical research. She is a world expert. And I'm going to be reading to you. She wrote a book called Drug Companies and Doctors, A Story of Corruption. And I'm going to be reading to you some excerpts from the New York Review of Books on this book. So this is a book review of her book, but they do some direct quotes. And for those of you who want to find it, New York Review of Books, Volume 56, Number 1. So there's some shocking parts in here. There's just some shocking parts. Now, what she does in her book is she starts by outlining basically the corruption where drug companies are paying doctors and especially influencers. So there's certain doctors that are influencers. They're researchers. They work in medical schools. They publish a lot. They're the thought leaders. And just how much money the chemical pharmaceutical companies pay them, and how they're on influential boards that are basically approving these novel chemical drugs. and that this is a conflict of interest. I'm just going to read to you 2 paragraphs from this book review. And listen carefully, this is shocking. So they've just referred to some psychiatrists that have this conflict of interest. And it reads, because these psychiatrists were singled out by Senator Grassley, they received a great deal of attention in the press. But similar conflicts of interest pervade medicine. Indeed, most doctors take money or gifts from drug companies in one way or another. Many are paid consultants, speakers at company-sponsored meetings, ghost authors of papers written by drug companies or their agents, and ostensible researchers whose contribution often consists of merely putting their patients on a drug and transmitting some token information to the company. Still, more doctors are recipients of free meals and other out-and-out gifts. In addition, drug companies subsidize most meetings of professional organizations and most of the continuing medical education needed by doctors to maintain their state licenses. No one knows the total amount provided by drug companies to physicians, but I estimate from the annual reports of the top 9 U.S. drug companies that it comes to tens of billions of dollars a year. I'm just going to stop there. This is U.S. dollars. Tens of billions of dollars a year, basically deliberately funded into physicians and physician thought leaders to influence the doctors and medical community to support chemical pharmaceutical drugs. By such means, the pharmaceutical industry has gained enormous control over how doctors evaluate and use its own products. Its extensive ties to physicians, particularly senior faculty at prestigious medical schools, affect the results of research, the way medicine is practiced, and even the definition of what constitute a disease. I'm just going to read another 2 paragraphs and then finally a concluding one that is just absolutely shocking. And this again, this is Marcia Angel. She, at the time of writing this, had been a senior editor at the New England Journal of Medicine. She had been an editor there for 20 years. She's a medical doctor. Because drug companies, no, I'm going to jump to the end because it's just too good to wait. So this is a quote. This is a quote from Marcia Angel, the senior editor of the New England Journal of Medicine. So she's described how there's bias, how drug companies basically buy influence. She's described how clinical trials are gamed. And then she says, and I quote, so this is Marcia Angel, the problems I've discussed are not limited to psychiatry. So she's using psychiatric drugs as an example. So the problems I've discussed are not limited to psychiatry, although they reach their most florid form there. Similar conflicts of interests and bias exist in virtually every field of medicine, particularly those that rely heavily on drugs or devices. It is simply no longer possible to believe much of the clinical research that is published or to rely on the judgment of trusted physicians or authoritative medical guidelines. I take no pleasure in this conclusion, which I reached slowly and reluctantly over my 2 decades as an editor of the New England Journal of Medicine. I just need to read those last 2 sentences again. It is simply no longer possible. Do you hear her? She says it's simply no longer possible. It's no longer possible. You can't do it. It's not possible. It is simply no longer possible to believe much of the clinical research that is published or to rely on the judgment of trusted physicians or authoritative medical guidelines. This is Marcia Angel, editor of the New England Journal of Medicine, telling us that it's no longer possible to trust most of our published medical literature. Well, that's what we rely on. That's how we have come to trust Health Canada in our drug approval processes. Well, there's all this published research. There are these authoritative medical guidelines. There's these big name physician thought leaders that tell us, no, this is the science. They're authoritative. It's no longer possible to believe them. Are you listening? I want to talk about Dr. Margaret Hayden and what happened years ago when the Senate forced some drug approval scientists at Health Canada to testify about our drug approval process. So what happened is there was a drug approval scientist named Dr. Shiv Chopra, and he is a Canadian hero, full stop. He's written a book called Corrupt to the Core on Health Canada. So he was a drug approval scientist for Health Canada for over 30 years, primarily evaluating drug applications for human drugs. But for a while, he ran the veterinary drug approval process for Health Canada. And he became a whistleblower. And because he was blowing the whistle, the Senate called him, and I believe it was 4 other Health Canada drug approval scientists, to testify. And in his book, Corrupt to the Core, Dr. Shiv Chopra records part of an interview given to the CBC by Dr. Margaret Hayden. And Dr. Margaret Hayden was a drug approval scientist for Health Canada. So when the drug companies apply to Health Canada, to prove, is this drug safe or effective, people like Dr. Margaret Hayden are the ones that evaluate these applications. And she reports to the CBC that, after you've been a drug approval scientist at Health Canada for a while, you come to understand how, when you as a Health Canada drug approval scientists come to the recommendation that we do not approve a drug for human use in Canada, you come to understand after a while how the senior management at Health Canada are going to get around your recommendation that we don't approve a drug. So let's just settle this down so you understand what I'm saying. So we have people, drug approval scientists at Health Canada that evaluate these applications. And what Dr. Hayden is explaining is, well, after you've been at Health Canada for a while as a drug approval scientist, you learn how, when you internally recommend, you've reviewed the application from the pharmaceutical company, you've come to the conclusion based on your expertise, we better not approve this drug for human consumption, no way. So you're recommending that the license application by the pharmaceutical company be refused. Well, you come to understand, after you've done that a few times at Health Canada, how the senior management are going to get around your recommendation, because now they got a problem. Their internal scientist has said, this isn't in the public interest. We shouldn't approve this. It's not safe. It's not effective. Or the benefits don't outweigh the risk. This is a bad idea. And how she explains they do it, and as a lawyer I find this fascinating because no liability to anyone. Well, the senior management will appoint a panel of outside experts. And these outside experts will recommend the drug be approved. Now, you don't know who voted for it or who went against it, so there's no liability there. I mean, a panel of experts has approved it, so they're not liable. And then the senior management relies on the recommendation of the panel of outside experts. Well, the senior management isn't liable. They're relying on this panel of outside experts. And before you know it, a drug is approved in Canada that the Internal Health Canada scientists said don't approve it. So, I mean, here I've shared with you, you know, this experience I had in the federal court where we learned, no, all of the, you know, we run 8 double-blind clinical trials to get the 2 that show that it works. Notwithstanding the fact that it took 8 double-blind clinical trials to get the 2 to work, you know, we get the drug approved. We've got Marcia Angel, editor of the New England Journal of Medicine, telling us it's no longer possible to basically believe published research, authoritative physicians, or our medical guidelines that our regular doctors follow. And we've got Dr. Margaret Hayden telling the CBC after she was forced to testify in the Senate, like, this is how they get around our decisions. You have to know that this is fraud upon fraud upon fraud. I've already shared with you the 3rd leading cause of death in Canada are synthetic chemical drugs as directed. Watch Professor Alan Castle's presentation at this health show. Well, they're not, you know, we're basically learning. You can't rely on them being effective. In fact, I've got to read to you something I skipped on this Marcia Angel thing. Hang on, I have to pick it up. You know, I skipped it for time, and I don't like reading when I do a presentation, but this is, it's too good. So she writes, many drugs that are assumed to be effective are probably little better than placebos, but there is no way to know because the negative results are hidden. One clue was provided 6 years ago by 4 researchers who, using the Freedom of Information Act, obtained FDA reviews of every placebo-controlled clinical trial submitted for initial approval of the 6 most widely used antidepressant drugs approved between 1987 and 1999. Prozac, Paxil, Zoloft, Celexa, Surzone, and Effexor. They found on average, and this is just looking at the clinical trials submitted to the FDA for approval of these drugs. This isn't looking at ones that never got to the FDA. So these researchers looking at the clinical trials that were submitted to the FDA, they get them through access to information requests. These researchers, they found on average that placebos, the sugar pill, were 80% as effective as the drugs. The difference between the drug and the placebo was so small that it was unlikely to be of any clinical significance, meaning it's not going to help the patient. But my God, there are sure side effects the sugar pill doesn't have. And they put people on them for life. A close family member of mine was on one for too long, and it's known that it causes another serious disease. Okay, so the difference between the drug and placebo was so small that it was unlikely to be of any clinical significance. The results was much the same for all 6 drugs. All were equally ineffective. But because favorable results were published and unfavorable results buried, in this case within the FDA, which is the United States version of Health Canada, the public and the medical profession believed these drugs were potent antidepressants, when in fact, that's a fraud. It's a fraud. So here we are. The 3rd leading cause of death in Canada are things like these antidepressant drugs, these chemical drugs taken as directed, and they're involved in another one of our top leading causes of death, highly preventable medical accidents. So it's extremely dangerous, and yet, as she's reporting, Dr. Marcia Angel, senior editor of the New England Journal of Medicine, basically the whole thing's a fraud. They don't work. And they hide it from us. And if you think Health Canada is any different, I mean, I'm sorry, I just shared with you Dr. Margaret Hayden's interview to the CBC. Our government set up and runs this fraud. And this isn't a secret. Like, people in the drug approval world understand this. And in one of my openings, I explained, well, like, you don't even get good health outcomes by measuring whether a drug is safe and effective. You have to use other measures. But our drug approval process is a fraud. If you believe drugs approved of by Health Canada actually work, if you believe they're safe and you believe they're effective, well, I'm in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. As I speak, I've got oceanfront property. It never gets below 25 degrees Celsius in Saskatchewan, the oceanfront property with palm trees, everything. Give me a call. Like, if you believe that our drugs are safe and effective as approved by Health Canada, my gosh, you better believe that I've got oceanfront property in Saskatchewan to sell you. And our universal government-funded healthcare markets, it creates the market for these fraudulently approved drugs. And this isn't a secret. And then Health Canada attacks, because it's illegal to use non-chemical drugs, they don't get approved. Watch our other openings. So we've structured our drug laws in Canada where it's only legal to treat serious health conditions with these synthetic chemicals that are dangerous and don't work. Well, because they're the only legal drugs, it's illegal for us to use natural remedies. And when we do, and when companies and practitioners tell the truth, hey, this works, they get viciously attacked. Health Canada attacks the competition. My opening on October 14th, basically, I read from you court transcripts about how Health Canada's enforcement arm in attacking natural remedies is an absolute fraud. Like, they're like a criminal gang. They're the enforcement arm of a drug cartel. And I mean, the sad part is I'm being honest. Health Canada, the inspectorate, is the enforcement arm for the chemical drug cartel. That's why they're there. This could not be worse. This could not be worse. We couldn't be getting worse health outcomes. You know, in the future, I predict that historians will look back at this time, this last 100 years. They'll look back at this and refer to this as the dark ages of medicine, where everyone just went totally insane and we were absolutely captured by a model that didn't work. This is sorcery. The word sorcery, it's pharmakia. It's the root word. So this is the use of chemicals to deceive the population and control the population. It's sorcery. We must be free. We must be free. We must be free of this sorcery. We must be free of this pharmakia. We must be. And to do that, we have to be strong and courageous. So we have to band together and get this out. I don't know where you're watching this because other people are streaming it. And we're streaming it on X and other platforms. Some people are watching it right from our website. You must go to nhppa.org, subscribe to our newsletter, follow us on social media, because we get you involved. I mean, one of the things you can do, we've got an e-letter to MPs right now, pass the Charter of Health Freedom. Send one of those to your MPs. We have posters you can print out and plaster across Canada so people will watch this show. And it doesn't matter that this show is going to end on the 25th. All the broadcasts will be there. People can continue to watch. You have to get your friends and family members watching. And finally, please support us financially. You know, we've really stepped out on a limb, but we feel compelled. We have to do this. This is something bigger than ourselves. This is huge. And so we're inviting you to participate in something bigger. Help us cover our costs on this. And help us to continue get the word out. This is so important. This is, if you watch the Canadians sharing and full truth, this is life and death. So again, it's just been an absolute honor to share with you. It's been a privilege. it's been a privilege to be traveling this country and meeting with you at live events, and the feedback we're getting online. Thank you. Thank you for participating. We're going to continue to do all we can to share with you the truth and to educate you on this rather depressing state of affairs. But step one in becoming free is understanding you're in a cage and then trying to figure out how to get out. We have to pass on to the next generation a healthcare system that only is designed to do one thing, and that's to get the best health outcomes, regardless of the treatments. And so we have to have an honest health discussion, and you need to help us get there. Enjoy the world's greatest health show today. You will be changed, as we have been changed in participating with you. Well, welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name's Sean Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Products Protection Association, and I'm very, very pleased to have with me today Udo Erasmus. Udo, welcome to the health show.
Hi, glad to be on. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, no, it is. So, those watching, they won't automatically know, but I'm going to tell them, we've had a long discussion beforehand. In fact, we were having a really good discussion, and it's got, we better get on the show here. So I just want to introduce you a little bit, because there'll be people watching that will have no idea that you're a giant in the natural health community and literally the pioneer when it comes to essential oils. But you had long ago actually even went to medical school. Mm-hmm. Can you share with us kind of why you went and what happened when you went?
Okay, well, very quickly, I came out of the Second World War. I was a war baby, then I was a refugee, then I was an orphan. We ended up in Germany. We left there when I was 10. And I started thinking about deep stuff very early because I looked at the world and I said, man, it's got to be, there got to be a way that it could be better than this. And so when it came to studying, my parents believed in education. I was always looking at nature. How is it in nature? There were no wars in nature. You know, only humans had the wars. And so it got me thinking. And so I wanted to know more about nature, studied biology, which is the study of life. Well, we didn't study life in biology, but we studied form and function. Psychology, we didn't study soul. We studied thoughts, beliefs, and emotions. And then I thought, gee, you know, what am I going to do with my life? Oh, I want to know what health is. If I know what health is, and somebody comes to me who's departed from health in some direction, then I should be able to turn them around in the direction of health, give them a push and watch them get better. But if I want to do that, I'd need to know where health lives. What is health? And so they call it healthcare. I said, oh my God, medicine's for me. And I went in there and all we learned about was disease. So I was a little upset. It's like, well, maybe in the third or fourth year, we'd learn about health. First, we learn about what's wrong, then we're going to learn what's right. I went to talk to the dean. I said, so I came here to study health. What is health? He said, and he has like a wise, deep eyes. And he looked at me. He says, we don't know. We're working on it. And that was the most disappointing professional answer I ever got. And medicine still has no definition of health that's actionable. You know, health is when you're not sick. No, that's not health. You know, actually, health is a presence of components and principles that when you're in line with those, you bring in the components and you follow the principles, then health is the result. And we get more into that maybe. But then we were told yeah, that a doctor should always know what's going on. He should always sound as though he knows what's going on, even when he doesn't. And the farm where I grew up on, we call that lying. And I left medicine because I wasn't going to lie at people for a living. And that was in 1964. And I went back into biochemistry and genetics and took more psychology. So because I'm just really interested in what is a human being? What is, how should we live? You know, how do we live on this incredible planet? And what's the best way to do that? So that's kind of my preoccupation all my life.
Yeah, no, and I know that you tried a whole bunch of different things, and you actually ended up focusing, really doing research on health issues, but it was because of basically a problem that developed with you. Do you want to share with us?
Yeah, 1980.
How you found yourself in trouble?
Yeah. Well, 1980, my marriage broke up. That was not my plan. And I was very upset. And I wanted to kill something. And I took a job full-time as a pesticide sprayer, because that's why we use pesticides. You know, pesticides are only used to kill things, kill living things, right? There's a problem with that. You know, the biochemistry of insects and plants and humans has a lot of similarities. So if you have a poison for an insect and you get it on yourself, you might just poison yourself. So I was really careless, sprayed for 3 years, and ended up getting poisoned by pesticides. And ended up with 38 years old, 1980, low energy, like an old man. I was like an old man. I had no energy, cramps, nausea, dizziness. And then I went to the doctor and said, what do you have for pesticide poisoning? She said, nothing. Oh, we can spray them all over the world and we don't actually have any fix for when we get messed up. Oh, what would you call that? Freedom without responsibility? You know, it's like,
right, but just backing up, you're actually really quite disabled at the time. Like this is,
if I walked around a city block, I had to sit and rest. I was completely, honestly, and then I started looking at pesticides. They didn't tell us this. The government that certified me to spray them, BC government, they didn't tell us anything about the poisonous aspects of it. So then when I started looking for them, they tried to tell me I had the flu. And I went to Greenpeace, and Greenpeace had a stack of studies done on pesticides. And I went through those. Oh my God, I've got cancer to look forward to. So my palms started to sweat. So I'm highly motivated. What do you do?
Right, but I just want to slow you down because you're just glossing over the fact that you're now a young man.
Yeah,
You literally can't walk around the block.
Yep.
You've got really bad nausea. When you say you have cramps, I mean you have cramps.
Yeah.
And you'd even describe for me, like if you turned your head, it's almost like your brain didn't follow your vision.
Yeah,
like
that's what I felt.
You're having cognitive problems.
Yeah.
So I just want the viewers to understand. I mean, you're disabled because of this pesticide use.
100%. Well, or
right.
my stupidity of being careless in using them. But yes, they're super poisonous, right?
I have that illness also. So
yeah.
What
the stupid part?
Yeah.
I think we all. I think the human race.
We're interviewing you today, so
yeah. I think the human race has a very big stupidity gene.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then I said, okay, well, I had enough biology background, and I said, okay, I guess I'm on my own here, and it really came home to me. Oh my God, my body is my responsibility. The space my body occupies is my territory.
Can I stop you?
I am responsible for that territory.
That's an important point. Like this realization that you came to, I think it's a big part of our problem because we just abdicate that to our caregivers. We go to the doctor and just assume that they're gonna, help us. We assume that, Health Canada is actually, everything's fine with, our food supply and our drug supply. But you found yourself, wait a second, this is my body and I'm responsible.
Yeah. And if I don't care for my body, maybe nobody does. Right? I mean, it's that cut and dried, right? So then I said, okay, what do I do? Well, I knew at that point that everything turns over. The body turns over, right? It's made out of, what's it made of? Food, water, air, and run by sunlight. Life is a solar energy fracture, right? Okay, so here's my body. It's always turning over. And what that means is
being replaced.
That's why, your skin comes off in the shower, but your lining of the inside of your digestive tract gets replaced every 4 days because there's so much going on there. It has to keep being repaired, reworked, rebuilt. So I knew that. And so I said, okay, well, I got poisoned. So that's first thing is no more spraying poisons. That's, turn off the tap that floods the basement, right? And then I said, okay, if the body's always turning over, then what I need to do is I need to raise my standard. Because if I raise my standard for intake, better water, better air, better food, then within 1 year, I can have rebuilt 98% of my body to a higher standard. That's how fast the body turns over.
Can I just slow you down because some people watching actually might not understand fully what you're trying to say. So you're basically saying 90% of our cells
98
get replaced, every calendar year.
Yeah.
And, they're built on air, water, and food. So if we give them clean air, we give them clean water, and we give them clean, healthy food, then we're going to end up with clean, healthy cells, which that is us, and that's going to dramatically affect our health. And I just slowed you down because this might be a concept that some people don't understand how important the proper clean diet and even clean air and clean water are.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why healing is possible. If the body wasn't always turning over, healing would be impossible. Right? A bridge is just made out of something, like a piece of iron, like a stick. It's made out of iron. It doesn't turn over. It rusts and falls apart, but you couldn't heal it. If it's broken, you can't heal it. Right? We turn over all the time. Next year on this day, I will be a 98% new body that you never talked to. Even though my crazy ideas will still be just as crazy as they are now, the whole body gets replaced. All the atoms are removed and replaced in this space that my body occupies every year. Water, if you drink as much water as you should, you drink like 10 to 15 times your body weight in water every year. 10 to 15 times your body weight in water. That's how much water goes through you in 1 year. 10 to 15 times your body weight. Wow. Okay, so a lot can happen if you get the principles and components of health right. You can do an enormous amount of good to yourself. And it doesn't help to go to the professionals who are trained in disease management, symptom suppression, crisis intervention, and monitoring your downhill journey to the graveyard, to go to them for questions of how to improve your own health. It's right here. It happens right here at your mouth. Where you're drinking, drinking and breathing, drinking, eating and breathing, right? But then you have to look at what is clean air, what's clean water, what's clean food. Well, nature's mandate for creatures that eat has always been fresh, whole, raw, and organic. And then also local and seasonal mostly. And then for human beings, probably mostly plant-based, because when we had rocks to hunt with, the hunters came home without meat a lot. So when you don't have meat, you eat veggies, because the veggies don't run away, they don't fight back, and they're easy to hunt down and kill. So that seemed to work because we're still here, right? That seemed to work. And then when we started thinking we were smarter than nature, which has been around for what, 4 billion years? And we're the successful end product of an unbroken line of reproductive successes that goes all the way back 4 billion years, or at least 200,000 years, or at least 6,000 years, depending on what your belief system is, right? And we didn't have the technology, so we were eating what nature provided. And then we started thinking we were smarter than nature. And we did a lot of cool things that helped, like hygiene and figured out what the essential nutrients are, 42 of them, 18 minerals, 13 vitamins, 9 essential amino acids, 2 essential fatty acids. Those your body can't make, but you have to have them to live and be healthy. So they have to be brought in from outside, from nature, one way or another, supplement or food. And if you don't get enough of any one of those, you cannot stay healthy. Your health will deteriorate. You will get deficiency symptoms. They are degenerative in nature. They get worse with time. And if you don't get any one of those 42 essential nutrients long enough, you die. These are the massively essential building blocks for body construction and body function, right? So I was looking at all of that.
I'm just going to slow you down again, because there'll be people watching that this idea that, if you're not, there's essential nutrients that you need.
Yeah.
And if you're not getting them, you are going to get sick.
You cannot be healthy.
It's just that you can't be healthy because they're essential nutrients. So, you can't just be going to McDonald's or buying processed food and long-term think you're going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
if you eat ultra-processed foods, you will end up with an ultra-processed body. And of course, now there's a lot of talk about that, as how much sickness, how much illness comes from garbage foods that governments allowed license to make, but were never tested for their benefits to health. And then, when you want to grow organic food, you have to go through all these certifications. But the people who invented the frying pan that wrecks all our foods and makes them toxic and inflammatory and promotes cancer, they never had to prove that those were safe. So we have our system backwards, where we have to prove that nature works, But the people who make a bunch of junk for money don't have to prove that theirs is not dangerous. And the truth is, it is dangerous. Pesticides are dangerous. Pharmaceutical drugs are unnatural, so they don't belong in a body. And all of this stuff, the pesticides, the pharmaceutical drugs, especially those two, are completely unnatural. That's why they have side effects. Side effects means they're causing you symptoms of disease because they work against your health. And they maybe suppress symptoms, and that's a good money model because, the pill wears off every 6 hours, so I have to take another pill every 6 hours for the next 80 years. That's good for the people who make the pill, but it's actually not making me healthy.
And
never did, never will.
Can we, I just want to be, I don't want us to lose the story. So you're disabled as a young man because you're poisoned with pesticides.
Yeah.
You come to realize, wait a second, I've got to give myself clean air, clean water, clean food.
Yeah.
What happened when you did that?
Well, now I'm 83 and I had, and that's funny. That's the backs of 38, right? I'm 83. I have more energy than I had when I was 30 before I got poisoned. Why?
Yeah,
because
so you got healthy.
Yeah, I got healthy. Because health is the natural state, but you have to live in line with nature to get to the natural state.
No,
well, health was invented because health was health was invented by life in nature. It's our adaptation. That's, health is the sign of being adapted to living in line with nature.
So let's talk about what health is, because we're all kind of on a journey, and at different points in our life, we have different realizations. And you've come to a realization that actually us talking about what is health, and actually having an understanding of what is health actually has to come before even what we're doing on this show, in a way. Like we were having a discussion earlier, and I was saying, like for me, let's ask the question for the first time in our regulatory environment, how do we get good health outcomes?
Yeah.
And you would say, well, yes, but what are good health? What is health itself?
Yeah.
As the first question, and you're right.
Yeah.
So do you want to share with us, like, you're spending a lot of time thinking about what's health, and do you want to share that with us?
Yeah. Okay. So, it comes out of saying, okay, we have a healthcare system, and there's no definition of health. And the truth is, it's a disease management system, not a healthcare system. It is a misrepresentation of the service it provides. And in Germany, at least, in German, they call it sick care. Krankheit, right? Krankheitspflege, right? Sick care. At least they're being honest about it. We call it health care when it's actually sick care. Okay? And in order to call it health care, or to do something that really is health care, you have to know what the principles and components of health are. We don't have that. The government doesn't have that. The medical profession doesn't have that. And I've been thinking about it for 60 years, simply because I came out of a war and life was so crazy. I said, well, where's the good stuff? How does it work when it's working? How can we live in more harmony? How can we have a better quality of life? And the answers are all in the space the body occupies, right? And in nature surrounding it. And we're so far away from that. So what is health? Well, health is based in nature and human nature. So if you live in line with nature and your nature, then the result will be vitality, good function, good sensory function, good physical function, and capability to live the life you want to live, right? What are the principles and components? Well, number one, if you go deep, number one is peace. In the core of your being, if you can sit still long enough and bring your focus inside, out of your mind, into the space your body occupies, you will discover that there is a calmness, a peace, a quietness, a contentment there that you can experience, but you can't really describe it. You know, because when you describe it, it's formless, it's infinite, it is not bound to this dimension of your body, but your access is the core of your being. So that's the first one. The second one, within that space, there is a flow of a fraction of solar energy that we call life. And that, you know, it literally is solar energy filtered through 93 million miles of space, filtered through the atmosphere, filtered into plants, activates electrons, which then bond and form molecules. And those become your food, and you eat them, and in your cells, those bonds get broken. That solar energy fraction is released. Now we call it life. Life is energy. And that life is unconditional, empowering love for your body. Now, wouldn't it be nice to feel unconditionally and empoweringly loved? You know, we look for it out there and so, oh, she loves me not, you know, all that stuff. But we are actually unconditionally loved inside. Again, if we sit still and yeah, let me just finish the sentence and go inside and feel that. We feel so cared for that it changes how we live in the world. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I just want to slow down what you're saying so that, you know, let's have a discussion as we go along, because my understanding is you're saying really health is being in line with, you know, who, you know, late nature, yourself. I mean, who you are yourself. And you had said, you know, look, part of it is peace, like actually just getting out of literally your mind and all these distractions. and all of us, I mean, I think intuitively we understand that we have a body, but we're not a body. There's something else here, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I think intuitively we understand, like, you know, some people, oh, well, you know, you have a soul. I'd say, you know, it might be closer to the truth to say you are a soul. Mm-hmm. And we're living in a body. But you're saying, like, first of all, be aware, our body occupies a space, right? Like you were explaining to me earlier, our body occupies our space. And we have to have control over that space. Like nobody else should have control over our body, that space. And within that, we kind of have an inner core where we're, you know, at our inner core, who we really are is peaceful. And we have to be in line with that if we're going to be healthy. Like, do I have that right? Like,
yeah, there's good research that shows when you do deep meditation or you experience peace, you reverse aging. How's that for being good for health, right? So I'm saying that. I'm also saying the energy that keeps you alive, you know, peace is your universal essence. The entire universe, including you, came out of peace, okay? There's more peace in the universe than anything else, more than hydrogen, more than anything, okay? And there's more peace in the universe than war, even though we get more focused on war because that's how stupid we are. Right? And then your individual essence is actually that life energy. It is the master in and of your body. And that energy is indestructible, can never get sick, never dies, runs everything, weighs nothing, and is perfect health. And if you could get out of your mind and all of your worries and your fears and your limitations and your emotional upsets, if you could get out of those and just let that energy flow through your body, it would be very, very hard to get sick. But we we think ourselves sick.
So it is interesting. Like I've heard that, you know, if you carry anger for long periods of time or emotional upset for a long period of time, and I think this is fairly conventional, like this isn't going to surprise anyone, that our negative emotional states can lead to chronic illness.
Liver problems associated with anger, and also you fry your adrenals. We used to say that just You know, people say, "Oh yeah, you're frying your adrenals with the stress you're doing," right?
Right. So our mental state, if it's out of line, if we're not finding that peace and we're kind of basically getting control of our thoughts, then we're out of line with who we're, supposed to be, and that's not healthy.
Right. And
Okay.
just about, and so in fact, you don't want to stop your mind. You want to transcend your mind. You want to step out of it. Let it go. Your head, is made for thinking and correlating and figuring stuff out. It has a job to do, but you don't have to be there watching all the time. So you can enjoy peace while your mind and your brain do their work without your attendance. Okay. So then if you feel that unconditional love, that is your personal essence. So we are lovers by nature, right? When we're in touch with ourselves, and then we're kind to people, and then we don't beat people up, and then we don't need 1,000 rules, because if love is the only law you follow, you don't need any other laws. And if you don't follow the law of love, you'll take all the other substitute laws that get made, that Moses made and that every government makes, right? They're the lawmakers, right? Why do they make the laws? Is because if you don't follow the law of love, you break every one of those laws when it's convenient.
That's why I loved Jesus' second commandment so much. He basically says, just love your neighbor like yourself. And that's it. Every other rule, I mean, he literally says that's every other law. 100%. It's all about loving your neighbor like, first love God and then love your neighbor like yourself. But I just want to back up, because you were saying something so important about, you're saying just, let your mind go, but literally step out of it, transcend it. And I think some people, because, the outside world just gives us so much stress, and at times the media wants us to be worried and afraid. And some of us get caught up in our thoughts, where then we become emotional, we become worried, we become fearful. And then where I'm wanting you to discuss, Udo, is that is you're bringing up the point, that's not you. Like your mind is supposed to be collating and looking for things and trying to solve problems, but that's not you. You don't have to get emotional about that, and you can actually just come to understand, no, that's my mind doing what it's supposed to do. But I don't have to become emotional. I don't have to become fearful. Right? Like that's it. I just didn't want to gloss over that.
Yeah, because your experience of your existence depends on where you put your focus. If you put the focus on peace, there'll be peace in your life. If you put your focus on love, there'll be love in your life. If you focus on the shine of love, of that love into the world, I call that positive purpose, or positive mind, or inspired purpose, right? If your focus is on that, then your focus isn't gonna be on, oh my God, they did this to me. Oh my God. Oh, I'm overwhelmed. Oh, I'm so worried. I have so many bad memories and so many bad things happen. You don't have to live there. You get to decide where your focus goes.
Right. So you can actually say, those are thoughts, and I'm going to think about something else.
Yeah. Or I'm going to go into the peace that is an experience of total, let go, right?
Mm-hmm.
Total relaxation, right? I'm going to experience that, even if there's chatter out there, whether it's the birds singing or the politicians trying to mandate shit, right? I don't have to put my focus there. And even if they mandate it, that does not affect the peace that I can feel, and it does not affect the love I can feel. That is my life. They can't actually interfere with that.
And that's taking control of the space your body occupies.
Yeah, because the love is also my power. Life is your power, right? When you're in your power, then it's not hard to look at the world and say, okay, well, I need to go this way, and I need to do that, and do that, and I need to stand up to that, and I need to speak truth to corrupt power. Then it's like when you're in your power, that's where you're supposed to be living, because that's you.
And if you're not, you're out of line, right?
Well, yeah, then you're gonna
feel it.
absorb. Then your focus is gonna always be pulled to every change, everything that changes. That's for survival, and then you're gonna become a victim of everything around you. Well, you're not supposed to be a victim. You're supposed, you're supposed to be the wizard of your own life, not the victim, right? And then so now we've talked about positive mind. That's about thriving. That's about vision. That's about genius. That's about making life better, figuring out how to help, or doing what needs to be done, or making the biggest splash for good that you can make in the time that you have on this planet. And now the fourth part is the body. That's where most people focus: food and fitness. And digestion is a part of it, and rest is a part of it, and then food, water, air is a part of it. That's where most of the focus goes. But people won't follow the rules for eating, drinking, and exercising if they're not feeling content and they're not feeling empowered. That's why so much of the good advice falls on deaf ears, right? So that one gets most of the attention. So I don't want to spend a lot more time. I worked in the area of oils, essential fatty acids, omega-3s. Flaxseed oil was my invention. I'm in the Canadian Health Food Association Hall of Fame for starting an industry of making oils with health in mind. Right.
Well, actually, we'll go there a little bit, but I just want to keep on the definition of health because we've kind of talked about the mental, spiritual part.
Yeah.
But there is a physical part to it also.
Yeah. So there's the physical part. So then the next part is, I call it protective mind, and that's basically your survival skills, because you live in a body. It's a worthwhile but losing proposition, because eventually something will get your body, right? But while you're alive, you want to be alive as much as possible. Safety, reproduction is part of the survival, raising the kids, learning survival skills. I call that the protective part of mind. Then there's another part of mind. That's the baggage, the mental baggage that we inherited from cultures and nations and religions and stuff. And it's stuff that we say, but that's actually not true, or might have been true at one point and no longer is true. And the best way to deal with that is just to dump it, just to look at it and say, well, I just said that, I just thought that, but that's actually not true. So let me not go there anymore, right? And then outside of that is your social group. You know that the social group affects your health, right? Because if people look at you weird, you have a reaction. So social group, and when we played soccer as kids in the schoolyard, and somebody had kicked the ball, but they missed the ball and then kicked you in the shins. Our response to was, "You made me sick." We get really angry. "You made me sick." So even as kids, we know that the people we spend time with affects our health, right? So you want to pick the people who encourage you, who accept you, who support you, who love you, who, tell you honestly what they see, and who can be helpful to you growing into the magnificence that you are by nature. Then there's the natural environment. And the natural environment, obviously, you keep eating that natural environment, but you also feed your senses with it. And it's what your body is made out of. The body is made out of the natural environment if you're healthy. It's not made out of drugs or pesticides. It's made out of natural molecules, right? And there's somebody who once told me a summary of every environmental issue. And it had been carved into a log in huge letters, like 2 feet tall and maybe 3 inches deep. And it said, "Shit in your nest and you nest in your shit," right? That's the natural environment part. And then outside of that is the big picture. Here you are, your body is a terminal condition and you're living in an infinite universe. and to accept that and not be worried about it and not be anxious or depressed or overwhelmed by it. Okay, I'm in a temporary body that is terminal in an infinite universe. And what is the best way for me to fully enjoy this incredible temporary gift that I have, where water and dust and air, 3 buckets of water, a handful of dust, a few gulps of air, were all mixed together in a way that allows the human experience to unfold.
You to be here.
And
I need to slow down because you said something really important. And I just want us to think about it for a second, because, you call our bodies are terminal, meaning we're going to end, where we have this is what you are experiencing it's a finite experience physically. Like, your time in the body is finite. I was reading a psalm last week, and it was kind of saying, like, why do men even complain? Your existence is so brief. Like, it's just such a whisper in the wind, so to speak. Mm-hmm. Like, why do you even make a fuss out of anything that's happening? And it kind of jarred me, Udo, because I was having to face the reality again. I don't want to face the reality I'm mortal, and I think most of us don't. But I think what you're saying is well, if we're going to be at peace, I think we have to understand the reality, and it's a beautiful thing. It's not meant to be not beautiful. The reality is this physical experience, which is a wonderful experience for us. It's meant to be temporary, and it is temporary, and we should be at peace at that. But that also, I think, then will like, we need that to be healthy, is what you would say. Like, we have to accept we're temporary. We have to accept that our bodies are going to die, but we won't. Mm-hmm. And that's being in line with who we are, is that we're temporary. And
well, no, because we're not the body. See, we mix that up a lot.
I mean, the body's temporary. So
I think the body's temporary, but life is eternal. You can't destroy energy. It's one of the rules is energy is indestructible, right? And peace is also indestructible. Peace is also awareness. You could also call it God. Some people do. Or the physicists call it the field, right? So the field and the energy of life are indestructible. So that there's something in your destructible body that is by nature indestructible. If you're worried about death, go to the part in you that doesn't die. It's more you than your body anyway. Mm-hmm. Oh, and then when you're living that way, you're literally in the power, in the peace, in the power, in your own presence,
and not in fear.
You were given this gift to enjoy. And sometimes people say, "Oh, well, it's selfish to dwell on yourself and to sit with yourself and to do meditation and to practice self-knowledge." No, you should be doing something else out there for somebody else. No, bullshit. Because you were given that gift that you have inside of you. And if you don't enjoy that gift, it's a wasted gift, because nobody else can enjoy it for you. And that gift is free of interference of any outside source of mental, emotional, social, environmental input. And which one? Or physical input. That essence of your being, the universal and the individual essence of your being, are free to begin with and are what truth is. And when you bring that into the world, we're going to have a very different world if 8 billion people are present in their space, enjoying the gift of life, and then doing the little things they got to do for the body and helping each other get them done, instead of throwing bombs on each other and lying to each other and trying to force them, locking them up and doing all the stupid things that history is a record of. It's like,
so just back to the definition of health. It's being in line with, who you are. And then I do want to switch. I appreciate, you'd say shouldn't be the focus, but physically, we have to be in line with the fact that we're, our bodies are part of nature. We're part of, and if we get out of line with the way we're supposed to eat, that we're supposed to have healthy food, that we're not supposed to be spraying pesticides and accumulating that within our bodies. You had said we're not supposed to be taking chemical drugs. I want you to elaborate on that again. Like, why is that a problem? Like, why are synthetic drugs and foods a problem? Because some people viewing this presentation by you may not really understand the importance from a physical health perspective of eating right, of avoiding synthetic things.
Well, first of all, if you love your life because it feels so good to be alive, because I'm present in it, right? Then I say, okay, I love this experience. I want to extend it for as long as I can, right? I want to be both healthy and long-lived as much as I can. What do I need to do to make that happen? Usually people ask me questions. I call them Russian roulette questions. What can I get away with? Well, can I fry with hard fats? Or, because I say frying is the worst thing we've ever invented to do to ourselves in terms of food, if health is our goal. Okay, so because it's very, very destructive. And so what do I have to do to live in line? Well, you got to give each one of those 10 parts that we talked about its due. Each one has a different nature, a different function, needs a different kind of attention regularly, goes off in a different way, and responds to a different kind of intervention. So fundamentally, what you want to do is you want to bring your understanding to what is actually true about you in your totalness, right? And then when you do that, you say, okay, well, body came out of nature. It's been 4 billion years in the making. There were never any drugs there. There was never any fast foods there. There was never any, it wasn't civilized. But there wasn't all that garbage, and there weren't those pesticides, and it wasn't all that stuff. Well, actually, if I want to be healthy along the line of how the whole thing worked and works, I wouldn't want them in my food now. Not pesticides, not drugs, because these are molecules that don't exist in nature in the form in which we make them. So they're synthetically created by man. And when they go into our body, they go into places in our body where some other molecule should be, and some other natural molecule should be. And in the space in our body that they occupy, they interfere with what's supposed to be going on there. That's why they make us sick, because we're actually putting stuff in our body that interferes with the normal, natural interactions of molecules that are the biochemistry of life. So when you interfere with that and it doesn't work, well, hello, your body doesn't work when you poison it. Because that's what we're doing, right? On the molecular level, all physical disease begins at the level of interactions between molecules. Not electrons, not atoms, but interaction between molecules. Interaction between the wrong molecules, because we put the wrong molecules in there as pesticides and drugs. They're going to be interactions that are not conducive to normal, natural, healthy function of a body that is a part of nature.
Yeah, and I again, like you're saying things that they're just common sense, but I don't think many of us think of that as our body has functions. They're supposed to be naturally occurring molecules that we've been designed for them to do a function within us. And when we put in synthetic molecules, they take the place of the natural ones, but they don't function the same way. Yeah. And that interferes with our body doing what it's supposed to do, which is now that we're out of line, our functions are out of line.
Yep.
That's
a definition of sickness.
Right, is being out of line. Now, you had said a little earlier, like you're in the CHFA Hall of Fame for, basically starting the healthy oils movement. And as I understand it, when you were, kind of really doing research because of, your health crisis, you came to realize that nutrition was super important, but there was incomplete information about oils. Am I right about that?
Yeah, when I when I started looking for self-help because the doctors didn't have anything, I was looking at all of nutrition and health, nutrition and disease. That was my focus because I was thinking more about the body, not so much about water and air. But nutrition and health, body's made out of food, so raise the standard. But what are the standards? Well, so then I got into the essential nutrients. So minerals, vitamins, amino acids, fatty acids. And the area that was really confusing was the area of fats. And so I had this thing. It said omega, it's a study. Omega-6 is essential. You have to have it. You can't live without it. If you don't get enough, you die. If you bring enough back into your deficient diet before you die, all the problems that come from not getting enough are reversed and you get your health back, because life knows what to do with those building blocks, provided we take responsibility for providing them. So they got to land in our body. Okay. So I'm reading this article. I say, okay, omega-6 is essential. And the very next study I read said omega-6 gives you cancer and kills you. And I'm going, what? Right? I have to have it so it can kill me with cancer? No, there's some, and I was like, no, I must be missing something. There must be something going on because this does not make any sense. And that forced me to look deeper into how oils are made. Now, there's a lot of people these days saying, don't use omega-6s, don't use oils. All of those people, none of them have ever talked to me. None of those people who say that have ever talked to me. And they should, because, that's my area. And I haven't been hiding. I've done 10,000 talks, 40 countries, tons of media. None of those people talk to me. And they haven't done their homework, because they see the results. When you do research with damaged oils, you're going to have some effects of the damaged oils on whatever your research topic is, right? So they get the results and say, oh yeah, okay, omega-6 is bad, seed oil is bad. And what they're doing is they're blaming the damage that industry does during processing these oils, when they make colorless, odorless, tasteless oils, and the damage we do to it, especially in the frying pan. So they're blaming the oil for what should be blamed on the damage. Because when they're not damaged, omega-3 and omega-6 in the right ratio are essential nutrients, in the right amounts, the right ratios, are essential nutrients for every cell in your body.
Can you, I just realized I should back up. Like, some people don't understand that actually we need fats to be healthy, because the media, we've got this fixation on being thin. We'll try eating non-processed foods, but, and, fat's bad, but that's actually not true at all, that you can't be healthy. And do you want to kind of explain, like, it might even surprise people how much of the nervous system, how much of your brain is fat, and that you need fat for healthy cells and all of that.
Yeah. So first of all, bad fats are bad and good fats are good. It's not like fats are bad or fats are good. There's two kinds. My book is called Fats That Heal, Fats That Kill, because that's the difference between good fats and bad fats. And the bad fats are the fats that are damaged, and it's the damage that is the problem. So what do the essential fatty acids do? I started at the height of the no-fat, low-fat craze. And people were getting dry skin, low energy levels. Some people completely removed all of their fat from their diet. And one of the heads of starting that, his name was Pritikin. He actually got leukemia and killed himself in New York in 1969, I think. No, when he was 69 years old. I don't remember what the year was. It was after 1980, maybe 89. But he killed himself because he was pushing this no-fat diet. His diet was 8% fat, which is way too low. It should be about 25%. and because he said all fats are bad. But there are 2 essential nutrients that you can't make but have to have, that every cell in your body requires, that come from oils. So when you go on a no-fat diet, you will kill yourself. It'll take about 3 years. But your body will slowly run out of those essential nutrients that have important function in the body. And when you run out of them, your body crashes. That's it, right? So what did they do? Well, the omega-3s that are too low in 99% of the population increase energy by 40 to 60% if you get optimum amounts of it. Optimum amounts would be a tablespoon per 50 pounds of body weight in winter, and maybe a tablespoon per 75 or 100 pounds in summer. More in winter is burned for heat. They are heating oils. They keep you warm in winter. They are required in the membrane of every cell. They make the hormones work more effectively at the cell receptor level. All the hormones work through receptors. That means you need less hormones to get the work done. That means you age slower. That means you run out of hormones slower. In the brain, if you take the water out of the brain, fats make up more than 60% of your brain weight, and they're half omega-6 and half omega-3 derivatives that are super important for brain function. In your retina, in the back of your eye, highest amount of omega-3 called DHA, super important for vision, super important in pregnancy for brain development of the child. And the child will take the fats out of the mother's brain if the mother doesn't have enough in her diet. That's why women get baby brain. But the research has shown that each child depletes the mother further, and each child gets less than the previous child. And they figured out that that's why oldest kids on average have the highest IQ, and youngest on average have the lowest IQ. So they're important not for only for brain development, but also for brain function. And the one thing I think that is most important is the body turns the essential fatty acids that come from oils, omega-3 and omega-6, into derivatives that have hormone-like regulating substances of just about everything that goes on in every cell on a moment-to-moment basis, lifelong. So if you don't have fat in your diet, you're headed for the dustbin of history. And the thing about fats making you fat was also never true. In 1979, McGovern wrote his, what was it called? Report on Nutrition and Health in the US. He was a senator. And that became the background work for the food pyramid. And on that food pyramid, they put carbs on the bottom as the foods you should eat the most of, and fats on top that you should eat the least of. They didn't make a distinction between good and bad fats. And then people started eating that way. And in 20 years of following that stupid food pyramid, overweight went from 25 to 60% of the population. And nobody said boo about it. Because fats don't make you fat. They suppress appetite and they stabilize blood energy, blood sugar. Carbs make your blood sugar go up, make your insulin go up and down. And carbs, when you don't burn them, get turned into fat. So most overweight comes from too much fat or too much inflammation, which leads to water retention in the body. So the idea of fats making you fat was never true. And the omega-3s, you can actually use them to lose fat because they increase your oxygen and energy metabolism. Our athletes, 40 to 60% increase in performance within 30 days of starting to take a tablespoon per 50 pounds of body weight of an oil blend that is properly balanced with omega-3 and 6 that
Right.
I developed the formula for.
Yeah, so
40 to 60%. So these and we gave people, if you want to lose weight, you need to lower your carbs and increase your omega-3 intake. And then you lose fat very easily.
Just to back up. So like, I mean, because you've got, like people in the natural health community know, but other people may not. I mean, we've all heard of Udo's blend. And that's what you're talking about, a blend of oils. So there's supposed to be a certain ratio. And there actually was a clinical trial done showing that athletes perform way better if they're taking this. And my understanding is some sports teams, like hockey teams, they've learned and they're on your blend, right?
Yeah. Hockey and football, any of the both strength and endurance. The bodybuilders we worked with said they were going back to doing workouts they did in their 30s when they were in their 50s after they started taking the oils.
There was a guy.
There was a football player from Dallas Cowboys that called me, and he said, you put drugs in your oil? I said, no. Why are you asking? He says, because I have a shoulder injury that hurts all the time. It's inflammation, right? And he wrecked something. He's probably got scar tissue in there and stuff. He says, when I take your oil, the pain goes away. And then when I don't take your oil, the pain comes back. Yeah, that's because omega-3s have anti-inflammatory benefits. And they help. So they help. Inflammation it causes pain, especially when it's happening in the wrong place, right? And one of the easiest methods to get rid of pain is by increasing omega-3s that are not damaged, because most people are deficient in them, right? There are other ways to deal with inflammation. Magnesium is good, and iodine can be good, and drinking more water can be good, and getting the toxins out of your system can all be good. But of all the nutrients that help with inflammation, omega-3 is number one. Some people call it the God molecule because it is the highest energy molecule of all of our nutritional molecules. And then you get this energy, and it comes from, by the way, omega-3s come from northern and southern hemispheres close to the poles, where it's the coldest. You get a warming oil, whereas the saturated fats in the tropics are cooling oils. And that's what you want. And the poles, you need more heat. And in the tropics, you want to get cooler, right? And it's all designed in nature, right? That's why, to me, it's like...
Right, so we have locally what we're supposed to get. Like nature's figured that out. But
but let me make a point there. Now most people live in sort of a temperate zone because we have air conditioning. So in the tropics, they have air conditioning, and in the north, they have heat. So we all kind of living in a temperate zone, and there's omega-3s in the temperate zone, and they still work the same. But if you were living in the tropics, you would probably sweat more if you used a bunch of omega-3s, because they increase your oxygen rate, your metabolic rate. And some people find that in summer, they need less oil than in winter, because in winter, they burn more for heat. In summer, they don't need that heat. So I interrupted you.
Oh, no, actually, I mean, I was just wanting to, re-emphasize the point for people watching that they have to get rid of this idea fats are bad. In fact, the right fats are essential. You cannot be healthy. Like, you have no chance of being healthy unless you're getting the right fats. So they have to kind of disabuse themselves of really what's been misinformation. So you've got to have the right fats. No,
but you got to get the right fats, and you got to get them undamaged, and you got to get them in the right ratio. Those are the three main issues, right? Okay, and if you go on a no-fat diet, that will eventually kill you.
So let's talk about damaged fats. And you've mentioned frying pan already and that, but I have to tell you, I got a little alarmed in our pre-interview. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm probably not doing things the way I should.
I'm sure you're not.
Yeah. So share with, and forget about the audience. This is total self-interest. I'm just kidding, audience. But tell us, how are fats damaged? And then I assume it's again, so your body you said every cell depends on good fats. So fat molecules that aren't damaged, I'm assuming, well, we've got a damaged fat molecule, the body will still take it up, but that function can't work.
Correct. Yeah. If you have a damaged fat molecule, it will go in your body, depending on how it's damaged, of course. It'll go in your body in a place that should be occupied by an undamaged fat molecule. And whatever function was supposed to go on in that space, in the molecular architecture of your body, can't happen. So it blocks. It either sidetracks or blocks or interferes with whatever biochemical reaction is supposed to go on there. And then you're taking apart the body's architecture. And guess what? If you do that often enough, then you get a diagnosable condition, right? So, so what damages oils? Two ways. Industry damages them. And they do that because they wanted a long shelf life on these molecules that have the shortest shelf life by nature, because they're very sensitive to damage by light, oxygen, and heat, right? I already said that. So they wanted a long shelf life because then they could make the oil they could make it in Ottawa and sell it in Vancouver and sell it in Johannesburg and sell it in Moscow and sell it in Buenos Aires and sell it in Shanghai and sell it in wherever else you want to go, Berlin, right? And so they wanted a long shelf life, and then you get economies of scale, and then you can make these huge, humongous presses and machines and just pump tons of seeds through there and make oils and make good money. So how do you get a long shelf life on oils that by nature have a short one? That's the issue for them. Mine is, how do you make an oil with health in mind? How do you make an oil with shelf life in mind? These are clearly two different goals, and they're going to lead to different behavior, right? So they want to make shelf life. So they found out if you treat an oil with sodium hydroxide, which we know as Drano, which you clean your sinks with, you burn stuff out of your sink with it. Drano, sodium hydroxide. Then with phosphoric acid, which is used commercially to clean windows, a very strong acid. Then you bleach the oil, take out the color molecules that absorb light, which can then damage the oil. So you take those out with bleaching clays, and now the oil is rancid. And so in order to get rid of the rancid molecules, you have to deodorize, I call it de-stinkerize the oil. You have to heat it to frying temperature for about 30 minutes to blow off the rancid molecules. But you also get to blow off half of the pesticides in the oil. So that's what they told me they did that for. Then you have a colorless, odorless, tasteless oil, and about 0.5 to 1% of the molecules are damaged. And when I asked the industry why they do it when it does damage to the oils, they gave me this reason about pesticides. And then I said, why don't you start with organically grown seeds so you don't have any pesticides to blow off in the oil? And the guy got mad at me. Like it was a long silence. Then he got mad at me. He said, I don't know what your problem is. It's only 1% damage and 99% good. And what the hell is your problem? So then I thought, well, okay, maybe I'm overreacting because I didn't know. So I decided to find out how many damaged molecules are you going to get in 1 tablespoon of an oil that is 1% damaged by the industrial processing. And I ask people that all the time. If you guess, I get guesses all the time. And all the time, I have never had anybody guess the actual number because we don't know how big molecules are, right? So it's like we don't have a basis for making the estimate, but make it anyway. So what I find out, nobody has ever guessed less than 1 billion times too low the amount of damaged molecules in the oil, which means that we're using these oils and we're thinking that they're 1 billion times less toxic than they actually are. Holy smokes. So the number is, if it's 1% damaged in 1 tablespoon of oil, you will have 60 quintillion damaged molecules that never existed in nature. 60 quintillion damaged molecules is more than 1 million damaged molecules for every one of your body's 60 trillion cells. And then you do that.
Okay,
You don't do 1
let's just-
tablespoon,
so
you do
just-
2 to 4, and then you have pesticides, and you have plastic that leaches into oil, and you fry the oils. You got to multiply that number by another 5 times. And you do that for 30 years, and you wonder why you got cancer. Because fried oils increase inflammation and the risk of cancer.
So what types of oils are they doing this? You've described this processing where, you know, they basically go through 3 or a couple of chemical steps and then they boil it to get rid of things. What types of oils that we would typically, you know, see at our grocery store is this type of processing done to?
All of them, except extra virgin olive oil, if it really is, because the industry lies on that sometimes, because there's a lot of call for extra virgin olive oil and the trees grow very slowly. So there's more demand than supply. So then they dilute the oils with damaged oils, or and sometimes they damage the oil too. So all of them except extra virgin olive oil or oils that say on them unrefined. And that's hardly any oils anywhere.
What about
unrefined
coconut oil?
Coconut, you can get unrefined coconut oil, but unrefined coconut oil has no omega-3s in it, and it is the oil lowest in omega-6 as well. So you're getting oil, and oil has energy, and your body can burn that for energy, but you're not getting essential fatty acids. And the truth is, when it comes to all fats and oils, the only thing you have to have from them is omega-6 and omega-3 undamaged in the right ratio and the right amounts. And you need to do that first. You know, it's like health is not the absence of fried oils. Health is the presence of omega-3 and omega-6 in the right ratio, undamaged. Right? Just like health is not the absence of disease. Health is the presence of components and principles that are required to be brought in and followed in order for the body, in order for life to make you a body that works normally, that works healthy.
So if I go to even my, you know, health food store or organic market, and there's organic oils on the shelf, I still need to look for unrefined or raw type thing, right?
Yeah, they don't usually say raw, but that would be a good name for it. And if it says, what did they say? Cold pressed. Cold pressed is a meaningless term because there's no definition for that term. Should be organic because you don't want pesticides in your oils, because pesticides poison you. And unrefined, organic unrefined. That's usually the organic oils are I would say largely they're unrefined, but they should also be in glass and not in plastic, because oils swell plastic and then plastic leaches into oils. And you're hearing a lot about microplastics these days. Not a good thing to put in your body. Okay.
And then back to something you were saying earlier. So heating up oils, very bad. So like the frying pan, that damages oils that aren't damaged. And then we're back into this. It's so many molecules.
Correct.
That you know, you're going to be uptaking some of them and disrupting functions that are supposed to happen.
Yeah. So I say to people, you got a frying pan in your house? Everybody does, right? Go get the frying pan, turn it upside down, hit yourself upside the head with it so it's associated with pain, and throw that stupid thing out. It's the dumbest thing we have ever invented to do to our food from the perspective of health. More health problems come from damaged oil. More physical health problems come from damaged oils than any other part of nutrition. Actually, some mental problems too, because you mess your brain up.
But you just said a big point here, and you've done a ton of research. You just said more physical problems.
Yeah.
So you're like talking chronic illness, things that are manifesting.
Yep.
More health problems come from damaged oils than pretty well any other single cause.
Any other part of nutrition.
Okay. So as
Because
far as we
health
have
problems
to have,
come from lack of peace and lack of feeling loved,
right. But for those of us that are, I need to supplement and I need to eat organic and all of that, we may not be paying attention. Oh, no, I'm using extra virgin organic olive oil to fry
the hell out of my potatoes, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. Which is why I'm appreciating this conversation, because I didn't know, and I think a lot of people won't know that, no, if we're actually trying, then we have to be aware about not heating up fats.
Correct. Yeah. Well, you can't do health without knowledge. And there are some things we haven't been told. The industry won't tell us, because their interest is not our health. Their interest is their money, right? The government that supports that industry is not going to tell you that, because they're more interested in whatever it is. They're why they, government is generally more about money than about people. That's why Canada can send $16 billion to Ukraine to help people kill each other, and will spend $0 at home for peace. And it's like, you're doing what with my tax money? Why aren't you, we have all our measures are economic. We don't have any measures for are people happy? Do people feel safe? How's the quality of life? Are the kids getting their needs met? We don't have any, we don't even measure any of that. We just measure how the banks are doing. It's like, what, and that's like, we live in a world that is so corrupted from what a human being is and can be, and how they can live in harmony together and with themselves, with nature and the planet and all of nature. We are so corrupted from that.
I think, sorry, one thing that just came to mind when you're talking about this is, and it's kind of off topic, but maybe not, is I think we're becoming disconnected from actually the world around us, as artificial as it is for most of us, with our devices.
Yeah.
Like, and our attention span, like you had started talking when we were talking about what is health, because if we don't know what health is, we don't have a goal to go to. And the first thing you started talking about, and it's because intuitively it has to be the most important thing, is being able to go inside ourselves and find that peaceful part of us.
Yeah.
And yet people have been addicted to, the 10-second hit from our devices. And I think, there's going to be a huge health consequence, both mental and physical.
Yep.
Because we can't be at peace. Our minds never slow down. Do you have any thoughts on that? Like, and I'm sorry,
I do.
We got a total segue here.
No, I do it, and I think it's actually, this is probably the most important point that I'm going to make today. So when you're in your mother's womb, right? All of us have been there. Nothing to do, nowhere to go. Everything's taken care of. And it's pretty safe. Right? So then the question is, where's your focus when you're in your mother's womb? Well, it's not out there because there's no place to go. And it's not on something you're doing because there's nothing to do. And it's not on getting your needs met because your needs have been met. So where's your focus? Well, your focus is at rest inside, in its source, within the space your body occupies, in life and in peace. And if you look at pictures of fetuses, sometimes you see the little smile on their face and just sort of hanging out. They're like in a deep self-knowledge meditation. They don't know there's a mother around them. They don't know there's a world around the mother. They have no words. They have no ideas, no culture, no religion. It's all just biology carrying on, right? And then you get booted out of paradise, Paradise Lost, right? Get booted out of this incredible place. By the way, it's really boring, but you're not bored. Oh, for 9 months you sat still and you weren't bored. Oh, because you were in bliss. You were in peace. You know, you were in the love that is your life. Wow, how cool is that, right? So then we got kicked out. Then we have to, now everything's changed. You have to survive in the world. So now you got to get to know the world. So awareness, your focus of awareness goes out through your senses into the world, attracted to change. Because every time something changes, you got to look at it and say, is that friend to approach? Is that enemy to run from or fight? Or is it irrelevant and I can just ignore it safely, right? So you do that, and that starts the moment you're born. And then with time, you get more and more present outside, absent inside. When in the womb, you were present inside, but absent outside in your focus, right? And so then gradually you get out there. And what happens is you get disconnected from yourself. And the disconnection from self is the cause of heartache. I don't know anybody who doesn't know what heartache is. You know, somebody dumps you, or your grandmother dies, or your best friend moves away, or your dog runs away, or somebody promises you something and they're lying to you and you find out they're lying. And you always feel uneasy in your chest when, you know, those are triggers. Because we try to have the things on the outside reconnect us, and because we've forgotten that the disconnection was inside from ourselves, and it's a natural, normal, necessary process, right? And out of the heartache, out of that disconnection comes a discontent, and discontent will always spread discontent. That was my take home at 9/11, you know, when the towers blew up, right? I was on a whitewater rafting trip, and I started thinking about it. Nothing was affected where I was. And I started thinking, wow, discontent people will always spread discontent. And if people who know what contentment is, and I claim to be one of those people, if we don't spread contentment faster than they spread discontent, guess where we're going, right? And we are drifting toward destruction because of the corruption, because we have not found our way back to ourselves, because when we feel heartache, we either try to, we don't like the feeling, so we try to distract ourselves or ignore it or deny it or try to rationalize it away with ideologies or blame it on somebody. When what we should be doing with heartache, sitting with it. You don't have to look for heartache. It'll come to you on a regular basis. When you have it, sit with it quietly, feel it. You might have some tears. It will not kill you. But why is that? Because heartache is the greatest gift life gave you, because just like thirst is a gift because it makes you look for water when you need it, and hunger is a gift because it makes you look for food when you need it, or tiredness is a gift because it lets you know when it's time to rest your body. Heartache is the call of your heart to bring your focus back home inside, to reconnect to the peace and the love that are your essence, that you should be living from into the world and expressing into the world.
Right. So we're supposed to be living from the inside out, not be focused on all this outside.
Yeah, well, we're still living from the outside in, right? Because it's almost like we got caught out, because nobody, no government and no church and no media and no medical profession tells you the story I just told you. Natural process, homecoming required, if you want to live a life of quality. But you know who did? There was this guy. I don't know. I don't know a lot about it because I wasn't there. I'm 2,000 years late to the party. He said, the kingdom of heaven is within you. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Oh, let's see. God lives there. Jesus lives there. Holy Spirit lives there. All the good things live there.
And you live there.
And it said, oh my God. That's in me. And then the second thing he said, first seek the kingdom of heaven within you, and everything else will fall into place. Now, if 8 billion people did that, we would not have disease management misrepresented as healthcare. We would not have governments that create problems or make problems known, because that's how they get attention, because we're still all out there, saying, oh my God, now what do we do now, right? So there's no place in any culture, any religion, any society, any country that I know of that makes this part of the education. And until peace and life become part of the education of human beings, almost the foundation of the education of human beings. Of course, you want to learn how to, flush your toilet and, run your bath water and cook your food. You want to learn all of that. But you need to, of all the things you most need to know, is your foundation in life and in awareness.
Yeah, and who you are, because you're not the thoughts in your head.
Because that's who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So everything we look up on the outside, I mean, it's a joke, right? There, everything we're looking for on the outside, like deep down, really looking for, is all already within us. And all it requires is not for us to create it, but only just to bring the focus back to it.
And back to the definition of health, because you were saying the definition of health is basic, or is being in line, and that's in line with that you are a finite, you're an infinite person. You're a spiritual being that's going to survive this experience, but you've been given this physical gift.
Yeah,
and
so you can have the experience.
And you've got to be in line with that. You got to be at peace with that. And then also understand you're part of this ecosystem where you're supposed to have natural molecules. And if you have other ones, you're out of line with what you're supposed to be. So just like, being out of line mentally and spiritually leads to disease. Being out of line with the fact that you're supposed to have natural molecules that have a specific function, then that's going to lead to sickness.
To disease, Also to dis-ease, and life, the energy that keeps you alive, is perfect health, and peace is beyond health. Even it's not even the realm of health; it's beyond that, right? So there is no illness in peace, and there's no illness in love. There's no darkness in light. That's it's the same thing, right? There's no darkness in light. What is your essence? In your essence is wholeness, oneness, wholeness, health, in your essence. You are health, wholeness, oneness, in your essence, in your universal and your individual essence. And on that, then you can live in wherever you live and whatever's going on. You have a place that belongs to you, that nothing can touch and no one can corrupt unless you let go of it. Holy smokes! It's like, wow, that's good news.
So who's responsible for our health?
Well, you could blame God. God's responsible for our health. But fundamentally, you are responsible for your health. And now that goes to the other question. If I'm responsible for my health, because honestly, my doctor doesn't care. Really, he has his things that he does, and he has his routines that he follows, and he doesn't really look at what is really going on with this Udo guy, right? And he does his thing, and even if his method doesn't work, he gets paid, but I don't get the benefit. Oh, but if you know that health is actually your nature, and you're willing to do the homework, to sit still and bring your focus to it and feel the peace and feel the love and feel the inspiration and listen to the insights and find the wisdom, because it's all in there. It's not like you have to get it from somewhere. It's all in there already, right?
and take
From that
responsibility.
perspective, it is 100% my responsibility. My health is 100% my responsibility. But that also means you don't have a right to tell me how I should do health. And neither does the government, and neither does Health Canada, which is more disease-oriented than health-oriented as far as I've heard. I'm not an expert on that topic, or the medical profession or the media, so you got to take everything that comes to you, that comes from people, with a grain of salt. If it's out of line with peace and love, it's probably bullshit. And you probably should do your best not to follow it, right? And so when we make a lot of laws, we don't need those laws if love is where we live from. When you feel loved and cared for, you don't go around wrecking things. It's automatic. It's an automatic follow from it.
I came to understand through another project that our laws, both criminal and civil, are basically based on the second commandment. That we're supposed to love each other like ourselves. Like, it's all over the civil law, but I'm coming to understand that actually for our health, if we would just live that, if we would love each other, we're not going to be controlling each other. We're going to be doing our best as a society to have healthy food, and we're not going to be censoring truthful information, and we're going to be respecting people's bodily integrity. It's like the whole thing could be solved by just doing what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, except you can't do it by being told to love other people either.
Right.
Because you have to feel the love. So you need to do the homework. So we all have homework to do. And that homework, if you ask the really wise people, that homework is ongoing, lifelong. You spend every day some time getting in touch with the place, which, when you get in touch with it, requires no other laws. And if everybody in government was required to have mastered that particular habit, we would have a completely different government. We would spend 16 billion on peace in the country and not send it elsewhere to get people to kill each other. And we would sit down together and we would say, not like, you shouldn't, and you did, and we don't, and therefore, and punish, and we would say, okay, you're alive, I'm alive, we both have the gift. What can we do together to make the most of that gift, both for ourselves, and then for our kids, and for our families, and for our community, and for our natural environment that we live in? What can we do together? And then it's not antagonistic. We don't have to live in antagonism. We can live in love. Is the opposite of antagonism, right? Love is the opposite of mandating and imposing and pushing and punishing. Why aren't we living like that? Because that is our nature. Right?
Well, Udo, I'm optimistic that we're getting there, and I also know you told me earlier you have finite time. So I want to get to one question I ask everyone. And that simply is, we're marching, this health tour across Canada, and we're bringing different voices, and a lot of it is people just telling their own health journeys, like you've shared with us yours. Do you have any message for Ottawa? And that includes Parliament, that includes Health Canada.
Yeah. Well, there's a saying in certain business circles. They say, people don't care what you know until you know they care. Okay. So if the government, first of all, the government should be asking my help to do their job better, honestly. But not just me, anybody, right? So what are your talents? What do you bring to the party? How can we maximize the getting that out? If it's good stuff and it helps quality of life, we should be encouraging that, and we should be supporting that. Well, we're not really set up that way. So what I would say is, if you're from the government, or you're from Health Canada, or you're from the corrections branch even, or you're from psychology, whatever it is you're from, my question to you is, can you show me how to get to the peace that I'm looking for? Can you show me the love that I'm looking for? Can you show me the health that you claim to represent that I really want? I want that health. Can you show me that? And until you can show me that in practice, properly explained, with follow through in terms of products and procedures, I'm not going to listen to you, because you don't know what you're talking about. You call it health, but you're actually what are you doing? You're pushing disease, right? Everything's about disease. There is no healthcare. It's all disease management. And of course, it's better for money, because if I'm sick all the time, then I get a pill every six hours, and then it wears off, and then my pain comes back, and you never fix the problem, but I can take another pill. Well, yeah, then now you have for 80 years, you sell me pills every 6 months. And that's good money in that, but it's completely corrupt, and it doesn't bring health. And until you change that, because you yourself are a human being, and you yourself have that peace and that love and that inspiration and that health in you, until you dig into yourself and dig that out, and then can help other people who are looking for it, who haven't gone as far as you have, and you help them find that in themselves, whatever you're doing is corrupt. And so one way or another, people will find their way around it. And eventually it'll get so bad that there'll be a revolution, a bloody revolution, because that's how it has been in history for every 3 generations or so. People get so fed up with not getting what they're promised and not finding what they're looking for, that then they blame somebody for it. And then the revolutions don't work either, because the revolutionaries know what they don't want, but they don't know what they want. Mao, he knew what he hated. He knew what he hated. When he got in, he knew nothing about how to government or what would be a better system to put in place.
Can we? I don't know how much time you have, but do you have? You had mentioned to us very briefly at the beginning, that you're a child of war and all of this, and you actually have quite the story.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just share really briefly about that? I appreciate you only have a minute or two left.
Yeah.
But just because we want to avoid this, we want to avoid that crisis. We want to be at the place where we can peacefully come together and start saying, how do we do this better?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, they had a First World War, and nobody practiced peace after that mess. And so then they had 21 years to practice, and they didn't practice, so they had a Second World War. And after the Second War, nobody said, oh, this is so crazy. This is completely not right. We need to practice peace, and they didn't do it. So we're drifting in that direction worldwide, no question in my mind. And the only cure is to give where you want to go the attention, not where you are or where you have been. And where do you want to go? Deep down inside, every human being wants to live a fulfilled, rich feeling life. Peace in it whenever you want it, love in it whenever you need it, inspiration and wisdom and adventure and all of that. That has to be job one for every human being who wants to have a good life. It's the only way to do it. It's a global thing, but actually you're only responsible for your part in it, which is to find your way back to that good place and then build a world from that place, right? A world that I build from feeling love is not a world filled with danger. It's not a world filled with enemies, right? It's a world filled with love. When I feel peace, I can see pieces everywhere. But if I don't feel peace, I can't see it. Then I see the leaves flapping, and then I see the seagulls shitting on my carpet, whatever it is that's going on, right? And I'm going to get tied up in all of the changes in the world of change. And I don't bring anything stable into that world. You can't bring stability into the world without peace. And it's biological. We're not talking philosophy here. We're not talking religion. This is biological. Peace is part of our biology. Love is part of our biology. We are love in our essential nature, in our individual essential nature. We are love. But it doesn't feel like that, and it doesn't look like that until we feel that. So it's going to ourselves, finding that awesome magnificence that we are in our deepest nature, that will make the changes. So as you can't hammer, whoever it is, whether it's Trudeau or it's Trump or it's Carney
I wasn't asking you to do that.
I'm just explaining that you can't hammer those people. First thing is, we gotta do our homework. When that homework is done, we will become an influence in that direction in the world we live in. What if 8 billion people do the homework, and then our influences into the world of that homework? Oh my God, there's the golden age everybody's dreamed of. And everyone is a part of that. Either they're blocking it, or they're supporting it, or they're encouraging it.
But they're part. Like that's we'll end on that, just because I know you have to go. I've just really enjoyed this conversation, but we're a part. So we have to decide who we're going to be, what role we're going to play in what's happening. But for us to think that we're not an influence, both for bad or good, is missing our responsibility.
Right. Yeah. Whatever is your state of being will come to expression automatically. There's no way around it. Right? If you're paranoid, I've been with paranoid people. Now I was looking over the shoulder, and pretty soon, after half an hour, everybody's looking over their shoulder. Right? It's like that, right? But if somebody comes into the room and they're just shining, people like the shine, so they tend to come closer. Then you talk shine from shine, and people go home and say, "Wow, that was so good. Wow, that was so nice. Gee, we should do more of that."
Peaceful people leave us feeling good, and everyone knows what I'm talking about. You run across people, I call them gentle spirits, and you're one of we come across them, and you just feel good afterwards that you spent time with them, versus if somebody's angry, just to do a contrast. You're agitated and you're worked up. So we do influence the world around us. We influence people around us. And we have to, to use your words, kind of occupy the space that our body's in and be responsible for ourselves. So I'm really thankful to have had this conversation. I know we kind of went all over the place.
It's a good conversation.
I thought it was a wonderful conversation. So Udo, on behalf of the world's greatest health show, sincerely thank you for taking the time today, sharing your thoughts on health and your expertise on essential oils. I'm confident that many people like myself will go, "Oh, I have some things to change." And even just how you break it down, like, no, this is at the molecular level. This is cellular health. Like, of course, if you're blocking what's supposed to be happening, then you have a problem, right?
Then it's not going to happen. Yeah.
Exactly. It's simple, but I think we've lost sight of it. So again, thank you so much for attending today. It's just been an honor.
Yeah, and thank you for thank you for doing it. And I hope some people get benefit from it. I hope 8 billion people get to watch this interview, actually.
Me too.
Yeah. So
thanks, Udo.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with us today Nick Mancuso. Nick, welcome to the world's greatest health show.
Thank you so much, Sean. Nice to be here.
And Nick, I just want to introduce you because you have quite the background. You're an Italian-Canadian actor, artist, playwright, director. Back in 1981, you won the Genie Award for Best Leading Actor in the drama Ticket to Heaven. You have over 200 film and television credits to your name. You had the leading role in the NBC TV series Stingray. You had a leading role in the Apocalypse film series. A lot of people recognize you from your role in the movie Under Siege, in the movie Rapid Fire. We could go on and on and on, but it's a pleasure to have you. You're an incredibly accomplished actor and artist, and we're pleased to have you here. And you're here to share your health journey. So I'm just going to ask you to start, because it's quite a journey, and I think people are going to be very surprised to hear kind of what you went through. And then at the end, telling us why you went through it. That's even more surprising.
Well, thank you for inviting me. Certainly, this is an important subject for me. It's affected me very, very deeply. My life is totally transformed by my many, many illnesses. I should be dead. In fact, about 8 years ago, I was given less than a month to live. I've gone through this process of recovery and the journey back to health, literally from the doors of death. And so when you invited me to talk about this and the whole nature of the healing process, I wanted to talk about it because I have more or less healed. All my blood tests are now normal. My eyesight is back. I started going blind at one particular point. I have diabetes, Hashimoto disease, circulatory problems. I've had vascular surgery, almost lost my legs, almost lost my toes, my feet, and so forth. Just about everything that you can go through other than cancer, I've gone through. And I've gotten to the other side of it, more or less. I'm not 100% yet. I broke my ankle about a year ago, and it hasn't quite healed yet. With diabetes, it's very, very slow to heal, but it is healing. I have a pacemaker, and my life, I'm 77, and it's basically have come back to life, and I expect to live for a while. And one of the reasons for that, and I think the main thing I want to talk about, is the fact that I have used many forms of holistic systems, not just the allopathic, which I don't put down, but the naturopathic systems, the homeopathic systems, Chinese, Ayurvedic, acupuncture, shiatsu, etc., yoga, tai chi, and food in order to heal. It is possible to come back from the so-called chronic ailments, but people unfortunately don't know that. They're put into the hands of the doctors. They turn everything over to them, and the doctors do the best they can under the circumstances. But the reality is, healing is a holistic, broad-based reality. Every aspect has to be used, including food, including exercise, including fresh air and clean water and toxic-free foods and clean environments. All of these are essential to health. And nowadays, that's very, very difficult. So naturopathic medicine has been very much a part, so-called, of my healing process, as has homeopathy and so forth. And my concern and my interest has been to try to get that message out to people because they can heal, and it is possible to heal. But knowledge is what's important.
So
I'm
Nick,
glad you're doing the show.
Can I stop you for a second? So
Sure.
I like your comment, because you're basically trying to give people hope. We're in this show, we're we're having people like you share their stories.
Yeah.
And their stories have good endings. Like they're, in some cases, people are quite candid. They'd be dead if they hadn't found these remedies. But we're finding, even though the stories are positive, that, there's a lot of grief on this end, because we understand, because they explain how hopeless they were before they found answers. And there's so many people out there that they're just stuck in one treatment system, and they don't know, keep looking, you'll find the answers. And what I like about your story is once people will come to understand by the end of this interview, like, you really went through some health challenges.
Oh, yeah.
And with the help of other treatment modalities, like you mentioned, homeopath medicine, naturopathic medicine, Ayurvedic, with the help of those, you've come through it. And so I just like your point, like you're telling people, don't give up hope.
No, don't. Absolutely do not. I mean, I went through my first heart attack. I went through my second heart attack. I went through my third heart attack. I went through open heart surgery. I went through all that, and finally congestive heart failure. At which point it's game over. My ejection fraction was under 12. That's game over. The blood, the body, the heart no longer has the strength to pump the blood through your body, and your legs swell up, and water gets into your abdomen, gets into the lungs, and you basically suffocate to death. I was at that point. I can honestly say it was all reversed through a combination of many, many, many things, including the allopathic systems. For example, I do have a pacemaker, and various other drugs, all of which are very helpful. But compounded with that was the use of many, many forms of naturopathic and allopathic and homeopathic remedies. I mean, what people don't know, for example, is that, for example, with the heart, there was a book by a doctor. Yes, his name is Sinatra, believe it or not, a Dr. Sinatra in the United States. Wrote a book called Metabolic Cardiology. One of the things heart patients are never told is the importance of taking CoQ10 or taking D-ribose, L-carnitine, and many other substances that can heal the body in herbal systems as well, like hawthorn and so forth. These things are essential for full healing. Unfortunately, most people are just given the one way. You say you take your beta blockers, you take your ACE inhibitors, and you take your statin drugs. It's not enough just simply to be doing those. They work to a certain extent, but most of these things are basically they're symptomatic in nature. That is to say, they deal with symptoms, and unfortunately, most of them are palliative in the sense that they don't really cure the body. It is possible to cure the body. The founder of modern medicine, Hippocrates, said, "Let food be thy medicine." And he also said, above all, do no harm. Doctors are supposed to take an oath at the very beginning, and they swear to do no harm. Well, let's talk about that, because there's a tremendous amount of harm being done. Well, not the least of which is the fact that people are not given the kind of information necessary for their healing, such as the many, many kind of healing substances that are out there in the form of natural remedies, and have been around for a very, very long time. Without getting political on it, but I can't help it. Unfortunately, there's been a war, and there has been a war for a long time against all naturopathic and homeopathic and so-called alternative systems. That's been in place going back to the 1920s and 1930s, when the Rockefeller Foundation basically decided they were going to use just petroleum to make all their drugs. And they literally launched a campaign against homeopathic medicine that had been used for a long time, incredibly effective. And they almost destroyed it 100%, as they have tried to destroy the naturopathic systems as well. That's just a fact. But the main thing is the fact that people don't know this, is that this information can't get to them. They don't understand that hawthorn can help them with their heart, or bilberry with their eyes, or etc., etc. The dandelion, for example, simple dandelion, which grows in your backyard. Every aspect of that plant can be used to help the body. It's been very effective in many different kinds of illnesses and diseases, even chronic ones. So, the answer, as they say, is out there, but it's a question of trying to get to it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate what you're saying. It's interesting, Nick. We've been interviewing naturopathic doctors, homeopathic doctors, medical doctors who have then also included homeopathic practice in their medical practice. And they can't share their success stories. And we've had manufacturers who, and practitioners that I was excited about inviting onto the show, and they're afraid of getting shut down by Health Canada.
Of
I
course
think that
they are,
Canadians,
because Health Canada, yes. Well, sorry, Sean, but the fact of the matter is, you and I both know, Health Canada has literally attacked the naturopathic doctors of Canada and the homeopaths and so forth, and has for a long time. We also know for a fact that Health Canada is a signatory to what is known as the Codex Alimentarius, Canada being part of the consortium, and that has definitely declared war on anything other than the standard pharmaceutical companies that control the system. Basically, that's just a fact. There's a war on, and Health Canada is very actively participated in that, attacked many doctors. You and I both know who they are, and won't bring up names, but we know who they are, who literally have been attacked by SWAT teams for carrying something like wild yam extract. Boy, isn't that dangerous? And total utter insanity. At one particular point, I know they were even trying to ban things like garlic or oregano. Yes, garlic actually does have antiviral properties and is a natural antibiotic, just the way it is. Oregano does the same thing. Oh, so we have to give it a number and give it a licensing, and you won't be able to grow it in your backyard because it's illegal. I mean, this kind of nonsense has literally disintegrated the brain of the health industry, and the politicals have played along with it because they don't know any better. They just don't know. Unless you yourself go through something like this, like I had to, how would you know? Until you get really sick, you don't know. And by that particular point, basically, you're too weak to do anything other than take whatever you're told to do, and you can barely breathe. Like I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't breathe. I was finished. And
meaning you were finished in the mainstream medical system, like you'd be dead.
I was finished. Period. Yeah. And of course I was. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was finished in the mainstream course. It was game over. And in fact, my sister was in the hospital with me about 9 years ago, and I was in the fourth or fifth time I was there, and I collapsed. It wouldn't take me, and finally she got very angry and said, "Can't you see this man is ill?" Anyway, they got me. Went in there. I had kidney failure. I was having kidney failure and so forth. And she privately talked to one of the doctors. What's going on? How long is he going to live? And this was 9 years ago. And they said, well, he won't be seeing his next birthday. Well, guess what? I'm here. That was almost 10 years ago. So, no, you've got to stay awake. You've got to stay attentive. And you've got to understand that there is a solution. But you have to do your own research, your work. You're on your own, kids. It's not your doctor's fault. Your doctor has got 1 million patients that he's only got 2 minutes with, and of course he's going to prescribe the beta blocker, and here's the ACE inhibitor, and take the statin drug for your cholesterol, and do all those sort of standard stuff. Now you could say, well, listen, doc, for example, I'll give you an example. When I developed diabetes, I went down the diabetic line. So the first thing they do is they put you on glyburons. In those days, I don't know if they do that anymore. And was very wary of the allopathic stuff because I knew about the quote side effects. If you read at all, you'll understand every one of these drugs. The third killer in emergency is prescription drugs taken as directed.
Mhm.
And so I was very so well, I can do very high blood pressure, sugars. What am I going to do? And finally, my doctor said, well, you're going to have to take metformin, which is not bad, not too bad. That was before I took the metformin. But first, it was that glyburide drug, and I was still working at the time, doing a lot of films, and I was in Russia, in Moscow at that time, shooting a film, and I was on taking the glycerides, and I decided to go for it. I was a jogger in those days. I was always doing yoga, jogging, food, trying to keep myself healthy. Very important. Exercise, food, the right food, and not the kind of brainwashed food, but the right food, and all that stuff. Anyway, I didn't know the effect of glycerides. I hadn't had any breakfast. I went for a long, long walk, and thank God I was I was in gym clothes and with a friend of mine who, and all of a sudden I start like reeling around, and I can barely stand up, and I'm going, what the fuck? I'm going to pass out. Use the language, and the next thing I know, I'm just barely conscious, and I'm going like, I say to the guy, get me a Coke. Get me a Coke. Sugar. My blood sugars had dropped precipitously. When diabetics have sudden blood sugar drops, they start sweating, they start shaking, and all that. They need sugar immediately. That's why it's recommended, keep a candy bar with you if you're shooting insulin. But also, if you're taking glycerides, I was not informed that glycerides could do that. Well, they did. And I almost go, what would normally happen to a diabetic under those circumstances is they pass out, they go into a coma and have a heart attack and die. In the old days, diabetics would be wandering around and they start, acting like drunks. And in fact, they do act like drunks because inositol, which is alcohol, is produced in the stomach of the diabetic in massive quantities, which is why they have a certain smell. And in the old days, you used to think they were drunks. So they'd be thrown into the drunk tank and they would die. That's why it was diabetics had to carry, in the old days, a wrist, a bracelet saying you're diabetic. And I was at that point, and I didn't know what the hell was going on. And thank God my neighbor was able to get me a Coca-Cola, which was very expensive in Moscow in those days. And immediately I came back to life. And I went, what the hell's going on? What's going on? So I went back to Toronto and I looked up the doctor and I said, Doc, listen, something's going screwy with this drug. I mean, he says, well, I almost passed out. I said, and you know what? I said, I'm getting these weird stabbing pains and all over my body. I don't know what's going on, like somebody stabbing me with a knife. And he said, well, he looks in his book, a very nice man, well, there's no evidence of any kind of side effect, stabbing pains. And the next day, I had a heart attack. It was my first heart attack. Now, at that particular point, and I almost died. And thank God for that aspect of allopathic medicine, the immediately to the ambulance and the shocks and the blood thinners and et cetera, the usual drill. And I survived, although my heart was damaged. And I thought, well, what's going on here? So I began to do research, and then bit by bit, I discovered, hey, guess what? Glycerides, type 2 diabetics die at a rate of 500% higher rate than normal insulin-dependent diabetics in general population. I said, well, that's interesting. Well, why are type 2 diabetics on glycerides dying at a rate of 500% higher and insulin-dependent diabetics, et cetera? Now, you go to your doctor and you say, hey, doc, what's causing these heart attacks? And the doctor will say, diabetes. And you go, well, if it's diabetes, then why do insulin-dependent diabetics die at the same rate and don't get heart attacks? Clearly, it's not diabetes. Clearly, it's the glyburide. Now, are they going to admit to that? No. So I started doing the research, discovered University of Miami back in 1978. And yes, my brain does work thanks to products like neurotransmitter support, which I take, which is produced by Dr. Dahl. Just throwing that out there if you're having memory problems. I no longer have memory problems. Because I take things like neurotransmitter support and so forth. Anyway, so the University of Miami had done research, discovered that in fact glyburide prevent oxygen from bonding with the heart muscle. Hey, guess what? What's a heart attack? What causes a heart attack? We don't know. Well, yes, we do. Lack of oxygen to the heart. If your heart doesn't get enough oxygen, it starts to fibrillate. It gasps. It needs more air. That's why you get a heart attack if your arteries are compressed, because the blood carrying oxygen can't get into the heart. So I'm going like, wait a sec. University shows that, but it's still in the market. Yeah, still in the market. Still is. What they do over the years is what they'll do is they wait till about 50,000 people die of heart attack, and then they change a molecule or two, and then they re-release it as a brand new drug for the treatment of diabetes. For diabetes.
And then reset for the safety data so they can get another 50,000 deaths.
Of course.
Before,
and John, ain't nothing wrong with that, man. It's called profit, right? Got to make money.
Well,
yeah, I can't tell you how disturbing it is to actually have to deal with this. And I'm talking this way because I want people to know there are solutions. It's the only reason. There are solutions. You can heal. It's possible. But you've got to wake up. One of the things certainly you should be taking is of course, I can't say what and so forth because I could get into trouble.
You won't get into trouble.
This is the insanity of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is insane that we live in a society where people cannot have free flow of information and communication about this. Oh, it's anecdotal. Yeah, okay, fine, it's anecdotal. That's my story, and I'll stick to it. That's what happened to me. Through that process, I began to take so-called naturopathic and herbal systems, such things as hawthorn and CoQ10 and D-ribose and yes, occasionally an ACE inhibitor and I take a bit of beta blockers. Those things are me anyway. Anyway, so the point I'm trying to make is, and exercise and training and the right food. There's so much misunderstanding as to about all this, because people are, especially since they started advertising drugs on on TV, which I think is a huge mistake, because of course they then get total power and control on the so-called narrative, and you can't get the information. But the fact of the matter is, the healing is out there again. And how insane is it that we live in an age where you can't speak the truth about anything, and you can't really say what's going on. But people have to have courage, and it's important to stand up for this stuff, because your life is at stake here. The lives of many, 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 many people is at stake. It's the responsibility of Ottawa and the responsibility of all politicians to educate themselves about this stuff.
Nick, can I just break in for a sec so that people understand what you're talking about when you're saying that they can't talk? So in Canada, just so that the audience understands, is the people that know health stories like Nick's health journey, they can't share that information with you. So people like Nick can tell their own stories, but unless they're given a forum, there's total censorship that of the fact that the natural health community is helping people and keeping people alive. That's what you're talking about, Nick.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. And laws and regulations have been put through, by the way, extending all the way here to Europe, the Codex Alimentarius, et cetera, that makes it almost impossible for information to be communicated. This was pushed through by the lobbyists and by Big Pharma, and that's just a fact. Just the way it is. They're doing
Nick,
it, of course, under the basis that they're doing it all for you and for your safety and well-being, because you don't want to get the wrong information out there. Yeah, well, if you don't have all the information out there, then you don't have the information you need. The old Socratic statement really rings true here, which is the only difference between me and that man is he thinks he knows, and I neither know nor think that I know. Well, we live in an age where everybody knows, follow the science, follow the experts. Well, if you follow science and really follow it, and I have a scientific background, even though I'm an actor, my interest was science, and I was going to be a research psychologist, and I know what it means when a double-blind study is done, and all that stuff, and what a placebo effect is, and all the things that can twist, shall we say, the truth. If you have a 0.001 correlation, i.e., between two things, right, where one thing causes the other, and there's a probability of 1 in 4 that it does work, you can pass that on as a drug. Meaning, if you have some impact, if I give you a placebo, i.e., milk sugar, and I give you a drug or something, and you see an effect, and it's within a certain limit, within a certain number, you can say, oh, the drug, cures it. Oh, take an aspirin, you've got a headache. Chances are your headache will go away. Aspirin is what? It's willow bark. It's a derivative of willow bark. It was an Indian remedy from the willow tree, the bark of a willow tree, put in water, and you drank the water, and guess what? It had something called acetylsalic acid in it. They derive the acetylsalic acid, bang, Bayer aspirin comes into existence. Great, that's wonderful. You've got something to get rid of headaches. Doesn't cure the cause of the headache, but hey, guess what? Works. It takes off. And then Bayer aspirin decides that, we've got some competition with the homeopathic remedies, which also work. You can take things like belladonna, or you can take, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can take. And only molecular amounts of the stuff. It's not a drug. Homeopathic medicine is not a drug. You don't need a prescription for it, and it works. So they had a problem with that Bayer aspirin, and they began this huge campaign in Washington, around the world, to get rid of homeopathic medicine, and they pretty well succeeded. Canada had some of the top homeopathic colleges in the world at one time. It was more or less done in, and the United States had a lot. So, there's a battle on out there, kids, and, you're going to have the courage to stand up and fight. And nothing like a good chronic ailment to take you to the doors of death to wake you up. That's what it did to me.
So, Nick, would it be fair to say that you would not be alive at all,
No, it's
but
absolutely
for...
Listen. I mean, look, I'm in Toronto, was it 10 years ago, whatever. The doctors are discovering that, my legs are going, the vascular problems because of my condition. I may need vascular surgery. Okay, so I go and they wait. Well, take this drug, we'll wait. Okay, take this other drug, we'll wait. And I go, well, okay, fine, all right. So at that time, just by chance, I was trying to make this film. I had this condition, and I was working with this director, and I just had enough to get. He was in Taiwan, and to go to Taiwan to work on it, and I'm feeling really badly, and I get on the plane, and something is really seriously wrong with me. And the stewardesses are starting to look at me strangely, and get to Vancouver, and then fly out to Taiwan, land in Taiwan. I could barely move. Director picks me up. He go off. He leaves me at the hotel. Next thing I know, I'm projectile vomiting. My legs have totally swollen up. They freak out. Get me to emergency. And Dr. Stu, God bless Dr. Stu at the McKay Hospital in Taiwan, wonderful people, shows up and he says to me, "You've got less than 6 hours to live. You're going into septic shock. If we don't operate immediately, you will die." And so I said, "Well, what do you want us to do?" I said, "Operate." And thank God they operated on me for 3 days. They saved my life. I was 6 hours away from death that time. Then years later, I'm in Toronto and I go through the whole kidney breakdown, etc. So yeah, I've been there many times, and I've come back from the dead, and now it's like I've been reborn and totally resurrected. I may even go back to work as an actor, and so it's possible to heal. That's all I can say. But yes, I've been to the doors of death and back.
So how
and if
did
you're out
how
there? Yeah.
what did you do to get, so here you're basically talking about a decade ago you're on death's door and you've got complication after complication. You got vascular problems and we see you're in Paris, France today walking around.
Yeah.
What was it that basically has brought you back to health
Well, like
from
I
being
said,
on
I had a
death's
whole
door?
slew. I had a whole slew of doctors that were not just naturopaths, homeopaths, but also I had a wonderful doctor in Germany, a Dr. Frotzheim, who knew every aspect of medicine, who literally saved my life. It's one of the men that saved my life. And he used many, many supplements and many kinds of homeopathic remedies and many kinds of herbs and all kinds of stuff. Also, Dr. Whitaker at the Whitaker Institute in California, who we use things, all sorts of things I knew nothing about. Hyperbaric chambers, IV chelation therapy, IV drips. I had a Dr. Radulescu in Toronto, Romanian biologist. We used EDTA chelation, which are IV intravenous, where things like vitamin C and many other kinds of supplements are put directly into the bloodstream. And I even went into at one particular point various kinds of electromagnetic systems, because those were pulse electromagnetic frequencies. There's energy medicine that is out there now, which is astounding. All these forms of medicine exist, but the problem is you can't get access to them. Either they're too expensive because because this stuff takes money, or unless you know about them, how would you know about them? Well, you wouldn't. So you've got to, as they say, you've really got to open your eyes, go on the internet, look up the information. The information's out there now. They are starting to work on that as well, so you can't get the right kind of information. But so shows like yours, Sean, and the reason I'm doing this show is to try to get that information out. Many years ago, I did a radio show called Power Health Radio, where I did somewhat like what you're doing, where I interviewed doctors and celebrities and so forth, and people that have gone through and healed using all these systems. So.
Nick, I'm wondering, you had an experience. You started getting sick when you were in your early 20s. Can you share with us?
Yeah, right. The story. Yeah. So what happened was this: I was a young actor in Toronto back in the '60s, and the Canadian theater movement had just started, and we started doing plays. We got money from the government at that time, the LIP grants, and a whole bunch of us started writing plays and putting on shows, but there were no spaces to put on these shows. So we, it was either church basements or abandoned warehouses. And I ended up in this one place that had been an abandoned factory, which became known as Toronto Free Theatre on Berkeley Street. Toronto Free Theatre was an abandoned factory from the 1880s, 1890s, We went in there, put in the seats, the lights. It is now known as Pan Stage. Back in 1970, in the first year of the creation of Pan Stage, now Toronto, then Toronto Free Theatre, I had the great good fortune of working with some brilliant young people, people like Michael Ondaatje, who went on to become one of Canada's top, novelists, winning the Booker Award, and many successful actors like R.H. Thompson and Saul Rubinek and even Des McAnuff, who went off to direct Jersey Boys on Broadway. These are brilliant people. And at this particular theater, it had been started by Martin Kinch and a group of people. They got the theater for a few bucks a year from the city of Toronto. The place had been abandoned. And because of the LIP grants that had been set up and the agenda to create theaters in Canada, we started this thing. We started putting on plays, and everything was going fine, except that during production of Collected Works of Billy the Kid by Michael Ondaatje, I was playing Billy. I started getting really screwed up, and my joints started getting all fucked up. I was 21. And my knees and back and this and that. And the next thing I know, I'm getting headaches, and then pretty soon I'm starting to get stomach problems, and then hey, guess what? I got colitis, and it's getting worse and worse, and I could barely move. And then during the show, one particular performance, I passed out, and I wasn't able to finish the season. I went to the doctor. The doctor started examining me, and they said, "Gee, we don't know what's going on. Your liver's all over the place, and your blood is doing this." And I said, "Well, what's going on? Am I going to die?" "Well, we don't know what's going on. And we don't know. We don't know. Something's seriously wrong. What's the cause of it? We don't know." So I was very lucky because I started at that particular point to start looking into medicine and alternative medicine. And I walked into the office of a Dr. McLaren. God rest his soul. He was at that time almost 90, an old homeopathic doctor in Toronto. The moment I walked into his office, he took one look at me and he said, "Do you have diabetes in your family?" And I said, "Yes, my father." He said, "You're pre-diabetic. Sit down." Gave me some homeopathic remedies, and 3 months later, I was more or less okay, normal. That was my beginning into the so-called alternative systems. Then during that period of time, I also discovered acupuncture and shiatsu and so forth and so on. And then I got into healthy food and yoga and all that kind of stuff. But I was never quite the same. I was always I started getting progressively. I was sensitive to chemicals of any kind. I couldn't. I got to a point where I couldn't even stay in hotel rooms because my allergies. I had all these allergies. Anyway, it was about 20 years ago that I guess when I first, or 25 years, about 30 years ago, that it's raining. I was doing a show, as I said, in Czechoslovakia, in an old castle, and I got. While I was doing the show, I started getting really, really sick. It was really bad flu, couldn't breathe, and this and that, and got sicker and sicker. And I went, went back to LA, and hey, doctor examines me. Hey, you're 100% diabetic. And the next thing I know, I've got Hashimoto disease, and then the next thing I know, circulatory problems, et cetera, et cetera. And it was a gradual, non-stop continuation of one thing after another. Thank God I ended up at the Whitaker Institute, Dr. Julian Whitaker in California. All the blood tests were done, and that's where they discovered not just PCPs and dioxins, heavy metals, but hey, guess what? Uranium-235. Yes, bomb grade uranium-235. I was called to the office of Dr. Whitaker, and he said to me, "Do you work in the nuclear industry?" And I said, no, why? He said, we found uranium-235 in your bloodstream, bomb grade. Where in God's name would you get that? I don't have a clue. He then gave me a protocol. I had to do chelation therapy for almost 3 years, which is an IV drip, where they put in something called EDTA chelation to pull out heavy metals. And then I had to do something called a sweat protocol, where I had to sweat nonstop, 5 hours a day for 60 days with massive doses of niacin and many, many other vitamins, exercise, and bit by bit, the poison in my system began to come out. It took 65 days. And that's what saved my life, because once the poison was out, the beginning of the healing could take place. Because as long as you've got toxicity in your system, it's going to be very, very difficult to heal. And you've got to chelate, you've got to clear the toxins. There are many methodologies for that in naturopathic systems that will clear it. Anyway, so that's when it was during that period of time that, by coincidence, I guess God connected the dots. I don't know exactly how it happened, but once that was discovered,
And can you just adjust the camera a little bit, Nick?
Yeah.
Thank you. We're just getting only part of you.
Oh,
Thanks.
okay. Yeah, I've got an umbrella, and I'm holding this umbrella and the camera. Anyway, it's always showbiz, ain't it? There we are. Camera. Anyway, so that I was invited by coincidence during that period of time by the Governor General of Canada to do an anniversary reading, collector works of Billy the Kid, and at the old Toronto Free Theatre, Can State, walked in and discovered a palace. And I said to the Martin Bragg, the artistic director, places is a palace. It was a dump when we were here. And he said, when you guys were here, it was a toxic dump. He then explained to me that the city of Toronto, 4 years after we had left, had closed it down for 4 years, discovered barrels of PCP, dioxins, mercury, all that hidden in underground, and the soil was radioactive. So the papers reported the radioactivity as that it had been a watch factory for a while, where they used like a little radium stuff. And then another amazing fortuitous coincidence occurred, where I met Professor Van Wyck of Concordia University, who wrote a book called Highway of the Atom, who happened to be the brother of an old girlfriend of mine. And he had written this book about how the atom bomb had actually been created in Canada, and that the uranium had come from Great Slave Lake, British Columbia, in the form of pitchblende, was shipped across the country to Port Hope, Ontario, secret sites in Toronto, where it was secretly, during the Cold War, processed into uranium-235, shipped to Los Alamos and Hiroshima. The very first bomb was Canadian uranium. And there was the mystery. That's what I was exposed to. Now, the group that I was with, there were about 47 of us. There's about, most are dead, with an average lifespan of 59 years. I actually started doing a film about this before my collapse, my complete collapse, which was about 8 years ago, when I I couldn't move and I was dying. So I stopped doing it. But I wanted to finish it at some particular point and tell this story. And there was the mystery. So that's what happened to us. And you know what? It's still around, the uranium, the radiation in Toronto, in different sites. People don't know about that, but it's still there. If you look at cancer rates as you approach Lake Ontario, you will see an exponential rise. Now, this kind of information, of course, is the kind of information and that governments should be aware of. And I mean, the environmental protection agencies and so forth. Now, why don't people know about this? Well, I mean, what can I tell you? What can I tell you? I mean, I met a couple of guys in Toronto. One particular point, they were telling me they were dumping stuff in the woods. They were doing all kinds of stuff. There was all kinds of corruption involved, and that's the problem. Is that
Well, and now we're publicly spraying glyphosate in the woods.
what's that?
So we're now publicly spraying glyphosate in the woods.
The life is what?
Glyphosate, the herbicide glyphosate. We're spraying that
the
in the
lovely,
woods now.
oh, it's absolutely fair. Oh, yes, lovely, absolutely. Marvelous stuff. You
Now-
know, the benefits outweigh the risk.
Right.
Don't
right.
forget
And
that. Don't forget the
Nick-
benefits outweigh the risk. And don't forget, follow the science. I don't mean to be sarcastic about this, but, you know, having gone through this kind of stuff, I don't give a shit. You know, it's like we're all going to die. And the reality is, if we don't stand up for what is right and what is correct and what is ethical, we got no point being on this planet. The truth just sets you free. And that's what you're trying to do, Sean. And by the way, I admire your work. I followed you for many years.
Well, that's kind, Nick. So I just want to make sure everyone is 100% sure before I move on to the next question. So you basically have heavy metal and radiation poison. The
And
mainstream medical,
235, yeah.
the mainstream medical system didn't diagnose it and couldn't treat it. So it was the alternative, or I should say, natural health community that solved your
Yeah.
problem.
The holistic systems, yeah, that are out there, which the government of Canada has tried to destroy for the last 40 years, or the last 30 years anyway.
Now,
I mean, it's consciously tried to destroy it. That Health Canada has done its best to destroy people like Dr. Dahl, people like Anthony Stephan, many other naturopathic doctors throughout the country. That's a known fact. They've gone after them. Health Canada has spent taxpayers' money not dealing with the fact that many of the so-called pharmaceutical drugs are incredibly dangerous, and dealing with that, such as, for example, when the famous Vanessa Bill, Terrence Young,
Terrence
MP,
Young, yeah.
whose daughter was given a particular drug for, quote, indigestion, like Rolate, and it killed her. And he began to do investigation into this drug, discovered it had been killing people, and they've taken off the market, changed the molecule or two, and re-released. And then they passed the Vanessa Bill to make sure that Canadians are protected. And then the Vanessa Bill itself was actually used against natural remedies. And there's absolutely zero evidence of any side effects from chamomile tea. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's absurd. There has to be an awakening in Health Canada. There has to be an awakening, period. And there has to be an awakening. There won't be any change until this awakening does take place. And so I'm hoping that more will be revealed, and that the people will start waking up to the fact, and the changes will come about. Maybe in this new era that we're heading towards, if we don't blow ourselves up for the World War III, anyway.
Well, I think we're getting there, Nick. I mean, I think, and that's what this is part of. So I really appreciate you sharing, and we're not done yet, so don't, but it's just the idea is Canadians don't understand that Health Canada is not protecting them and is actually preventing
Absolutely
them from, they're preventing them from being shared truthful health information that's vital for them.
Absolutely essential. I mean, I know that, I don't want to name names about people that, I have named some names because there's so much, it's such nonsense that when the Canadian people can actually, really wake up to the fact that this is going on, and that responsibility, and that there has to be accountability, and that people have to wake up, and people have to be held accountable for this. You cannot have a government institution working on behalf, not of the Canadian people, but of the Codex Alimentarius or a corporation or vested interest. You can't have a system like that.
Can I share something with you, Nick? So
Yeah.
So you mentioned Tony Stefan. And can you watch your camera so that you stay in the picture?
Yeah.
So I was counsel for Tony Stefan, and in that trial, the True Hope trial,
yeah.
the court found as a fact. So they're charged by Health Canada in an effort to take this product that was saving lives away. And
Yes.
the court found as a fact and acquitted them on the defense of necessity, found as a fact if they had listened to Health Canada, more people would have died. And no one can read that court transcript and not conclude that Health Canada knew before they killed people. And you can't convince me they didn't cause a number of deaths. And you can't read those transcripts and not agree with me. So here we have a court case with evidence under oath clearly showing, and Health Canada documents clearly showing, oh my gosh, don't take this product away or people will die. You have psychiatrists begging for their patients' lives. You have medical doctors begging for their patients' lives. They take the product away, people die. The court concludes people died. Thank goodness you didn't listen to Health Canada defendant. No one in Health Canada is charged with culpable homicide or criminal negligence causing death, Nick. Nobody in Health Canada is held accountable when they cause deaths. And I'm getting excited now.
You're absolutely right. There is no accountability. Just like this recent bonanza that occurred with the COVID. The bonanza clearly shows the unbelievable number of deaths directly caused by the various vaccines. Directly caused direct, and endless amounts of side effects and so forth. No accountability whatsoever. There's no accountability for the government having passed regulations forcing them to take a shot that could kill them and certainly damage them. This is all clear. This is all out in the open now. There's no accountability whatsoever, and that's a problem. That's a big problem, because it basically means that whoever they can get away with it, basically. And why shouldn't you get away with it? It's like taking the drug that is killing people, changing a couple of molecules, re-releasing it under a different name and saying, hey, it's a brand new drug, and that drug will then kill another 50,000 people, and they keep doing it. I mean, this is what is happening. So, yes, accountability, responsibility, ethics, period.
Yeah, and I mean, Vioxx came to mind. Like you'll never see a pharmaceutical board member or management or scientist held accountable for having drugs on the market where they know they should be pulled. And, if there's no accountability, then people don't act responsibly. And I think we've lost our moral way, Nick. Like
It's almost the moral compass, we don't question about it. That's, we've totally lost the moral compass.
I love the second commandment, because whether you believe in that or not, the principle that we have to live so that we treat others like ourselves. That's how we have a reasonable society. And in the drug world, we're so far from that.
Yeah, there's no accountability of any kind, and the problem, of course, is the whole thing is geared around money, and that's all there is to it. You know the story of the Chinese emperor several thousand years ago. I forget which one it was, the Yellow Emperor or whatever. He passed a law in China that everybody in China had to pay a few cents to their doctors per year. And the moment they got sick, they stopped payment and they had to be treated. Until you take the profit motive out of it, and that's a problem in our system, then basically there is only money in disease. There's no money in health. The more disease, the more money. And that's just the way it works. That's just a fact. So it's geared within the very system itself. You got to take the profit motive out of it. When you have health, you don't need medicine. When you're healthy, you don't need a doctor. Just that simple.
That's
So
an that's an interesting story because just so people understand what you're saying. So then once you were sick, the doctor, you're a liability to the doctor until the doctor makes you well.
well, exactly. I mean, so it, I know that a lot of doctors become doctors because they actually do want to help people. Not all. A lot of doctors become doctors because it can be a very lucrative profession, and there's always work because there's always sickness. So well, I mean, we have to look at this stuff as human beings. You know what I mean? People have to sit down and think it through and say, how do we develop a system whereby, it is profitable to heal people and not keep them sick or make them sicker? That's really what the issue is.
Yeah, so the whole philosophical foundation is off in how we're doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Nick, I usually close with the question, what's your message to Ottawa? But I want to ask you a question before that.
I do
What
have
would your question?
I have a question to Ottawa is simply wake up, guys. That's all. Just wake up.
Yeah, I
That's
guess
my
your
message to Ottawa.
message to Ottawa. But what's your message to people watching this? Because you've been really clear that you have to pay attention and you have to find your own answers. And so what would be your message to people watching this?
Well, my first message is there is hope. It is possible to heal. And my second message is do your own research, do your own work, do your own investigation. Kind of difficult to do when you're sick. You know what I mean? By the time you're sick, you're really not in a position to do your own work, do your own research. So my message is do your own work and research while you're healthy, and realize that it is possible to heal, and that it's very important to keep an open mind, um, and really stay open to all aspects of it, not just follow the established course, and that it is possible. There is hope. So that's my message to your audience. I hope I've helped in some way, and that my story has given you some hope. It is possible to come back and to heal. So there you go. My battery, I think, however, on this phone, because I'm outside, has gone dark. I think it's dying.
Okay,
So,
well we'll end the call. Stay on for a second after I end the recording. But
all right.
Nick, on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show and the NHPPA, I sincerely thank you for sharing. It's just been wonderful. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I am very, very pleased to have with me today Justin Donaldson. Justin, welcome to the world's greatest health show.
Thank you, Sean. It's an honor to be here with you. Thanks for all the good work you're doing.
Well, it's an honor to have you, and I'm excited about your story, and you're here to share kind of your personal journey. And so why don't we just start with, when you were a youth and kind of how you first became aware of things like nutrition?
Yeah. Well, I was an athlete back in the day. I played football for a lot of years. Afterwards, I got into competitive lifting, but it was in my junior football course. I was actually kind of training, hoping to go back to university, and I was playing junior football here in British Columbia. And I just remember my uncle was over one day, and he asked me, about supplement my training and everything. And he asked me, what I was doing for diet and everything. He said, "You've got to read this book. It's changed my life." And he gave me this book called, actually have it here still. I've kept it to this day. The all new sports nutrition guide by Dr. Michael Colby.
Do you want to hold that up just so
Yeah.
people can see the book that you're referring to?
Yeah, this book changed my life. So in that book, like I guess I would consider myself my athletic career. I was kind of a big fish in a small pond. I was able to get by on just my natural genetic athletic ability, whatever it is. I was always pretty quick and pretty strong, but I was never the biggest guy on the field. And as I got older and played at higher levels of football, that was definitely my weak point there, is right. I was playing against guys that were twice my size, and I was in a physical role as a running back. So, I was like, okay, I need to get stronger. The coaches are telling me you need to get bigger, stronger if you're going to play at the next level. And in that book, it actually broke down all the nutrients, all the vitamins, the minerals, and what they're doing in your body. And the thing for me that was really eye-opening is it compared the recommended daily values by the FDA and our Health Canada in comparison to what an athlete requires to thrive, right? So so that was really a stark contrast for me.
Can I stop you there? Because when people pick up, a vitamin bottle or, some food, the labeling you're required to put, well, what's the amount of your recommended daily, it's in Canada, we refer to it more as RDA, recommended daily allowance, but it can be either name, it's the same thing. And people think, oh, well, if I get, 100% of my recommended daily value or daily allowance, I've got all I need.
Mm-hmm.
And you referred to it yesterday. I think it's just enough to keep a pulse.
Yeah. And that actually came full circle for me, because I ended up, after football, I ended up working in basically animal nutrition and health.
Can I just stop you before you go there and tell you? So, because I think the audience needs to understand where these values come from, because these values, these RDAs, they affect your life, because actually Health Canada will go after manufacturers and make regulatory decisions if you exceed these. I've been in court cases where Health Canada, has been arguing, oh, my client's being dangerous because they're selling a product that's above the RDA, the recommended daily allowance. So the RDA came from World War II, Justin. And the Allies had a problem, as they were preparing for D-Day, and they were expecting most of the beachheads to break out. They weren't expecting that most would be bogged down for a couple of weeks. So they thought the army would all break out, and they'd have a supply problem. And they calculated for 2 weeks, we're not going to be able to resupply our troops that are now, in the interior of France. And so they calculated what's the bare amount of nutrition that will keep a young 20-year-old male who's fit and healthy still being able to pull a trigger for 2 weeks. The person can collapse and die after 2 weeks, but for 2 weeks, what's the bare minimum? Because, being able to carry supplies is a premium. You got to carry ammo and everything else too, right? So that's where our RDAs came from. And Health Canada will agree that our RDA is the amount that every Canadian, so every single one of us from our birthday, so we're talking you're a day old, every Canadian can take the RDA every day of their life, the entire populations, from day one to the day you die, and we will never have an adverse reaction. Well, okay, so this has nothing to do with good health.
Yeah.
Not like it's not optimal nutrition. Now you learned it's the other way around in the animal world. Do you want to share that
Well,
journey?
Yeah, kind of where I was going there is this came full circle because I ended up working in animal health and with animal nutritionists. We were doing a lot of high-end feed rations at that time. And I remember one of our nutritionists saying, we make thrive rations, not survive rations. And that kind of brought me right back to that book thinking, yeah, the RDA is survive, not thrive. What do I need to put into my body to actually thrive and perform at an optimal level? And by making those dietary changes in my going into my my third and fourth year of junior football, I put on 20 pounds of lean muscle just by dietary change, right? And I felt like I was healing, I was recovering better. It was just the impact to diet, and I became a geek after that. I'd studied sports nutrition just to perform better on the field. I ended up getting into animal nutrition and health, and I saw some correlation there and what I was seeing, when we were doing these large feed trials with animals, just the impact you could have on a large flock of birds or cattle or something just by subtle changes in nutrients like magnesium or zinc or copper. The impact to health was profound.
So I'll just stop you so that everyone understands what you're saying. So in the animal world where we're raising animals and our interest is having them as healthy as possible so that, no sickness, grow as fast as possible, that actually subtle changes in vitamins and minerals, things like that make a huge difference.
Absolutely. Sorry.
Well, the focus is on what's the optimum amount of nutrition. Like how do we make them as healthy as possible? What's that level?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And when animals under stress, they're not going to produce the milk. So there is an incentive to have these animals as healthy as possible. I know the industry kind of gets a bad rap, and I see all sides of it there. But the interest of the farmer is to have the animals in good health, to get better outcomes, right? To get better, more eggs, to get more meat. They call that feed conversion. You don't want to feed any more than you possibly have to because it's so cost prohibitive, but you want to hit that sweet spot of optimizing the diet to get the best outcomes, right? And that isn't with survival rations, it's with thrive rations.
Yeah, and so again, just so that the audiences understand, so Health Canada will basically, with these RDAs, which are not for optimum health, it's just bare minimum survival, they actually prevent the natural health community from trying to get people as healthy as possible with the actual nutrients they need. So somehow we've got this historical anomaly where the bare minimum to survive has become the optimum, and our regulatory body actually, prevents us from recommending to people what would be optimum nutrition. Like that's why I wanted to spend time with this. You're raising a fascinating point.
And when we see it, and there's differences all over the world. So is the science better? Like I think a very obvious one was just the RDA of vitamin D in the last few years. It went from, I think, 400 IU well beyond that. And there's countries that were doing significantly higher levels of that. Well, we were limited to 400 IU. And that was one that was changed. That's the most recent one that I can recall that was really impactful, right? Everybody else had higher allowances, and then we were kind of late to the game on that. And you don't make it, right? You need it. You need vitamin.
Now, so you're working in animal nutrition and you learn, just wait, optimum nutrition's important. You'd already learned that in your own life as an athlete. And and let's just fill in the blanks. Like when you say you were a football player, I mean, like you're at the caliber where you could be, getting scholarships at universities and the like, playing on their teams.
That was my goal, was always to go back to university to play football. I wanted to, maybe study kinesiology, and that was kind of my track. And I ended up kind of getting recruited by one of my old employers to get back into the animal health world, and I kind of climbed the ladder there, and really enjoyed what I was doing. I loved the ability, because I was focused on more the small producers, so the backyard farmer, and I just really loved. I was really passionate about the right to grow your own food, right? And that's kind of who my clientele was. So we did a lot of really neat projects there. But that's kind of how. But I noticed a lot of, because I was doing with a lot of high-end performance equine rations, and you notice some synergies there and similarities to the performance horse side. But anyways, in that period after football, I ended up working in that career, and then I got recruited to do from our local strength club there. I ended up qualifying for nationals for powerlifting after football. So I still had the passion for training and everything, and I needed a bit of an outlet, and that's how I went to that strength route. Ended up owning a gym later on, but I guess my health journey starts somewhere in there with an old injury through football.
But
And
can
then,
I just slow you down, because I think you're glossing over how much of an athlete you were. Like, so when you say you qualified for the nationals, you're talking you qualified for the Canadian team to compete internationally, and this is in things like bench press, squatting, that deadlifting where people throw the bar and they're bending down in the middle, there's so much weight, and squats, right? Like, so we're talking, you were really one of the strongest Canadians out there. Like, you're doing things that put you at our national team level for weightlifting.
I would say so. Just to clarify, I won a few competitions in the Vancouver on my first few competitions, and then I qualified to go to the national team, and that's a whole story in itself. But yeah, it was. I geeked out on the training, and I loved it. It was something that it was my outlet, like I said. So, but I am still very passionate about it. What people are doing nowadays is so beyond. The access to information is incredible. The access to dietary and nutrition is. I had old magazines back then. We didn't have the internet as accessible as we do now. So it's amazing to see where things have advanced to. But yes, thank you. I still am passionate about the training, and that's kind of where I went down a dark road, because I was unable to do that for a period of my life. And
so can you share with us what happened?
I had an old injury just from football. You heal up pretty good when you're young, so I was always able to overcome it. It was kind of a spine injury. I had some discs bulging and everything, and I was always able to come back from that, no problem. I ended up also, as I was competing for nationals, I had really bad tendonitis in my elbows, to the point where I was trying to go set a bench press record, and I could barely pick up a jug of milk. I remember thinking, that's kind of interesting. How am I going to do here? But it was through supplementation that I was able to get over that tendonitis and that old back injury, right? There was a supplement that I, became a fan of, and I was using through my training.
So can we just stop there, because you all of a sudden there was a hesitance to mention the supplement, and so let's talk about that, and let's talk to the people viewing. Is in Canada, Health Canada will basically go after manufacturers and practitioners if they share truthful health information, like, hey, this person was helped with this, that person was helped with that. And Justin is in the natural health community, works in that community. So even though he's telling his personal story, which I think he's free to talk about, he's afraid to mention the products because he doesn't want to get the company into trouble. Yeah. And so do you see how weird our law is with this censorship? And so I don't know if you're willing to share the product or not, but you end up taking a product, and it's interesting. If you weren't in the industry at all, I'd just say go great guns here, right? Yeah. I think you're free to share your personal story. You're here on your personal behalf, but that's not necessarily legal advice. I'll visit you in jail. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I do think
but it's crazy. We have to worry about this. We're actually having a discussion, and like, can you share the actual product or
Well,
products and I'm not forcing you to, but it's just, I think the people viewing have to understand the reluctance is we have censorship of truthful health information in Canada, where we're not allowed, if you're in any way involved in the industry. So it's the manufacturers, it's the health food stores, it's the health practitioners that know what works, that have these fantastic stories. Well,
Yeah.
not stories, they have these fantastic experiences
testimonials.
of people being saved, or people going from being disabled to healthy, which is what Justin's going to talk about. You're going to be shocked by his condition, and yet they can't share it with you. The people that know can't share it with you. So with unless you're comfortable. So you're
actually, because I did skip over a part of it, because I was introduced to this product by being in the animal health world. I didn't know they made a human health product at that time. And it was one of my clients who had a neck injury. He was an old football player like myself. He had his neck fused. And I just by chance happened to be walking into his store as he was unboxing this product. And he said, "Hey, you've got to try this. This stuff changed my life." And I thought, "What is it?"
He saw you were walking funny and moving funny, right?
He knew I was dealing with a bit of a back issue at that time. We talked about our old war stories and football and all that. And that was kind of how we really connected, is we both, I say we aged ourselves in dog years playing football and rugby, right? So we really have all these old injuries that kind of you pay for down the road. And his was a neck issue, and he knew I was dealing with a bit of a back issue at that time. And he had recommended to me this product. I'll say it was Recovery. And in a short amount of time, I started seeing this product pop up in all of my animal accounts, like everyone. I was hearing, and I was in the performance horse world, so I heard all these stories about these horses and making these recoveries and training and everything. And
so can I just back up and make a point? You're talking about race horses,
performance horses, leave pleasure,
So,
high
and
end.
this is big dollar.
Yeah.
So like
yeah,
race horses are big dollars, and there's no placebo with animals.
No.
So
and
if it works for the animal, if the animal can run when the animal couldn't run before, there's no placebo there, right?
Yeah. When you see a dog come out of a wheelchair and start running around the backyard again, you can't tell the dog to feel better. Hey, take this, you'll feel better. You wonder, okay, is it placebo? I always say, if it was placebo, did you get the result you were looking for? Because ultimately you're trying to be well, right? But anyways, that's another topic. But that isn't an effect with pets. It either works or it doesn't, right? And this is what I was seeing over and over again. And I was in that world for years. And I ended up kind of running some stores that carried this product. And my rep came in one day and I said, "You got to tell me, what's going on with this stuff. I really, really liked it. What is it doing in the body? How does it work?" Right. And he knew I was kind of that mind where I wanted to like geek out on every part of it. How does this actually work? Right. I know it's working, but how? And so he broke it down. He was the next judge in bodybuilding. So he kind of came from that strength world. I never had a bodybuilder. I was more strength, but he knew, training's the same, right? You want to recover, you want to heal faster, keep anabolic. So he was able to break it down for me. And from that time, I was like, okay, this is a core to my supplementing when I'm training for nationals. That's how I really got on it before nationals. And then, anyway, that's the long story. And it was a few years after that this old injury was aggravated.
So we'll just say, so you took it for a while. It basically, you got well again.
Yeah, the tendonitis was gone, the tennis elbow gone right before nationals. I was really worried about that. Really bounced me back. Yeah. So.
Right. And then, so your life's going on okay for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And my wife and I, we ended up opening up a gym in Chilliwack, and we had that gym was our passion. And probably, a few years into that, I aggravated a back injury or somehow. I just know that this old injury was back and worse than ever before. And there was at this time I could get no relief. There was nothing I could do. I was in and out of the system trying to get, MRIs and x-rays and blood work and all this. Like, what is happening here? This does not make sense. And we're talking 24 hours a day of pain, sweating from pain. I couldn't stand up. I couldn't sit down. They tried to give me an x-ray. I couldn't even lay down on the x-ray table. It was so bad. And I went from having, like, being a national level power lifter, I had a big butt and big legs and all that. I lost my butt. My left leg atrophied. I was numb from the knee down. And that's, anyways, it was a very dark period for me.
Can I just slow you down? Because some people might not know what atrophied is. So you're actually, your one leg is basically wasting away is what you
Yep.
mean. So
Yep.
here you are, this power lifter building your leg up, and you have no control. It's wasting, it's shrinking. The one leg is shrinking because of your injury, and there's nothing you can do about it because you're in so much pain.
Yeah. And, you know, the diagnoses were just getting worse and worse. And we can get into the conversations I was having in that with the doctor and everything. But I just remember
let's
him
do
saying,
that. Like spell out for us exactly what was happening.
Well, I was going in and just saying, you know, I need something, you know, sometimes I think you got to send all trucks to the fire. So you do what you can to optimize your diet and nutrition naturally. And then, you know, then I kind of go, okay, what else do you have for me? I go to the doctor, you know, go to the x-rays. Okay, there's obviously something here that I'm not able to correct. So I need to figure out what's going on, because honestly, I can't live like this for the rest of my life. I'm just over 30 years old. I'm like envisioning what life is going to be like at 40. I'm 45 now. And it was dark, and your doctor is telling you you're not going to be able to run anymore. You're not going to be able to lift any weights anymore. You're probably going to start peeing your pants because the nerve damage is so bad. This is all I was hearing from the healthcare system. And I said, okay, you know, what they wanted to do is give me a prescription Advil, Percocets, and the Oxys. And I said, okay, well, those are symptomatic treatment. I got a high pain tolerance. I played football with a broken sternum. I broke my hands. I can handle pain. I don't want to live in pain for the rest of my life. What I want from you is, how am I going to heal? And I remember asking, you know, if I was Sidney Crosby and I wanted to play hockey again, what would you give to me? And he said, oh, well, there's this therapy, there's that therapy, there's this, but that's not covered by your health care. And I had really good benefits, and half my paycheck was going to, anyways, the taxes or whatever. So my free healthcare system, and they're not going to give me anything except for drugs that are going to basically be symptomatic treatments, right? Nothing to heal me. So I was getting really, really frustrated with that. It took me almost 3 years to get an MRI. He said, you can go downtown to Vancouver and pay $1,000 and get it right now, or go down to the States. And I kind of like, no, I want to go through the system, right? This is anyway, I don't want to get on a big rant there, but this was my diagnosis. There was no relief. I was paying, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars a month on physiotherapy and chiro, which I believe in. They work for some people, but for me, I was getting worse. I was just getting worse and worse and worse. So I don't know if we want to go to my turnaround or kind of dive into that.
Well, no. So first of all, they did recommend surgery, right?
Yeah. So after I finally did get an MRI, they were talking about possible spinal fusion or trimming the discs and everything. And I knew people that that had that procedure, ex-athletes and everything. And the common theme I had, and I'm not trying to steer anybody either way, but through my own looking into it, knowing people that went through those situations, some had immediate relief and then it just came back with a vengeance, or some it just went really bad. And I was a little bit nervous about you know, having people play around with my spine. So I wanted to do as much as I could naturally and nutritionally, and you know, getting into massage and doing different things that way. I was open to everything except for surgery, and drugs were my last course. I wanted to see what I could do before that.
So can I just kind of sum up and then maybe go into kind of the personal mental thing again, because you know, you're a guy, you don't want to talk about feelings type thing. So, but I'm going to make you. So,
Sure.
But literally you were this elite athlete. You ran, you power lifted, you're passionate about your body and strength. I mean, you had said earlier you were working on like a bench press record, I assume a national record. And here, I'm right, you couldn't even pick up your small child.
Yeah.
You're there's no way you can run. You're having trouble walking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? your job depends on you driving around. Like, this is just pure agony to be able to do that. Your one leg is actually withering,
Mm-hmm.
and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, you use the term atrophy, but it's literally withering, and the doctor's telling you that likely you're going to lose the ability to walk, right?
We say definitely no running. I think the one that was no more running. The impact's too much. And when he said you're probably going to start losing control of certain functions and may
Like
start
your
peeing your
bladder,
pants. Yeah,
you're going to
my bladder.
become incontinent.
Yeah.
And you're like early 30s, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So-
Just had my second child.
So you're already disabled,
Mhm.
right? And this has been going on for a while. Like, you're disabled, and the doctor's telling you it's going to get worse.
Mhm. Yeah.
And how is that affecting you mentally?
It was horrible. It was a very dark time. There was a mixed blessing. Like, I had my children, so I was the primary breadwinner, and I had these children, and so there's the pressure to provide, but at the same time, things were pretty dark, and I looked at them. There was the pressure to provide for them, but there were also my light. They were also what kept me, going, and maybe not down a dark path, because there was no hope anywhere. There was no hope in my condition. And I've talked to people that are in that right now. When I do these trade shows or these conventions or we do these lectures, I talk to people that were right there. And when you can give those people hope, I still remember the first therapist that said, "Oh yeah, I've seen this before. We can treat this." I was like, "Really? You're the first person that said that didn't say this is going to keep getting worse and worse and worse until, how long can you deal with it mentally?" Right? So
Yeah.
It-
So, and thank you, because I think it's important. And I mean, we don't have your wife and kids here, but for sure they would have been living with somebody who was in despair and depressed.
yeah. Yeah.
So,
Describe it like that Snickers commercial where it says you're not yourself when you're hungry. I say you're not yourself when you're in pain 24 hours a day, right? And a lot of people are walking around in pain 24 hours a day.
okay. So you're in this, like, you're disabled, you're being told it's going to get worse, you're suffering terribly, you're depressed, but then something happened. So share, because this is so important for people to understand, because it's not like you are an old person with arthritis or whatever. You're like an elite athlete in his early 30s, and you're now disabled, and the medical system's saying, go home, it's going to get worse.
Yeah. Take these drugs to deal with the
For
pain.
pain, masking pain.
Yeah. And
Not to
I'll say
treat
one
you.
thing too, Sean, that we talked a little bit, but I actually forgot to mention that part. The other part of the story was from a young age, we'd have to do physicals. So from about 18, we have to do physicals for football and trying out for teams and everything. They would do your health checks. And my kidneys were always flagged for some reason. And it just didn't make sense. I wasn't a big partier. I wasn't a drinker. I was pretty, natural. So was it a genetic thing? I could never get an answer of why this was happening, only that it was happening and that it's getting worse. And so at the time, I remember the same time in the same conversation, literally almost the same sentence, my doctor said, "You can't have bananas. You can't, I don't want you to eat salt. And here's a prescription for prescription Advil." In this, and I said, "How does that compute?" Right? Because, and anyways, I don't want to go down that road, but we know that is something that can definitely affect the kidneys in particular. So I can't have a banana, but I can have that. Right? So this kind of got me thinking, well, how much about nutrition do these, anyway, that's kind of where it was at. And when it was getting really dark, I was on this path, and it just happened to be in this short amount of time, my rep from this company that made Purica, or made Recovery, which is Purica, came in and started talking to me. Have you ever tried lion's mane? Because we were talking about my concussions. I said, "No, I don't know anything about lion's mane. Yes, send me the data." And I started reading all this data about nerve repair and concussion benefits and everything too. And I'm thinking, well, I've had concussions, I've had nerve damage. Maybe I'm a candidate for this. So I started taking that lion's mane product.
And I'll just slow you down. So lion's mane is a type of mushroom. It's just some
Yep.
people viewing this like, well, what the heck's
Yep.
lion's mane? So lion's mane is a specific type of mushroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a type of, and it's known. There's data there. It's kind of known. It's really exploded the last few years in the health industry across the world because of the benefits that are getting shown for cognitive health and cognitive function, and you know, there is pretty promising work if you look onto the data, the peer-reviewed data on nerve repair and everything. It actually has some compounds supposedly that stimulate nerve growth factors. So it's one of the few things that they know that do that.
I just have to stop because I can't resist. But like a company like Purica or other companies that sell lion's mane, they can't legally share peer-reviewed independent research that they didn't do with you, or Health Canada will be all over them and charging them and shutting them down and seizing their assets. So, you know, peer-reviewed research funded by third parties, even governments, it's illegal for them to share that research with you. So, you know, so Justin here's saying this, but I want everyone watching this to understand that we have censorship in Canada of, you know, health information, you know, untruthful, truthful, and everything in between. You can't share it. So this is just fascinating. Sorry for, I just couldn't resist.
No, it's good. So there is things that if, you know, there are claims that you can make on certain health supplements like lion's mane. You can make certain cognitive claims. More for immune health, you can make those claims. But you're right. I had to do my own research. I had to actually go and look at the peer-reviewed studies because, you know, at that time I was a skeptic and I wanted to know why things were working. And all the nutrition studies that I did, I had never heard anything about mushrooms. And now they're one of the top in the entire industry. And they've been used for thousands of years of historical use, right? But on the Western medicine side, they're like, you know, they're hokey stuff apparently. But, you know, anyways, I looked into that. And at the same time, going back to the journey there, I was recommended, I was doing chiro and physio and all this other treatments and stuff, just getting worse and worse. I was at my wit's end and my trainer from the gym said, "Hey, why don't you go see Steven at AcuSpirit?" And I said, "What's that?" And they said, "It's the local acupuncturist. He's got a new, he said, he really helped me out." This is what she said. And I said, "I'll try anything right now. Honestly, I don't know, you know, maybe that the acupuncture is hokey stuff." Again, thousands of years of use. Like, how did they figure this out? I went in there after one session and I could not believe the change, right? And he was the one guy, he, instead of spending hundreds of dollars and giving me a prescription, he gave me a $5 cushion and a little strap to wear around my knees. And that's the first time I remember that night I had to sleep with this strap, and I could not believe the difference on my hip. The pain, it was relieved. It like took all the pressure off. So there was the acupuncture, there was the supplementation, and then I also asked you know, a little bit more about the recovery. That I said I always had success with this. You know, I'm just thinking, you know, how can I use this? How much can I take? What's the dosing like? Just I'm in a really bad way. I need to figure something out. And so I did that with another supplement, and I described that as my TSN turning point. Every day a little bit better. I still remember the day where it used to be a process just to get out of bed. It was like a few minutes, walk myself up the wall to standing, and then go out. Even tying my shoes was so bad. I still remember the day I just rolled out of bed and stood up. And it was like, for most people, that's what they do every day. And I just could not, whoa, what just happened there? Like, sometimes it's the stuff that isn't happening anymore that you notice, right? It's like I just got out of bed that day. That was a big milestone for me, right? And I described
I'll just have to stop you because you're making a fantastic point. You were so disabled that literally, like, am I wrong? It would take about 10 minutes to get out of bed because you're in so much pain. You'd have to like inch up the wall and position yourself and kind of slide over and move your legs down and then figure out how to transfer your weight just to manage the amount of pain and try to keep it controllable.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, and now all of a sudden this is why it stuck out for you, is
you got out of bed and then just realized, wait a second, I just got out of bed.
Yeah.
Like without even thinking about it, right?
Yeah. So that's like returning back to my regular quality of life. And then, you know, it was so bad. Like I mentioned, my wife and I, we'd never been to Disneyland. We didn't have that opportunity. We had two kids, and we were really excited about maybe doing that trip. But behind the scenes, I'm looking, can I rent a wheelchair at the airport? Can I rent a wheelchair at Disneyland? And is it accessible? Is it going to be, am I going to ruin the whole trip if they have to push me around in a wheelchair at Disneyland? Anyways, I didn't need to do that. I ended up getting on this path and running again, training again. So, and that was all. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to come across like I just didn't take the advice that was given to me by the system, you know. And I have had other situations in my family where we've had really good outcomes based on that system. So I'm not against it. I'm just saying what we should have is a bit of a balance here, right? The fact that we can't tell these stories.
Let's just back up. Like you're normal today, right?
Yeah,
You're not disabled.
I'm training. I'm running. I'm hiking. You know, I'm definitely not as strong as I used to be. I've put on a few years, but yeah, there was a time where 24 hours a day I was aware of this injury, and my movements were like all around that. Now I don't think about it unless I do something stupid that I'd probably pay for anyways. So it's very rare that this old injury comes into my life right now, and no surgery.
So you've gone from being completely disabled and facing the path where you never run again, likely become incontinent. Lord knows what's going to happen to your leg that's actually shrinking, and to being like normal and healthy.
As normal as can be. Yeah.
Well, yeah. but this is, you see, this is the whole point though, is for you, your access to these natural health products is the difference between being disabled and healthy.
Yeah. Not only the products, but also the therapies. It's interesting. We did a lecture a few months ago, and on that call was a lady. Her father played CFL football. He's the Undertaker Baker. He played for the Rough Riders, and she made a comment on that call saying that her dad used to have to go underground to get acupuncture treatments and massage. It was hokey stuff back then. It was like, and I had no idea that the access to those therapies were so, I guess, shunned back in the day as well. I'm glad we have more access to that now too. But it's not just the supplementation; it's some of these other natural therapies that have been around for thousands of years that I think we need full access to. And I'm glad we still have. I was able to access them because I had much better outcome.
Yeah. Now, for you, this kind of journey back to health became transformative. So you actually changed your career, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. I like I said, I loved what I did. I loved the industry I was in. I was very, like I said, passionate about your right to grow your own food. And I had an experience, obviously my recovery was a big part of this journey, but I had an experience where I thought, you know what, I need to do a change. I need to do something that's a little bit less corporate. And I can't just sell anything. I can't just be a widget guy. I need to believe in what I'm doing, and what I've seen, my own experiences. I'm really passionate about this product. So I did apply to come aboard the company that made that product that I had to go.
And we have to dance carefully. So now we're going to, switch into less information mode, because I don't want to actually get you into trouble with Health Canada for having this interview. And I regret that, our nation is such that I have to be careful interviewing you, just sharing your own journey. But I think you kind of had some divine confirmation. And so without giving any details except for that you got an email and where you were and stuff like that, you had started working for this company, and which provides natural remedies that were transformative in your health journey back. and very early on, you got a communication, and I don't want you to tell us,
Sure.
what it was, except for the nature of it, right?
Yeah.
So can you kind of share what the situation was there?
Yeah, it was. It was. I still have a hard time telling the story, and I'm really not allowed to tell the story in a lot of ways. But I'll just say, shortly after joining the company, I was with our owner, and we were going to be doing some lectures and some trainings. But as a rep that time, your constant emails and everything. So picked him up at the airport. We were going to go grab breakfast, and I remember we pulled into the stall and said, "I'm just going to check a few emails so I don't get too far behind. Do you mind?" And he said, "No, go ahead." And I started reading this email, and for some reason, I just said, "I don't know what this is all about, but I want to read it out loud." And I read it out loud, and it was a note from the owner of a store who had a daughter come in tears. Her father had a really bad diagnosis, not good. And so there was really, and they're kind of like in my situation where, there's really no hope. There's nothing being recommended that, hey, if you do this or whatever. So they started looking into different things, doing their own research, and they heard about a certain thing, a certain supplement. And we didn't know any of this. They just started taking it. So this email was basically saying, this was the journey, this was the diagnosis, this is what they started taking. Their doctor in his entire career has never seen a reversal of this condition, ever. And it was so can you please pass this message along, and thank you. So as powerful as that was, it gets crazier. This was in, I got this email in Langley, and it was from a store outside of Vancouver. 2 or 3 days later, I was in one of our accounts in West Vancouver, and I was setting up a little bit of a demo, and I was actually a little bit frustrated because I was well away from the section where my products were and everything, and I was just all alone in this aisle, and I'm putting my table together, and I look up, and this lady is walking towards me in the aisle, and she stops and she starts crying, and she welled up with tears, and I said, "So can I help you? Like, what's going on? Are you okay?" And for some reason, I said, "Is your name such and such? Are you
From the first email?
It ended up being the daughter from that email. The daughter didn't even know that this email was sent to me because the email was sent to me by the manager of the store. She's like, "How did you know?" So I think we were talking yesterday, Vancouver just hit 3 million people in the greater region. It was hour and a half drive apart between these two locations for me getting the email, and the place where these people lived was another hour away. So for all these things to happen and converge, like, it's just
It's a divine appointment. So
yeah.
I can say as an outsider, when you shared the story with me, I thought, okay, that's God giving you a confirmation that you are on the right path, if I've ever seen one. How did you take it at the time?
It's just processing it, and exactly what you said. Okay, there's something more to this, right? There's something more to this. And I got to say, it's not the only one. You get them all the time. And I'll share a story. You can cut it out if you need to cut it out.
Well, no, we can't edit, so you have to be careful. And I apologize to the audience that Justin's dancing around here. He's not telling
or anything.
but he has to, or he could get into trouble with Health Canada because he is involved with a manufacturer. So you have to live with this censorship. It's why we're marching the charter across the land. So
this one isn't. I don't think we'll get in trouble. It's just hopefully it makes sense of why I feel the way I do feel. I was on a BC ferry one time, and the guy in the lineup before me, he was wearing this red shirt, and he turned around and it had Redbox on it. And I said, "Oh man, I have to say, I'll age myself, people won't remember Redbox, but there used to be a little kiosk in the grocery stores, and you could just pick up a DVD or something for 99 cents. This is before all the streaming, like Netflix and all that. And I was the guy that lived out of my truck and out of airports. I was on the road all by myself all the time. So I ended up getting one of these DVDs for 99 cents, and you could return it anywhere. I took it on one of my business trips. So I'd never heard of Redbox until I saw this kiosk. And I see this guy wearing this Redbox shirt, and I said to him, I have to thank you. I just use your service there. I'm all by myself on the road all the time, and it was just great to have this on the road. And he turned to me and he said, I've been in sales all my life. When you're in sales, every call is a problem you have to fix, or something that, damage control, or something that you have to solve. Since I've been with Redbox, my life is not that way. It's everything what you just said. Every time I get a phone call, it's to thank me. And that stuck with me because that's the experience I have now. I don't get the calls of, could fix this problem or do that. It's like, oh my God, thank you. Thank you. Oh, my dog is running around the backyard again. It's doing this, it's doing, like, that's the quality of calls. So that's why I say, if I hate to say I'm in sales, because I'm not in sales. I'm sharing this passion. I'm sharing my own experience. And I'm thanking you for hopefully fighting this good fight so that we can continue to do this, right? People don't really understand what is at stake here, what could potentially be lost. So I think we need to be able to,
Without details, I mean, we can talk about this. Like I'll share my story a different time during this health show, but I got involved because I saw actually in court cases that this was a matter of life and death, that if people couldn't access key products, natural products, they would die, and in some cases did die when they couldn't access them. And I just thought there's something wrong here. Would I be correct in saying, here you're working in the industry, that you see feedback after feedback after feedback, which has led you to believe that lives are being saved because of what you're participating in?
I would say absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. That, I've seen people that were as dark phase as I've been in come out of that, and like I said, getting some hope, getting some positive results when they were told, no, we're just going to treat symptoms, not the root cause. There's a lot of, and like I said, I'll go back to it. Sometimes you got to send all trucks to the fire. I'm very grateful for, the care that we can get, and especially, my son fell and broke his jaw. I cannot say enough about the care that he received there, and I was so grateful. So I just want to come across that there should be a balance. These two systems, they're not at odds. They can be integrated, and they should be. If we're truly looking for best health outcomes, they should be integrated, and not belittle one or the other.
So I just wanted to share a story that happened with, so the company you worked with ended up doing a fundraiser to get a piece of hospital equipment. Can you share with us kind of how that came about, and then something else that happened? Because again, it just seemed to be almost an impossible story. And when you told it to me yesterday, I thought, oh, I sure hope you'll share this, because again, it makes us think. It made me think that we're all part of something bigger.
Yeah. I still have a hard time getting through this one, but if I just play it all in reverse, it's pretty uncanny. So we had an amazing lady that worked with our team, and she ended up having some complications through pregnancy, and she ended up on bed rest for I think it was 9 weeks, over 2 months, just on bed rest. And the care again that she got from that hospital was absolutely incredible. There was pretty slim odds to start, would the baby survive? And she was a fighter, and she's a strong lady, and she did everything that she needed to do, and ended up delivering a beautiful baby girl who's, alive and well to this day. because of the care that she had, the company decided to donate partial proceeds of a new product to that hospital. And at the time, they needed a piece of equipment called a PCO2 monitor. I believe it's a PCO2 monitor. And my understanding is this is for their infant transport unit. If a if a baby has to get flown, or I don't know all the details. I know that that's what it was called. So we ended up doing this fundraiser and buying this piece of equipment. We had posters in all of our stores. A lot of the stores in Vancouver really got around it to support that effort. So it was kind of a feel-good thing. The care that she had, we did this. We gave back. Well, in this period at the same time, we find out my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law are expecting, and they were told very early on that their baby was going to be born with half a heart. So they had to make a very difficult choice there. For them, it wasn't difficult, but again, another strong lady went through, delivered this beautiful baby boy.
But I'll back you up. So they knew that really, basically immediately after birth, there would have to be emergency heart surgery.
Emergency heart surgery. So immediately upon delivery, the surgeon from Vancouver was away. The baby had to be flown to Edmonton for immediate heart surgery, was hooked up to this PCO2 monitor that we just bought at the hospital. The posters were still in the care rooms there. And I kind of get a joking text from my brother-in-law that he's going to name the baby after the company. But anyway, just another one of these really uncanny stories. And there's another little piece to that story, because we were doing a lecture the morning that surgery was going on, and the store wanted us to recap that whole promotion because they really got behind it, and they didn't know this other side of the story and what was happening as we were in that room telling the story. So yeah, it's these things happen, and you feel like there is so much more to everything, and kind of puts things into perspective, right? For me, it's definitely increased my faith and strengthened my faith over the last few years to have these experiences. And I just have faith that we're on the right path, and we want to share this as much as we can. So
and Justin, I can tell that this is emotional for you, and you're passionate, and I thank you for sharing it with us. Now, we ask everyone that we can, what would your message to Health Canada be? And I'm asking this question in the context, we're finding that these natural health products truly are under threat by being overregulated. So poor people already can't afford them. And because of things that's happening behind the scenes, we're actually worried that we're going to lose access to a lot of them. And so, as somebody that actually, you're only here on this call with me as a healthy man, a provider for your family. Like, one thing we didn't talk about is if you had stayed disabled, likely your entire family's economic situation would have suffered horribly.
Yeah.
So, with all the consequences that flow from that. So you're here because these products basically gave you your health back. What would your message be to Ottawa? So to the MPs that we're asking, pass the charter, to Health Canada that's viewing, natural health products as needing ever stricter regulation without looking into stories like yours, looking into the benefits. What would your message be?
Oh man, there's so much. I definitely don't want to come across as against regulation for this, because we're happy to play by the rules, and we want the best, highest quality products that we can provide. And I think you could say that about the Canadian industry as a whole. We have the strictest regulations and the rules, but when it gets to the point where we're depriving care and we're depriving these good outcomes, that's going a little bit too far, right? So, and I also see that we need an even playing field. We can have the strictest regulations in the world here, but some guys getting whatever they want off Amazon that's coming in here. So we got to play by the rules in Canada. We're almost like shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit. We're happy to play by the rules, but I think it should be an even playing field. And I just also just want to I'm really hoping if we can encourage to get back to more of a preventative mindset. You know, how if we keep going down the road that we're going here, why are we spending more on healthcare and having the worst outcomes, right? And I'm seeing this everywhere. We need to think more preventative, not symptomatic treatments, not I mean, definitely you want, if you're in pain, you want to get rid of that pain, but we want to address the root cause of these issues. And so let's maybe if we can channel some more energy into some of these things that have been used for thousands of years, or at least allow them to be accessible, and allow people to share their stories, their experiences, we might get better health outcomes. So is the goal really better health outcomes or more regulation, right? I guess that's kind of where I kind of wonder sometimes. That's a long, convoluted thought. I'm sure I could go way down this here a little bit. Sorry, Sean, but
Well, I'll let you. But I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. Is you're saying, like what I got from what you were saying is let's try and get good health outcomes. So if let's regulate in such a way to have good health outcomes, and that includes, well, we have to understand people are getting benefits from this. So if we're regulating to take them away, we're going to lose that benefit, and we're trying to get the best health outcomes. So anything else you want to add before we close?
Well, I just thank you and your team for the good work that you're doing. And I mean, we want to make sure that these things that have been used for thousands of years of historical use are still available. And, you know, we kind of have this theme, ancient medicine for modern times, because, you know, a lot of these ancient medicines are really going to the root cause of ailment, which a lot of times is stress and everything. And I would say at our talks, who hasn't been stressed out or who hasn't been a little bit sick lately, right? So we can deal with a lot of these root causes of ailments by using some of these ancient remedies. And if we can get some more of the funding into, instead of regulating and making sure they're not accessible, but okay, maybe we can prove that these do work. Maybe we can get some more use or integration of these systems. I think that's the best outcome for everybody, right? So, but we have to just censoring, not being able to share the stories, not being able to research it, not being able to, and also the barrier for a small mom and pop company to do the research. What they've said, the only ones that can actually do this are now the big pharmaceuticals, right? The only ones that can go through these trials and everything. So we need to make that more accessible too. Long-winded answer here. There's so many ways we can go at it, but I just thank you for your time, the efforts that you're doing, and I just want we need to break out of the echo chamber and make sure that people know what's at stake. And I thank you. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, Justin, on behalf of the world's greatest health show, thank you. So for sharing your story. I know it was emotional at times, and you've really kind of opened up for us, but I thank you because I think it's important for Canadians to, understand that there's a whole bunch of Justins there with stories, and they need to be heard, and we need to understand that, don't lose hope. There are answers out there. So thank you for joining us, and really appreciate it again.
Likewise. Thank you, Sean.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name's Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and we're at Homestead Health in Grand Prairie, which is a health food store that they've got supplements, they've got the food. And I'm here with Judy Williard. Judy, you have a health story, and I'm going to hand you the mic and just ask you to kind of share your journey.
So when I first got into the health food industry,
And hold that.
before that, I was so sick. The doctors didn't know what was wrong with me. My doctor said, I don't know what to do with you. And then I was declining, and my sister knew what was going on. And I had 2 little kids at home, 2 older ones going to school, and my husband working. My sister came over and she goes, Kay, you're coming with me. Because in our culture, when one is not feeling well, your older sister will take over. She goes, and I'm not taking over your family. So she took me to a little store called Nothing Beats Health Food Store. And then they gave me supplements to take and drops to take. And then
I'm just going to slow you down. So I want you to describe, because my understanding is you'd have pounding headaches and you literally were largely disabled.
Yes.
And the doctors weren't able to do anything. So can you kind of just describe what you were experiencing and the limitations?
So my headaches were so bad, I could barely move, I could barely think, I couldn't walk. It was just so painful, and I would just have enough energy just to take care of my little ones at home. And then so after that, I started feeling better. And then back in the day, the college, Grand Prairie Regional College, was having health shows. So my sister and I went, and then there was a lady doing iridology. She looked into my eyes. She told me what was wrong with me, gallbladder issues and other issues. And I said to myself, okay, I need to know more. I need to learn. So from there, I continued my health journey and working in the health food store.
And can I ask, so you end up going to a health food store and sharing what kind of was happening to you, and they had some recommendations. Do you remember now? Because I appreciate this was a long time ago. You've been working at health food stores now for, I think, 25 years. So can you share with us, if best you can recall, what they had you do and what the changes were?
I also seen a naturopath, Dr. Skaken, and she did the testing on me, and I was allergic to wheat, I was allergic to sugars, I was allergic to honey, and then she gave me supplements to take and then changed my diet.
Okay, so now the medical system didn't have an answer for you, but you got well just changing your diet and taking some supplements.
Yes, and I've been well ever since then. I changed my whole lifestyle. My family changed their lifestyle too, and we are all very healthy.
Okay, and then you decided, I've got to start working at health food stores.
Yes.
So just because they helped you so much, do you want to just kind of give a little bit of your history of working in the stores?
For 25 years, I worked at the Health Hut, and in that time, Enviro Stores, my first store, and then Canadian Health, Health Hut, and Homesteader Health. But in that time, I became an certified iridologist, a Reiki master teacher, and I love helping people and giving them the information that they need and teaching them.
You know what I find interesting is that almost everyone I run into that works in health food stores or the natural health community, they had their own health issue, and you're the same, and you've become passionate, like you don't want to work anywhere else. Right. It's all about helping people. One thing that we want to do during this show is to have people understand that health food stores really are a resource. They have tons of training. Like here, you were talking about some of the training you've taken, and I know that there'll be self-study and all of that. Can you share with us? So here we are at Homestead Health. My understanding is even this week, you guys have had 2 training sessions. Can you tell us about that?
So the first one was, I can't remember the first name.
Right. Okay. Well, I think Synergy was one of them.
Synergy, yes.
Okay.
Synergy and Living Alchemy. So each one will teach us about their key products, how they work, and what they do for the body. Living Alchemy is more on the fermented side and how it helps the body, how it gets into the system and works synergistically with your body, so everything just moves and you get better.
Right. Now, so one of the things that is really important for the people watching to understand is, if you go to Walmart or if you order a product online, you're just buying a product. But here, we're at Homestead Health, and just this week, and it's just by chance, just this week, they've had 2 training sessions with 2 different manufacturers. One, a living food and one, a natural health product manufacturer. What you need to understand is for the local health food stores in Canada, our manufacturers take their products very seriously. They take your health seriously. They train their reps, and the reps go around and hold basically seminars for the stores. And if you're not engaging one of your local health food stores, that doesn't happen. This isn't happening at Walmart. It's not happening at the big chains. It's happening at the small stores. And then the stores also give feedback to the reps on what the customers are saying. And so it just gets better and better and better. And there is this feedback loop, isn't there?
Yes, it gets better every time. The knowledge is there. We're educated and we are learning every day, every day.
And Judy's story about getting passionate about this is, I'm hard pressed to find, they're out there, but so many people that are working in the health food stores have their own health journey and they're passionate. And another thing, like at the NHPPA, we get reports of, people buying something online. I don't want to single Amazon out or anything, and then they discover that they don't think it's the real thing. They don't think it's the real product. If it's half price, it's not the real product. But at the stores, your local health food stores, they know the reps. They know them personally. They have relationships that go on for years and years. They know when they're ordering the product, they're getting the real thing. They know they're not getting expired product. They're getting the most recent batches. And the prices aren't different. I find actually at my local health food store, you don't want to, maybe you'll get it for $1 cheaper at Walmart, maybe you won't. But we have to protect these local stores because, Judy, your own story was, it was the local health food store that first started helping you and making a difference, right? And tell us about the staff there and their knowledge.
Well, that's a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. So I wasn't meaning, well, what's their name in that? But the point is it was clear they understood what was happening. They understood, and they made recommendations that now that you're trained make sense to you.
Yes, they were very knowledgeable there. They knew exactly what I needed. They were very helpful and got me going on my health journey.
Yeah. So again, this is your health. And even another thing, and maybe I'll get you to comment on this, Judy, is, you can come into a health food store and you think you're looking for a specific product and all of a sudden there's like 10 of the same product, different brands. But my understanding is, the health food stores kind of learn, well, they get your story and no, actually this one's likely to work for you better than other ones. Can you share a little bit about that?
We do have our favorite companies, and we know the quality in each one that they have. And with our trainings, they tell us the quality and where they're getting their product from. So you just know, and just talking to them as to what's going on and what will work best for them, in your own opinion.
Yeah, and again, this is something that you can't get unless you go to, somebody that's trained, and that happens at your local health food store. And I mean, even like somebody comes in thinking, oh, I need magnesium. There's so many different types for so many different things. And so we're just trying to drive home for you, because again, a theme of this health show is we need to protect our local stores. And if you're not engaging in a store, you're missing out, because when you're coming to a store and you're sharing your journey and they're making recommendations, well, you keep coming back and reporting to them, and over time they get to know you and they get to know, and you're nodding. Judy, tell us about that.
So when you recommend something for a certain customer, what's going on in their life, and then they tell you what's happening, and then you say, come back and let me know how this works. So they'll come back and let you know what works. Then, okay, now you can try something different, because things have changed. So once they change, you need to change what you're taking. And this is the knowledge that we have here in a health food store. We're aware of what's happening. We pay attention to our customers, and we're here to help them.
Yeah. So again, it's part of the feedback loop for you that you're not going to get anywhere else. So I can't emphasize enough, just because of the help that myself and my family's gotten. I wouldn't dare go anywhere except my local health food store. So we're very pleased to be at Homestead Health today in Grand Prairie. And Judy, thank you so much for sharing with us at the World's Greatest Health Show.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name's Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm in Grand Prairie today. We're at Homestead Health, which is a long-standing health food store in Grand Prairie, and they've branched out to Fort St. John's and Prince George. Quesnel. Okay. And Angie has been working at this store for 25 years. So, which is quite something. And Angie, I'm going to hand you the mic, and I'm wondering if you can share with us the health journey that got you interested in natural health.
Sure. Hi.
Again, close to you.
So my health journey started actually when I was quite young, but I just started with working out and watching TV and aerobic shows and things like that, and listening to the people talking on there. But when I was in my 20s, I had an incident happen with my tongue, and it swelled up and it got really sore, and I didn't know what it was. I thought it was canker sores, and it turned out, I don't know what it ended up being. I think it was strictly from stress. And so I went to the doctor. They gave me an antibiotic, and I went home. I didn't want to take the antibiotic. So my neighbor, actually, at the time I lived in Guelph, Ontario, and they owned a company called Pure Source, which is a direct supplier of ours now that supplies supplements for us. They don't own it anymore, but I went to her and I asked her if she had any idea what this could be. So she got out the natural book called Prescription for Natural or for Nutritional Healing, and she looked up cankers, and she had a couple of things in her cupboard, probiotics and tea called Podarco tea. And so I went home and I did these protocols, and the tea was not my favorite, but I drank it down, a couple of cups of that. And lo and behold, the next day that the tongue was healed, and I was shocked and impressed and very happy, because it was very, very painful. And obviously, yeah, I was really interested after that. And so then, yeah, I just kept on going with learning and developing all that kind of stuff. And then we ended up moving to Vancouver Island, and I had a group of friends that were very holistic there, into homeopathy and natural, and I shopped at the health food store there, raised my kids homeschooling. And then we moved to Grand Prairie in 2000 of December, and I got a job here in May of 2021, and I've been working here ever since. And yeah, it's fantastic. I love it.
So I just want to ask, because I know that you even went to New York City to get some training, and And I find that almost everyone involved with health food stores, like they do a whole bunch of self-learning. And then, as it turns out, even here at Homestead Health, there's been 2 training sessions this week. Can you just share with us typically, well, first of all, your experience, and then kind of just how important it is for health food stores to have trained staff?
Sure. So with health food stores, what I've noticed in this one, anyways, is that everybody who ends up working here has a great desire to learn about natural health. They've either had some kind of a health experience themselves, and they've had to look into natural health. They were raised that way by their parents if they're younger, and had parents like myself. Then we have an innate desire, like all our staff is always doing research and doing herbal things and making homemade stuff and so many things. But with myself, I wanted to get some kind of a degree, so I went to holistic school in New York City, and it was a 10-month program. I went once a month for a whole weekend, and then I just got a certificate of holistic nutrition. So, but after that, it's just been self-learning, online little courses here and there, but a lot of, all of the companies give us extensive training on products. So everybody gets a lot of training. We're very, in our store, and Steve is our boss, and he is really adamant that we're professional here and help people with knowledgeable information. And we look at the whole. We love looking at the whole of the person, not just the physical, but all of us have a spiritual, emotional, intellectual side. So Homesteader's very holistic in that regard.
And I'm wondering if we can talk about, one of the things that that I'm concerned about is protecting the fact that our local health food store, they have trained people. Like if I go to Walmart or I go to a big chain or I buy my supplements at the supermarket or pharmacy, I'm not going to have somebody being able to share with me what I need, and they're not even going to be asking me what my story is. Now, my understanding is that, well, I know it as a fact because I know the manufacturers is many of our manufacturers, they send reps to the stores to actually help train the stores. And, here's the latest research, here's, we've made this improvement and this and that. And you get to know them over time. So and you get to give them feedback. It's kind of synergistic that way. Can you kind of just share about, what it's like and how important it is to have that training, which happens at the local health food stores?
Sure. So with Homesteader Health, anyways, we have some really, really close companies with us. So they do give us extensive training. We've even been taken to Europe with our company and given tours of some of the factories over there and had experts and doctors and the people who own the companies. It was an amazing experience. So Steve, like I said, is really, really into making sure that the companies are keeping us up to date, and also that they're keeping their products we're trying to keep our products in our health food stores so that they're not going mass marketed in that regard, because we are the ones that educate the customers. And this is important to keep same with the companies and us, with the synergy with the customers. We want that synergy so that we can build a community of people who are also educated, and it's super, super important to have that rapport with your customers. And so we try to carry all the companies that we know that are Canadian that are really, really wanting to educate. We just actually also got an email from our boss that St. Francis Herbs is offering a 3-part herbal course for us online. So probably a lot of us will be taking that. So it goes on and on. We really, really, most health food stores, I think, are very, very adamant in keeping their staff knowledgeable. It is an important part of our community because a lot of people get they don't get the help they need from the mainstream medical society. So they do come to the health food store for our expertise and help, and do get a lot of help. And there are a lot of good stories.
And it's just also, like, if the customer comes and they share what they need and they get recommendations, if they keep coming back, then, like, over the years you get to know them and know, and you're able to make even better recommendations. Can you just kind of talk about how you basically become part of a community, and you get to know the store, and the people at the store, they get to know you, and it makes it even easier to help them and make recommendations?
Yes, that's so true. With the customers that we have, a lot of our customers are long-term customers. In fact, a lot of the customers, because I've worked here for 25 years, I've watched their children grow up. So the young moms that started shopping here with babies and toddlers, the kids are now coming into the store and shopping with us and getting help with us. And it just passes down through the generations. It's a beautiful thing to watch. And it's really important to have that rapport. So when you get to know your customer, and they come in and they tell you their life story, and then they come in and they're crying and you're helping them, and they get better, and then they come in with another issue. And, it is really important to know the history of a person. And because there's, like I said earlier, there's more to the person than just the physical part. So it's a very intimate relationship usually. And Homesteader is known for our rapport with our customers and long-term customers. So yes, Sean, it is a really, really important thing to have that.
And again, this is kind of like, Health Food Store 101. We're just going to keep covering important topics. Somebody can, go online and they can, I need magnesium. Not understanding that there's a whole different, magnesium comes in different forms, and some forms are better for certain conditions than others, and then different manufacturers manufacture differently, and some of them might be better for certain conditions than others. And if you just go to Walmart or any store that doesn't have trained staff, they're not going to be able to have a discussion with you and make a product recommendation that's likely to be best, that because you've been gotten feedback from other customers in similar situations. So can you kind of share about that?
Yeah, so with our products in the store, it's, people will come in and they will want, some people come in and they know what they want, because a lot of customers are educated. I have to say that. There's a lot of education out there now, but, a lot of people come in here and they're very green. They don't know what's going on. They might have like a child with behavioral problems, and they're getting trouble in school, or they just don't know where to go, but they know they don't want to take a drug, so they will come in here and they will come to one of our employees, and we will help to direct them to what they need. And there's a lot of questioning going on. There's a lot of inquiry and, all sorts of things with the person and the child. But yes, they usually have no clue where they're coming from. If they did go to Walmart, they wouldn't even know where to begin. So we do help to direct people with, what products are helpful if they need it. They might come in thinking they need something, and then they have a big, long discussion with one of us, and then they realize, or we all come to the conclusion that, hey, maybe it's something different than that. So, and our products are, we know a lot about our products. Like I said, we've been educated from the companies, and it's really, really important. So to come in and question us and get the assistance you need. So yeah, the relationship between customers and health food stores is really important, and it's a beautiful thing. And I don't know, I could say a lot more, but
Okay. Well, I want to again, because I want to go through the different topics that come to mind. You're a health food store. People are coming to you for help. If the product doesn't work, they're not going to come back, and they're definitely not going to buy that product again. And I imagine over time, you learn that some brands are better than others, and then you focus on just having those that you trust. Not necessarily the cheapest out there. So can you talk about that, how the store learns what brands to focus on and the like?
Well, we have a really different situation at Homesteader. Our boss, he does a lot of research with companies. He spends a lot of time with companies. In fact, in the last year, he sat down with just about every important company that we sell a lot of in Canada. He sat down with the people that own those companies to discuss these types of things. And because the industry is, we just don't know what's happening with it. So he wanted to make sure that, he knows what's going on with them and why they're in mainstream if they are and what's going on there. So it's just, we know our companies really well, most of them. I mean, the other problem that's happening is there's a lot of more companies out there now. So there's a lot more products out there. So the companies that we do carry in our store, we tend to do research on, and they do provide us a lot of information about their products. So it is important to know what's in those products, how they're working, what kind of things they're doing to the body. We take great pride in that, in knowing these things. And it's just, the relationship with the customer and the store and the employees is important. The relationship with the store and the companies is extremely important. And we try to work on all those angles at Homesteader Health, and hopefully most other health food stores do that as well. Hope that answered that.
Angie, I can actually feel your passion when you talk, and she's been in the store for 25 years. And another thing is we get at the NHPPA some feedback from people that, they'll order a product online and it's like half price of what they would expect to pay at the store, and then they don't think it's the right product, or it's expired product and the like. And I think it's important for people to understand, like local health food stores like Homesteader, the companies, the reps, you've got a long history. When you order from your reps, you're getting, the real thing, not a counterfeit, and you're getting the latest batches, and if there's so I mean you've got confidence. Can you just kind of share about that so people understand that part too?
Yeah, so our companies, like we know our companies really well. We get we get frequent orders, so the products aren't outdated. If they are, we take them off. If it can happen, let's face it. And also, when people order things online, oftentimes they've brought back things that we sell here, and we've even returned them to our store for them and let them buy a fresh one off the shelf. That's just how Homesteader is. We just try to really service our customers. We don't encourage online shopping, obviously. We just have a good rapport, like with our companies, and we know what's in them, and we just know the quality. The quality of our products is what I think Sean's getting at. So yes, we really know that our companies, like I said, Steve has sat down with all the CEOs and all the owners of these companies, and so he knows the integrity behind these companies, and a lot of them have been fighting also for years for this industry to keep it intact, and so that we're here, because they know also that people are out there looking for answers for their health. And it is like, we're organic humans. We need natural products. We need vitamins and minerals and herbs, and we need people to educate on that. And so the companies have been coming to our stores for, since I've worked here, 25 years. We've had dinner meetings regularly. During the 5 years or the few years of COVID there, we couldn't do any of that, but we did a lot of online training still. And a lot of it went online after that, but we still are starting to get picked up in the face-to-face trainings, which is really awesome. And, the companies really want us educated. Obviously, they want us to know what's in their products, that they're legit, that they have what they say that's in there. It's extremely important to know that these products are legitimate and they have excellent ingredients. And we take pride in that.
If you're watching the online health show, and people sharing their health journeys and watching the experts share about their traditions and helping people, this is your body. And you want to put quality things in your body. If you are going to take a product that's going to help you, you're suffering, it's got to be the right one. It's got to be high quality. And the only way for you to ensure is to go to, local stores like Homestead that have this focus. I mean, it's clear from Angie watching this interview, she's focused and has been focused for 25 years. And almost everyone in health food stores, they just have they're drawn to it. They're healers. And most of them have their own health stories, and they've seen person after person help, and they've become passionate. But they are also a community at local stores, and they get to know their customers. You get to know them. So really inviting you. Again, it's a theme of the show. We have a resource here. We need to protect it. We need to participate. But most importantly, I mean, it's for your benefit, and you're going to like the community. Angie, final words. We're in this situation where we're all worried that Health Canada is going to further restrict our supplements. Do you have a message for Ottawa?
My message to Ottawa would be to really, really think about, even in your own lives, your personal lives, you have family, you have children, you have grandchildren. Is it something you want for the future of humanity to be taking away our rights and freedoms to our own personal health? Our personal health is very personal. Our bodies should be sovereign. We get to do what we want and put in them. And I'm very passionate about that. And I would say that this community, our community of natural health across Canada, will fight to the bitter end to keep that sovereignty. So we're not going to lay down and just let these things happen. That's my message.
Thank you, Angie, and thank you for sharing, and thank you everyone for watching the World's Greatest Health Show.
Thank you.
Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and we're in Grand Prairie at Homesteader, and I've got Kyla Mowat with me. Kyla, you actually work here, and I'm finding everyone at this store has a health journey. Can you share with us your health journey?
Yeah, so mine started as a teenager. Obviously, we're not living the best life, the healthy lifestyle. So I was feeling my body with the wrong things, eating wrong kinds of food. And there was a week where I was in the hospital 3 times because I felt like I was having a heart attack. And every time I went there, they're like, oh, it's anxiety, it's panic attacks. So obviously they put me on some medications to manage it. And while it helped at the time, I noticed piece by piece it just stole my vitality, and I didn't feel like myself. And I just knew that there had to be a better way. So I discovered supplements and exercise. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to slow you down because here you're a teenager, and you're sharing with us, excuse me, in a 1-week period, you actually go to the hospital 3 times, thinking you had a heart attack. So I'm imagining that you are having an incredible amount of emotional distress. Can you share with us kind of like what the experience was like, and your energy and everything? Just kind of give us a better feel for this.
Totally. So I mean, I was bedridden. I had all the lights off because the light was overstimulating, and I was laying in bed. Felt like I couldn't breathe. It felt like someone was sitting on my chest, and couldn't go to work. Had to order food in because I could barely eat, but even just to have to do anything for myself at that point, I wasn't even capable. And to feel like I could hear my heart beating out of my chest, and my vision was blurry. It was really scary. So, yeah.
Okay. And so you're put on antidepressants, which really doesn't treat your anxiety, but it dumbs you down. And you were saying, or kind of indicating that you really weren't as present as before. Can you describe for us, like, what was it like to be on these drugs that were meant to really kind of slow things down for you?
Well, I just felt like I wasn't able to connect with people in my life anymore. I just felt completely out of my body. I didn't have vitality. I didn't want to go out and do the things that I loved, to go socialize with the people I loved. I just kind of wanted to sit on the couch and rot, for lack of a better term. So yeah, I'd say that was the big thing that I noticed. Just no will.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you got fed up with this and you started looking for answers. Can you tell us about that journey?
Yeah, so I'm a big research guy. So I just kind of dove into the wells of the internet and I started learning about food as medicine. I mean, I had a really good friend that was into all that alternative healing stuff. So she was a really great source of knowledge for me. But I just also saw her living by example. And just she was the most I don't know, like I said, present person. She was very self-aware, and so she just started sharing things with me, and I started researching, and I started making some of those changes. So eating organic and supplementing properly, and stop exercising from a place of hate and more from a place of providing love to my body by doing something that served me, and stop drinking. All those little shifts. And what I noticed is I just felt like a completely different person. Everything opened up for me in my life. My whole life changed. So,
And what happened to the medications you were on?
well, I phased those out and the doctor was not happy. He actually said, I will not do that for you. So I had to figure out how to do that myself safely, of course, and under doing a lot of research to make sure I wasn't going to cause myself harm. But as soon as I got rid of those, it was just a night and day too. It took time, and it took obviously all those other changes and the supplementation and the nutrition components. But yeah, it was weird how everything in my life shifted after that point. I just couldn't stop. My love for this industry shaped my life and who I am today. Yeah.
It's just interesting because you're the third person at the store that I've interviewed, and everyone has a health journey. Do you think it's remotely possible that you would be willing to go back to the chemical drugs and be managed that way?
Absolutely not. For many, many, many reasons, along with, some other people in my family, just seeing how that changed their trajectory of their life and their health journey. I couldn't even imagine it. Everything I can do natural now, I know that I can because of how I changed my life doing it this way. So if I got a headache, I'm going to reach for willow's bark. If I got an upset stomach, I'm going to reach for ginger, because all those other side effects just aren't worth it when you can do things this way and feel the change. So.
Yeah, it's interesting is you're describing, and you're a young lady, so you're describing actually literally being disabled. So, a life that was absolutely awful, and now you're healthy and enjoying life again. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, it's all those little things that I do now that I would never do, and just how much energy and vitality I have, and all the things that I'm capable of doing that there was no way when I was in that dumbed down place where I just felt like I had nothing to give and no life to live. I could never go back. I don't know. It's not even a thought.
Okay, so this next question is super important because one of the things when I'm interviewing people, like the stories are always happy endings, but I understand that there's, a lot of suffering, and they're actually lucky to have found the answer. Like if you hadn't found the answer, you'd still be there. And so what would your message be to those people that, are feeling anxious, are being managed by chemical drugs that are, really taking their vitality away, and it feels it's hopeless. And once you're on those drugs, they want you to stay on them forever, basically. What would your message be to those people that are losing hope?
Well, I think it's the subtle shifts that lead to the huge miraculous changes. So even if it's just the one swap today, if it's just implementing one change, it's just like the snowball effect. It just keeps gradually building, and just connecting with more like-minded people, because we all have something to share with each other. And a lot of the things that I have learned have come from other people. Even just working here, the people that I connect with that come in that give me those new ideas and spin me in a whole different trajectory. Like my friend changed my life just by giving me that just small little things that I implemented. So I think it can get better, and it will get better. And there are so many people that are living proof, like my mom, that it just takes one little thing, and it can happen. It will happen. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's the biggest gift, is just people understanding that, if you're suffering and you feel, locked in, and even if you're being told you can't get better, if you watch this show, you're going to see person after person that basically they were told there's no hope, and there's hope. So don't give up. Keep looking. Everyone's different, and so the solution will be different, but it's out there. It's out there, and you can get help, and you can get healthy again. So Kyla, it's just been an honor to interview you. What a beautiful story and journey. And thank you for participating in the World's Greatest Health Show. Hello, welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and we're at Homesteader in Grand Prairie, and one of the employees here, Brooke Shillington. Brooke, I want you to share why it was important to you to work at this store.
So it was very important to me to work at the store because I felt like outside of working here, I was going to the gym, I was eating super, super clean, and I just felt like I had a calling to help people as well. Like I felt just kind of educating people and letting them know how like cruel the world is, and filling them in on supplements and stuff like that. I just felt like I was here to do that, and I'd come in every single day to this store and asked them if they were still hiring and all that, and eventually I got the job, and ever since then it's just been part of my life, and I'm so blessed to be able to work here. Yeah.
Well, it's just interesting. So, when we were off camera, you're describing for me how your whole family's into natural health and fitness, and you started basically around 14. And then when you came to realize, wait a second, I want to be part of this, you would literally come to the store weekly and ask for a job.
Yeah, so my grandpa's super, super into health, and same with my auntie too. I was very inspired by them. I felt like that was the life I was meant to live. Like our body's a temple, and I feel like we should all treat our bodies that way. And then just being here too, the aroma is just amazing. The people here, they're so knowledgeable. Like you can learn so much, and yeah, ever since I was 14, it just like sparked my interest. The gym, just moving your body. I just feel like that's really what everybody, like, it's just rooted in us for people.
Now, one of the things that people watching might not understand is, at your local health food store, the people here are highly trained. And you told me, you're doing a whole bunch of self-training, but there also, there's training in the store. Even this week, there were 2. Can you kind of tell us about what the training expectations are and what's available within the store?
So we usually have about, I would say maybe 2 or 3 trainings every couple months, and they're for like either probiotic brands or the Natural Factor brand, CanPrev, and we'll just have somebody come in and like educate us on how the products, like breakdown of the ingredients, how they really work, how much to recommend for somebody for weight and age, and it's just better for us to have more knowledge and just be able to share that with our customers at our best ability. And yeah, it's just, they're amazing. We'll have like suppers and stuff and just sit down and chat about all of the products that they carry, and yeah.
Okay. Now, you were passionate about coming and working at Homesteader. Would you be passionate about going and working at Walmart or, a superstore supplement place? What is it about a store like Homesteader that gives something else to the people that come here?
I would definitely say the staff here. I feel like they all have really big hearts. It's not like they're just going to recommend you a supplement and just tell you to go home. Like they're going to educate you. They're going to be very honest with you. Everybody here is just an angel. It's just the way that they care about their customers and like wanting them to actually better themselves instead of just selling them a supplement and hoping that it'll be okay, and just educating them on like further things. Like just so many problems can be deeply rooted in you, and we just want to make sure our customers know that, and not even like the cleanest diet and you can't take all the supplements in the world and fix your health. Like sometimes it's very rooted in you. So here we just care about really taking care of our customers, and I feel any other place it's maybe just a money grab or not as important to them. So
it's just interesting. You're the 4th person I've interviewed here. Every single one of the staff is just absolutely passionate, and it's clear you are too. So I really thank you for sharing with us and participating in the World's Greatest Health Show. Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Sean Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm with Dr. Sean Caesar, who has spoken to us earlier, but I've asked Dr. Caesar if he would come back so that we could have a little bit of a discussion on something that I'd actually forgotten to, ask him about the last time he was on. And so please watch the earlier presentation by Dr. Caesar, but he had explained to us that he's a naturopathic doctor. You've been practicing now, I think, 25 years.
Yeah.
And you have focused and gotten extra training in the area of cancer and pain management. And you shared with us the journey of a cancer patient who came to you with stage 4 breast cancer, basically given no more than 3 months to live. She'd done the chemo and everything else, and the tumors were still growing. So for her, the medical system was a dead end. She comes to you, she doesn't want to die. And you had listed several treatments that you put her on, and basically that she lived for another 2.5 years after that, and was very thankful to be able to see the birth of her granddaughter and the like. But I want to ask you if you want to just go through those treatments again, and then let's talk about how we can't talk about those treatments generally, because this censorship issue has health consequence. Because if people like that patient don't know that they could come to somebody like you and actually extend their lives, and in many cases, live for years and years and years, actually solve the issues, then they can't benefit from that. Then the path for them basically is suffering and death. So can you share with us what treatments you put this person on, and then we'll switch into a discussion about how you've been prevented from sharing that you can help with people.
Yeah. So the first question about what we use to treat her is of importance in that these medicines should be known to everyone who has cancer as potentials for their treatment, not only to help with a standard treatment, but these treatments have their own anti-cancer workings as well. So the one that's most familiar, and I'll talk about it most, but we do way more IVs than this with our cancer patients, is the IV vitamin C. And this is what usually patients can relate to and listen to when I explain to them. And the nice thing about the vitamin C is that it doesn't have the harmful side effects, certainly much different than radiation, but it distinguishes between healthy cells and cancer cells in and of how it works. So IV vitamin C, it's the only way to get the blood up to a dose that you can have anti-cancer actions. You can't do it by taking a bunch of oral vitamin C. The blood maxes out and doesn't go any higher. With the doses that you get at the IV vitamin C, you're able to have an anti-cancer effect by making sure that hydrogen peroxide is released in the tumor environment or in the cancer environment. Now, hydrogen peroxide is H2O2, which is basically H2O water with an extra oxygen tacked onto it. And so the cancer cells don't like H2O2. It doesn't like hydrogen peroxide. When it's released by high-dose vitamin C IV, it creates oxidation and damages cancer cells, which is called apoptosis. So cancer cells can actually die off by the use of high-dose vitamin C, whether it's 25 grams, 50 grams, 75 grams, 100 grams, sometimes we even go up to 200 grams. However, the cells that are right next door to it, it's not like chemotherapy or it's not like radiation. The healthy cells next to it takes the H2O2 and say, okay, we've got enzymes, we can break this up. We can just make a nice hydrogen and a nice water molecule, and we'll just use that. So the healthy cells don't get targeted and don't get hit by oxidation from the high-dose vitamin C, while the tumors and the cancer environment does get hit directly by the high-dose vitamin C and the hydrogen peroxide.
Now, and I know you use some other treatments, but let's just keep the conversation simple with vitamin C. So my understanding is like there are hundreds and hundreds of studies, like published peer-reviewed studies, showing what you've just indicated, that vitamin C is an extremely strong anti-cancer.
Mhm. Yes, and the studies unfortunately don't make their way to the oncology side. As much as I'll send them to the oncology side, the thought is that vitamin C just interferes with chemotherapy, period. Don't do it. And oncologists are expected to be the experts on this whole thing. However, the notion of using the IV vitamin C is a different thing. That's our expertise. And we know that at that level, it acts as a pro-oxidant, not as an antioxidant. So let me just explain that. Cancer treatments such as chemotherapy work as an oxidant, exactly opposite to antioxidant, as an oxidant to destroy cancer. Anything that's an oxidant destroys. As IV vitamin C gets in, it's a pro-oxidant, not an antioxidant. And I have writings and papers and everything like that I'll send out to the oncology side. And I did a meeting with about 50 oncologists on a case of cholangiocarcinoma, which is gallbladder cancer, who did so well. They said, "What are you doing?" "Well, I'm doing naturopathic treatments, including vitamin C. We're doing oncotherm hyperthermia. We're doing mistletoe." And they were so curious because she did so well. I was on a discussion like this one with 50 other oncologists, explaining and just driving home this notion that is out there 100% that somehow vitamin C interferes and doesn't help. Whereas the studies, like you mentioned, which are, we've got hundreds of studies, show the benefit of this high dose vitamin C.
And again, we'll just keep it simple with vitamin C, but there's several other naturopathic treatments, like you mentioned, mistletoe. And my understanding is the approach that you use is basically several anti-cancer treatments to basically make sure, because cancer will adapt to just a single treatment. And you've had tremendous success. And you shared some of that with us earlier. I mentioned this one stage 4 breast cancer patient, but is it fair to say, you've just had countless number of patients that came to you because the mainstream medical system was a dead end. They were basically being told there's nothing else we can do. And they've had tremendous success, lived for years and years and years, with quality of life, solely because of naturopathic treatments.
Yeah, and those are a percentage of the patients that we do treat that have said, okay, there's no more cancer treatment that I can get from my oncology team. And then there's a large percentage of patients who are going through chemotherapy. Some are going through their immunotherapies or their targeted therapies, which are new therapies, and they want to work together to get the best results. And a large part of those studies that we had mentioned before, Sean, those ones do use in conjunction with chemotherapy, and says, hey, if you're taking paclitaxel, IV vitamin C, 4 or 5 studies, increases their chances of fulfilling chemotherapy, increases their chances of living longer, and increases their red blood cell count, their white blood cell count. These are all important for their outcomes. And there are a myriad of studies that do show that.
Right. So just so that I'm clear, so what you're sharing is so people that are taking chemotherapy, there's study after study after study showing that they're going to have better results if, in addition to chemotherapy, they are taking a treatment like intravenous vitamin C. Did I get that right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And this segue, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Sean. Go ahead.
No, and I didn't mean to cut you off. So go ahead, please.
Well, but the people aren't allowed to know this, and that's the problem is that patients know they need help with their cancer, that this isn't the whole answer, and yet the information is not at their fingertips. They cannot go online to find out who does what and how can I get some really experienced help with my cancer using natural products. And this came out actually about 7 or 8 years ago when we were advertising for our cancer treatments and these kinds of things. And suddenly Google had switched just in one day the whole algorithm, and suddenly we were bumped to page 5 or 6. And at the top of that came up the Rochester Clinic, came up cancer.org. And suddenly the experts or the information that patients were getting on alternative cancer treatments specifically was no longer for those using it, like us naturopathic oncologists, but are now from these medical institutions that have an input on that. And that was the first indication that something was off in people actually getting to know, okay, what are these things all about? And now it's very difficult. We can't put studies. We cannot say IV vitamin C for cancer. We can't put those two together.
And I'm just going to slow you down. When you say you can't, like, so here you're a naturopathic doctor.
Mhm.
You have, it took you 7 years of training to qualify as a naturopathic doctor. You'd said in our other interview that basically naturopathic doctors are the most highly trained of all healthcare professionals, even more trained than medical doctors. You took extra training to get, basically to be able to focus on treating with cancer. And you've been doing this for a quarter century. You've probably managed, 50,000 plus cancer patients. You know what you're talking about. You've read the research, but you aren't allowed to share the research or even to tell the world that you can help people through their cancer journey. Am I right about that?
Yeah, we can't call ourselves a cancer treatment center. You cannot pair treatments with cancer at all. So, and this is a limitation that Health Canada has put on us. And then our association gets on board to say.
But on behalf of Health Canada, though, right? So
Yeah.
when you say your association, you mean the Naturopathic College in Manitoba.
Right. And what
But
happened?
they rely on Health Canada saying, well, Health Canada says you can't say this, and so please don't say it.
Right. And not only that, but the association can go even further, because my site was cleared. Health Canada said it's all fine, everything's fine. And the association went even further. So some associations will even take it a step further than what Health Canada has done.
Right. So just sticking with Health Canada, and this is important because you've actually run across this personally, where Health Canada has told you, stop telling people the truth about being able to help with cancer.
Yeah, and it would be nice if they actually phrased it that way, to stop telling people the truth, because their words were certainly quite a bit different than that. Is basically, you cannot say that you treat cancer. You cannot say that you use X, Y, or Z to treat cancer. You cannot say you're a cancer. So there's specific things that are put forward. But the truth is that there is much more, and this is more on the truth side, which is not the focus of Health Canada, in my experience, is not the focus on what's best for the healthcare of Canadians, but the focus on what's a completely different agenda.
And, so back to the intravenous vitamin C, I do appreciate that there are some other uses for intravenous vitamin C, but a big use of it is as a cancer treatment. And so you're actually now limited. So you're allowed to say, I offer intravenous vitamin C treatments, but you can't say what those treatments might help with. Or basically you'll be attacked by both Health Canada and the Naturopathic College of Manitoba.
Yeah, and not only that, I also put on there, I said, oh, well, I'll take it off, and that it's an antioxidant or a pro-oxidant. You can't do that either. You
can just say you offer the treatment.
All you can say is that we have IV vitamin C. That's it. There is nothing that can be said about it whatsoever. No studies involved. Can't say, okay, here's a referral to a different site that has the studies on it. So this is the current state that we're in, which is not only, the main focus is on patients being able to do what's best for them and getting the proper advice and getting the proper information, which isn't available.
Right. And so what strikes me is really interesting about this, Dr. Caesar, is so there's treatments like intravenous vitamin C that can be really helpful for serious conditions like cancer, whether that's in conjunction with chemotherapy, whether it's apart from chemotherapy, because some patients might decide for whatever reasons, hey, I don't want to take chemotherapy. I know as a fact that just because you've shared with us before, sometimes you counsel your patients, well, you should take chemotherapy. Like you're just trying to focus on what do you think in your professional judgment is going to be the best, lead to the best outcomes for your patients. So sometimes you would be encouraging patients to take chemotherapy, but some people might decide, no, I don't want to do that. Well, they can't even learn about IV vitamin C and other treatments. And that's got to have health consequences. Like,
absolutely. I mean, patients, they come in, they say, how come I wasn't able to find this earlier? And I say, I'm sorry, but we just can't tell. We just can't let people know about what can be done to help you. And it's an unending frustration for people not to have access to that kind of information here in Canada. It ends up being so detrimental, not only to their health, but also to getting help early, which is essential for deadly conditions like cancer.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you sharing with me. And it's why I asked, I got to have you back, because I think it's just such an important point for Canadians to understand that, we all agree people can't make, you can't be fraudulent. And there's law after law, not just the Food and Drug Act, Criminal Code, or, telecommunications legislation. Canadians are protected against fraudulent claims. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about being able to share, and that, treatments like intravenous vitamin C actually have valid uses that you want to know about as Canadians, and there's complete censorship about it, and there's health consequences to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's not just intravenous vitamin C. So you're not allowed to share your successes. You're not allowed to share about treatments that are effective for things. All you can say is we offer this treatment and that treatment, but you can't let anyone know even what they're about.
And patient testimonials are absolutely not allowed. So you can't have a patient who says this and then we quote that. It's something that's, I would imagine, would be frustrating for new naturopathic doctors on board, but patients love to hear from patients themselves. How did you do? Because otherwise it might sound like a sales kind of thing, but it's not. It's that patients should be able to express themselves, and you should be able to share that information as well. And also you should be able to share the science. If there's science and there's studies behind it, why, throughout my whole training in naturopathic medicine, we had all the studies behind, okay, how does magnesium work? How does calcium work? How does selenium work? Whatever it might be. And then suddenly to get out into this world in the last 10 years or so, where this is forbidden, is really such a step backwards in the evolution of healthcare in Canada.
Yeah, my personal opinion is instead of our law being that you can't share any health information, that the law should be you have to share absolutely everything you have. The good, bad, and the ugly, so to speak. I had, and you might find this interesting. So I have a Health Canada file, and we're in court, and Health Canada hires a psychiatrist who runs a company to get psychiatric drugs, primarily antidepressants, approved under, Health Canada's approval process so that they can be licensed. Now, that process is so expensive. So the only drugs that ever go through there are novel chemicals that have a patent, because the cost is so prohibitive. So, those companies are in a hurry. You got a drug patent. The maximum life for that's 25 years. So you want to get it on the market as quickly as possible. And the psychiatrist, it's under oath. Like, we've got court transcript for this, starts complaining under oath about how hard it is to get a new antidepressant through the new drug approval process, because he's got to give Health Canada 2 sizable
double-blind clinical trials showing a statistical separation between the sugar pill and the drug. And so if there's a statistical separation, it's almost like there's a magic formula, and then we pretend that means the drug works. We just ignore that the whole study was designed to show this separation, and that doesn't mean in the real world that the drug works. But for drug approval purposes, we pretend that means the drug works. And he's saying, I've got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing the statistical separation with the sugar pill. So he says under oath, for an antidepressant, I run 8. I run right out of the gate. I run 8 at the same time. So he runs 8 double-blind clinical trials because he's learned he has to do that to get 2. So, he's got to run 8 on average to get 2 that show that, the drug works. Now, the other 6 could be inconclusive. They could show the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but the safety signals they don't want to share with Health Canada. The public isn't told that there were 6 failed clinical trials. And, if I'm a parent and a doctor wants to put my child on that antidepressant, all I know is Health Canada's approved that it works. And I could make better health decisions for my child if the law was, I've got to have access to all the clinical trials that were run so that I can make an informed decision. But we have this censorship. And in the natural health community, we tend to have information that of successes like you've had. And if that can't be shared, how can a parent make a decision for a child? That's what I find frustrating about this. I don't know what your thoughts are.
It's really, they should get in as early as possible to get an approach that goes beyond just a solely medical approach. And with the studies that you had mentioned, we should know that this study had 6 other studies that failed and 2 did work, and it should be on an informational handout that's given right away. The same thing with chemotherapy. So when patients,
but it's just like you can't share your successes with intravenous vitamin C. They're not allowed to share the failed clinical trials. There's full censorship.
The censorship sounds to me, and this is really your area, it sounds like it's completely flawed for the sake of people who are actually getting and looking for actual care, right?
Oh, it fully protects the chemical drug industry.
Mm-hmm.
If that type of information was out, and that's our publicly funded healthcare system, if the chemical drug companies had to share with us the data they actually had, if the law was you have to share everything, because people report their adverse reactions many of the time directly to the drug companies. They have the animal studies, they have everything. If that our confidence in the publicly funded healthcare system would severely falter if the law was that you had to share all the health information, and the public confidence in the natural health community would skyrocket if we had to do that. If I can just share some anecdotal evidence, like if I'm with manufacturers that were in business before we had this licensing requirement imposed on us, that like the law came into force in 2004, but really we didn't have full compliance even required until 2015. So it's really recent. But, I can sit down with, an old school manufacturer and they will totally agree with me. The market told us whether a natural health product worked. And it still does, even though we have the licensing scheme. Because Sean, what would happen is there'd be a need out there, and somebody would consult with people like you. Well, what do you think would be a good remedy for this condition? And then it would be manufactured. Well, if it didn't work, people would never buy another bottle. Like if I have to pay for something and I don't notice a difference, I'm not going to buy it again. And right away, it's not doing well, and then the stores stop ordering it, and it just disappears. But if it works, then it's people are buying and buying and buying, and the other manufacturers see, and they make similar products, and all of a sudden you've got 3 or 4 products, and now people are being helped, and it stays, right? Like the Canadian consumer
is not dumb. And, people come back to you because it works, not because it doesn't work.
Yeah, and it only makes sense because patients are paying out of pocket, and that's why I love working with because I don't have stragglers. Patients complain that when they go in for their pain, they're always saying, "Well, I'm not going to give you that hydromorphone, or I'm not going to give you that morphine because it's an addictive opiate." These patients need it. When they come in to see me, they're not going to pay money because they're faking about their pain, and the medical system is always all over these patients and not wanting to prescribe for them because they think that they might be, just feigning their symptoms and that kind of thing. But it's not the case with me, and that's why every patient that comes in has a legitimate concern, whether it's pain or whether it's cancer or any other disease. I'm in it full to get them better, back on track again.
Right. So, Dr. Caesar, I called you back so we could have this discussion about censorship. Is there anything else that you think we should cover about that? I think it was important for Canadians to learn that practitioners like yourself actually can't share what you would consider to be exciting treatments. And then, so if Canadians can't know, they can't access them. And it's just part of the world we live in right now.
Yeah, and new information. As new information comes out, there's more studies in Europe, and there's a lot more studies in everywhere. As for example, there's a periodical that's put out for the hyperthermia treatments that we do for cancer. This heats up tumors, can help to break down tumors, and is used in Germany as a conjunction along with the standard of care. So the hyperthermia is another thing. It puts out a journal every 3 months with new studies with every different kind of cancer. So it's replenished, and I can't take that and say, hey, there's some new information on hepatic carcinoma, which is liver cancer, and using the hyperthermia that was just published about a month ago. I can't keep people updated on that kind of information and let them know what is out there and actually is what is happening in the world of research. And so there's just so many pieces of this that are really, and the focus is on the patients. They really should be able to gain access to this information here in Canada, and they just haven't been able to.
You can't even share that Germany covers them as cancer treatments. Actually, it's part of their medical system.
Right.
That it's covered. Patients don't even have to pay for it.
They don't pay for their hyperthermia treatments there. There's 2 machines that they do use, and also their mistletoe therapy. So when I went over to train in Germany, I said to the presenters, I said, how can you use that high dose of mistletoe? Patients, can't afford it. And they looked at me and they said, what do you mean afford it? It's paid by our healthcare system. So it's a whole different system over there where the oncologists are actually trained. All the medical staff is trained and medical practitioners are trained in natural medicines. And you had brought up St. John's wort. St. John's wort was one of the highest prescribed medicines in Germany, including all of the drugs, because of that incorporation of using what's called pharmacognosy, which is the herbal medicine pharmacy, along with the training of just standard drugs and surgery and these kinds of things in their medical schools. So oncologists there have training in natural medicine as well.
Right. But again, you can't even share that.
Yeah.
You couldn't run an ad saying, do you know in Germany, these are cancer treatments paid for by the German government that Germans don't have to pay for, because Health Canada would go after you saying you can't say that about these treatments. You can just say these treatments exist, but not in any way suggest what they're for.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly. It's an absolute isolation where you can't put those two together, from treatment to what it actually treats.
An interesting thing also about that, Sean, is so just so that people watching understand. So we're forced to get licensed by Health Canada, whether we're chemical or natural. And so Health Canada, for the chemical drugs, will approve them for conditions, so like antidepressant. Health Canada will not approve a natural product for a condition. So, you know, the natural product claim will be maybe supports mental health or supports central nervous system or something, like something that doesn't really tell you what it can do as part of the game. But for both chemical and natural, you can't go beyond that label claim. And what's interesting is, so let's even just talk in the world of chemical drugs, is often a drug will be approved, Dr. Caesar, as you know, for one condition. And then, you know, so doctors will be using it for the one condition, but the patients will be reporting, oh yeah, but you know, this went away and that went away. And then, you know, so there'll be case series or case reports published on it. And before you know it, doctors are using a drug approved for one thing for something entirely different because they've learned it works for something different. That can't be shared.
Mhm. Yeah, and that's the idea of repurposed drugs. And there are quite a few studies on that, and cancer specifically. Like I said, that's my focus. So that's what I know. And when I have my prescribing rights and the ability to use things like metformin or atorvastatin, these drugs that have a secondary action, is something that can't be published on the drug side either. And patients should be taught about that stuff. They should know access to, like you said, all the information, including the drugs. Like, we're not only on this for the natural medicines, we're on it for access to all information. And I think that that's the important balance to really strike with the lawmakers, is that this is for everybody's benefit to be able to reach out and grab and say, okay, how does this medicine work? Oh, it also has these effects, and then make a good choice from that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have enjoyed this discussion. So
Yeah.
thank you for coming back. Do you think there's anything else we need to cover on that censorship point? It's an important point. So
Yeah. I think we've covered, but we'll think of something else, Sean. It will certainly.
yeah, I'll have you back a third time. Well, Dr. Caesar, thank you so much for your willingness to come back and, you know, have a discussion about this. We had finished our last one and I thought, oh no, I'd forgotten to have that discussion. So I'm really thankful that you're willing to come back. And on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you for being willing to share with us.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Highway to Health. I'm Jason Dahl, and it's day 13 of the Health Charter Tour. Sean, Teresa, and the world's greatest health van were in Lloydminster at the Legacy Center, where the room was packed with supporters, heartfelt stories, and a wave of new petition signatures. After that incredible event, they hit the road once again, heading east towards Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, where they're setting up right now for tonight's live event at 6:30 p.m. Central at Christ the Healer LOC campus. It's going to be another great evening as the movement for the Charter of Health Freedom continues to grow across Canada. Today's World's Greatest Health Show lineup is packed with insight and inspiration. Udo Erasmus, world-renowned expert on essential fats, will share timeless wisdom about balance, vitality, and why the foundation of health begins with what we nourish ourselves with.
So share with, and forget about the audience. I'm just now, this is total self-interest. I'm just kidding, audience. But tell us, how are fats damaged? And then I assume it's again, so your body, you said every cell depends on good fats. So fat molecules that aren't damaged, I'm assuming, we've got a damaged fat molecule, the body will still take it up, but that function can't work.
Correct. Yeah. If you have a damaged fat molecule, it will go in your body, depending on how it's damaged, of course. It'll go in your body in a place that should be occupied by an undamaged fat molecule. And whatever function was supposed to go on in that space, in the molecular architecture of your body, can't happen. So it blocks. It either sidetracks or blocks or interferes with whatever biochemical reaction is supposed to go on there. And then you're taking apart the body's architecture. And guess what? If you do that often enough, then you get a diagnosable condition, right? So, so what damages oil, my body is my responsibility. The space my body occupies is my territory.
Can I stop
you? I am responsible for that territory.
That's an important point. This realization that you came to, I think it's a big part of our problem, because we just abdicate that to our caregivers. We go to the doctor and just assume that they're going to, help us. We assume that, Health Canada is actually, everything's fine with, our food supply and our drug supply. But you found yourself, wait a second, this is my body and I'm responsible.
Nick Mancuso, actor and truth teller, speaks on the courage to create, to question, and to stand for what's real in an age of censorship and conformity.
I think that Canadians... Health Canada, yes, well, sorry it's long, but the fact of the matter is, you and I both know, Health Canada has literally attacked the naturopathic doctors of Canada and the homeopaths and so forth, and has for a long time. We also know for a fact that Health Canada is a signatory to what is known as the Codex Alimentarius, Canada being part of the consortium, and that has definitely declared war on anything other than the standard pharmaceutical companies that control the system, basically. That's just a fact. There's a war on, and Health Canada is very actively participating in that, attack many doctors. You and I both know who they are. And won't bring up names, but we know who they are, who literally have been attacked by SWAT teams for carrying something like wild yam extract. Boy, isn't that dangerous. And total, utter insanity. At one particular point, I know they were even trying to ban things like garlic or oregano. Yes, garlic actually does have antiviral properties and is a natural antibiotic, just the way it is. Oregano does the same thing. Oh, so we have to give it a number and give it a licensing, and you won't be able to grow it in your backyard because it's illegal. I mean, this kind of nonsense has literally disintegrated the brain of the health industry, and the politicals have played along with it because they don't know any better. Chinese emperor several thousand years ago, I forget which one it was, the Yellow Emperor or whatever, he passed a law in China that everybody in China had to pay a few cents to their doctors per year. And the moment they got sick, they stopped payment and they had to be treated. Until you take the profit motive out of it, and that's a problem in our system, then basically there is only money in disease.
Justin Donaldson brings a local lens to the national issue, talking about community-based wellness and how grassroots advocacy protects access to natural health.
In this period, at the same time, we find out my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law are expecting, and they were told very early on that their baby was going to be born with half a heart. So they had to make a very difficult choice there. For them, it wasn't difficult, but again, another strong lady went through, delivered this beautiful baby boy.
But I'll back you up. So they knew that really, basically, immediately after birth, there would have to be emergency heart surgery.
Emergency heart surgery. So immediately upon delivery, the surgeon from Vancouver was away. The baby had to be flown to Edmonton for immediate heart surgery. Was hooked up to this PCO2 monitor that we just bought at the hospital. Where it was at, and when it was getting really dark, I was on this path, and it just happened to be in the short amount of time, my rep from this company that made made Recovery, which is Purica, came in and started talking to me. Have you ever tried lion's mane? Because we were talking about my concussions. I said, no, I don't know anything about lion's mane. Yes, send me the data. And I started reading all this data about nerve repair and concussion benefits and everything too. And I'm thinking, well, I've had concussions, I've had nerve damage, maybe I'm a candidate for this. So I started taking that lion's mane product.
And I'll just slow you down. So lion's mane is a type of mushroom. It's just some people viewing this like, well, what the heck's lion's mane? So lion's mane is a specific type of mushroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a type of, and it's known, there's data there. It's kind of known, it's really exploded the last few years in the health industry across the world because of the benefits that are getting shown for cognitive health and cognitive function. And there is pretty promising work. If you look onto the data, the peer-reviewed data on nerve repair and everything, it actually has some compounds supposedly that stimulate nerve growth factors. So it's one of the few things that they know that do that.
Dr. Sean Caesar explores integrative healing and the future of evidence-based natural medicine, where modern research meets timeless tradition.
Anti-cancer treatments to basically make sure, because cancer will adapt to just a single treatment. And you've had tremendous success, and you shared some of that with us earlier. I mentioned this one stage 4 breast cancer patient, but is it fair to say, you've just had countless number of patients that came to you because the mainstream medical system was a dead end. They were basically being told there's nothing else we can do. And they've had tremendous success, lived for years and years and years, with quality of life, solely because of naturopathic treatments.
Yeah, and those are a percentage of the patients that we do treat that have said, okay, there's no more cancer treatment that I can get from my oncology team. And then there's a large percentage of patients who are going through chemotherapy. Some are going through their immunotherapies or their targeted therapies, which are new therapies, and they want to work together to get the best results. And a large part of those studies that we had mentioned before, Sean, those ones do use their in conjunction with chemotherapy, and says, hey, if you're taking paclitaxel, IV vitamin C, 4 or 5 studies, increases their chances of fulfilling chemotherapy, increases their chances of living longer, and increases their red blood cell count, their white blood cell count.
Anti-cancer treatments to basically make sure, because cancer will adapt to just a single treatment. And you've had tremendous success, and you shared some of that with us earlier. I mentioned this one stage 4 breast cancer patient, but is it fair to say, I mean, you've just had countless number of patients that came to you because the mainstream medical system was a dead end. They were basically being told there's nothing else we can do. And they've had tremendous success, lived for years and years and years, with quality of life, solely because of naturopathic treatments.
Yeah, and those are a percentage of the patients that we do treat that have said, okay, there's no more cancer treatment that I can get from my oncology team. And then there's a large percentage of patients who are going through chemotherapy. Some are going through their immunotherapies or their targeted therapies, which are new therapies, and they want to work together to get the best results. And a large part of those studies that we had mentioned before, Sean, those ones do use in conjunction with chemotherapy, and says, hey, if you're taking paclitaxel, IV vitamin C 4 or 5 studies, increases their chances of fulfilling chemotherapy, increases their chances of living longer, and increases their red blood cell count, their white blood cell count.
Tony Stefan, founder of True Hope, returns with the personal story that started this entire movement, a family stand that led to the creation of the Charter of Health.
Delusional states, psychotic states, and he's on 1250 milligrams of lithium a day, and it's not working. There must be a better answer. With all of the billions and billions of dollars in the pharmaceutical industry and the research that's taking place, there isn't a better answer than this? And she said, well, not really. We're going to have to find a better cocktail of medications and sedate him with stronger meds. And I said, what? There's got to be something better than this. And she said, you know what? You're not getting it. And I was very emphatic. I mean, I guess I'm very emotional. I'm on the edge, literally, and so is my wife and the whole family. And she said, you're not getting this at all. Mrs. Stefan, would you take Joseph and please go out in the waiting room? I need to talk to your husband alone. When that door closed, Sean, it was like a shotgun going off in my face. What's the matter with you, Mr. Stefan? Don't you get it? What you see is what you've got, and you're not going to change this, and it's an intractable disorder, and you're not going to reverse this. And he said that had we followed Health Canada's orders to shut down, that we may very well have ended up in court with a greater thing against us, which would involve people being injured, people losing their lives, that we would be held accountable for following their orders.
So, I mean, even just all the letters and calls documented before Health Canada restricted access. Like, I couldn't get my head around psychiatrists saying, listen, my patient's going to die. And doctors saying, my patient's going to die. Like, I've tried all the other, this is the only thing that works. And people saying the same thing. And it's kind of like, you get damaged when you see what happened, and then you realize, actually, as the court found as fact, that people died. Because here you have this regulatory agency that was not concerned about the health of people. Like this you could see the train coming. This was all very predictable, and it, I think we were all affected, and we're probably still affected, and there's nothing we can do about it. But it certainly shows that we need to change the laws so that we do have the right to make our own decisions.
Diane Elms, expert in natural and homeopathic health, discusses individualized care and why the freedom to choose your own healing path is essential. Donna Kizik closes today's lineup with her signature warmth and spirit, reminding us that faith and freedom go hand in hand.
Well, my osteopenia has progressed to osteoporosis, but there is a supplement that my dad took that he had osteoporosis, and he was able to reverse it by taking this bone builder. And his doctor was very surprised because at his age, he said they don't see any reversals normally. So my doctor asked me if I wanted to take the medication for osteoporosis, and of course I said no. I said I'll get something on my own. I said there's a bone builder supplement that's designed to help your body remineralize and put the stuff where it needs to be. So I'd rather take that than the medication, because there's some pretty bad side effects to some of these medications. Mm-hmm. So, and it worked for Dad. So if it worked for him, and I'm 20 years younger than him, it should be able to work for me. So I'm just going to order that. And they have actually a 100% money back guarantee by DEXA scan. So you get your DEXA scan first, you take the medication the supplements for 6 months, and they guarantee that you'll have an increase in bone density on a DEXA scan, or you get all your money back.
Wow, that's
so
impressive.
That's pretty good guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to get that with anything the doctor can get. We went to the health food store, and there are supplements that are targeted to fix your gut. And so she took that regime for probably about 3 to 6 months. And we changed her diet to a keto carnivore type diet. And she has never gone back on any of those medications. She had another colonoscopy. Her doctor insisted she have a colonoscopy, even though she had no symptoms, she had no anything. So she told her what she was doing. She says, you can't fix it like that. She says, you just can't. And so she did a colonoscopy.
And don't miss the special feature today, the Grand Prairie pop-up event at Homesteader Health, a proud sponsor of the world's greatest health show. You'll hear from the people and businesses on the front lines keeping natural health alive in their communities.
So it was very important to me to work at the store because I felt like outside of working here, I was going to the gym, I was eating super, super clean, and I just felt like I had a calling to help people as well. Like I felt just kind of educating people and letting them know how cruel the world is, and filling them in on supplements and stuff like that. I just felt like I was here to do that, and I'd come in every single day to this store and asked them if they were still hiring and all that, and eventually I got the job, and ever since then it's just been part of my life, and I'm so blessed to be able to work here. Yeah.
After tonight's live show in Saskatoon, the world's greatest health van and the team will roll on to Winnipeg, Manitoba for the next leg of the Green Highway. And we've got some big things coming up this weekend. Starting Saturday, the Red Highway officially begins in Charlottetown, PEI, with a live taping at the Root Cellar. That event will mark the kickoff of our East Coast tour, connecting Canadians from coast to coast in this incredible national movement for health. And tomorrow at 4 p.m. at Euphoria Health Studio in downtown Whitehorse, I'll be hosting the first leg of the Purple Flyway, connecting the Great North to the rest of Canada in this great adventure. Each new highway, each new province, and each new territory adds to the collective voice behind the charter. Stay tuned because we're just getting started. You can always find the full schedule, tour map, and past broadcasts at nhppa.org/join-the-tour and nhppa.org/live. That's it for today's update from the road, from Lloydminster to Saskatoon. The world's greatest health van keeps carrying the message of freedom, powered by your signatures, your voices, and your belief in the right to choose natural health, even if we have to carry it along on a U-Haul trailer. Join us tonight at Christ the Healer LOC campus and tomorrow right here for updates on the highway to health. I'm Jason Dahl. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the world's greatest health show.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have Tony Stefan with me. I've known Tony, it's been decades that I've known you. I had to go back and check my records to even figure out when your trial was. And you have one of the most compelling personal stories I've ever run across. And so can you, maybe let's just start with your wife, Debbie, and kind of what went there and what you were up to at the time?
Well, first off, thanks, Sean, for having me on today. It's wonderful. And I appreciate what you're doing. It's so important. This is so critical to all of us. It really is. So thank you very much for what you're doing. My name is Anthony Stefan. Sadly, our story begins in a very traumatic way in 1994 with the loss of my first wife. She ended up taking her life. She was diagnosed with bipolar affective disorder 1 with rapid cycling. And at that time, of course, we were told this is an incurable disease that she was struggling with. The only thing that was available are medications for sedation. And sadly, it didn't work. And she ended up losing her life in January of 1994. And, you know, Sean, that was just the most traumatic time in our life. We have a large family together. And at the time of her death, Two of her children, our children.
And Tony, I'll just back up. How many kids were there at the time?
At the time of her death, there were 9 children. 9 children natural and 1 adopted child. And so there's a total of 10. At the time of her death, there was 8 at home. And
when you say death, I mean Debbie committed suicide.
She did. And it's the most traumatizing thing that a family can go through. Every one of us. I used to listen to after her demise. I used to listen at night and hear my children crying and weeping, and just the trauma was so overwhelming. I mean, we're in a terrible, terrible place as a family. And the numbers aren't good when you look back at how many families can actually stay glued together and come through such an issue.
No, can I just back you up? She was put on some of the, and I'll say, the approved Health Canada medications, right?
She was taking Prozac at the time of her death. She had been taking it for about 2 weeks. And when she got onto Prozac, she absolutely lost it. She absolutely went hysterical. There was no sense at all. And I need to put a caveat in here. Individuals that suffer with these mental conditions do not bring this upon themselves. They're the victim. They're the victim in this issue. And she was a victim. And we ended up being the victims because the children lost their mom. I lost my wife, who I'm deeply in love with. And all of your dreams were shattered. Everything. Prozac was not a good thing at all. And I'm not going to criticize the doctor that prescribed her with Prozac, but it's not the answer at all. I mean, she lost her life basically, yes, to bipolar affective disorder 1 with rapid cycling, but it was the Prozac that pushed her over the edge.
And am I correct? It ran in her family, bipolar disorder.
It does continue. I still track the family and visit with some of the members of that family. Oh yeah, it's a huge issue. Her father took his life 16 years before she did, and there have been multiple suicides in that family. It flows downhill. It's a genetic issue. It's a weakness. And once again, I'm going to say, it's not the individual's fault. And it left me running. It absolutely left me running because I've got these other 2 children at home with the other 6. But these 2 children are diagnosed with the same disorder as their mom was. Bipolar affective disorder 1 with rapid cycling. If you look it up, it says it's incurable. And they were out of control. With all this trauma heaped on top, it was a terrifying situation.
Right. So do you want to, one of them was Joseph, and I think he was around 15 at the time, right?
Yep. He was 15 years old. He was 240 pounds of fury. He really was. He played some amateur football, but he couldn't stay tuned in because of the flightiness that the disorder brought to him. And he ended up at the age of 15 with a federal weapons charge. He says he was everything that a schoolyard shooting was all about. Out of control, emotionally, spiritually, mentally. And my daughter, Autumn,
Can we just back up to Joseph for a minute? So
Sure you
my
can.
understanding is Joseph was being treated with lithium by his doctor.
Yeah, around 1,250 milligrams of lithium per day.
Right. And lithium was at the time the mainstream treatment for bipolar disorder.
Yes, but of course it's recognized that eventually you have to get off of it because of hepatic and renal issues, liver and kidney issues, because it does attack the organs.
And it didn't work for Joseph. Like my understanding is like he would have panic attacks, delusions, he would rage, and that basically the entire family was afraid to be in the house with him.
Oh, absolutely. I remarried Sean about 8 months after Debbie's death. That was a godsend. And I mean that literally. I'm not speaking in vanity at all. We were blessed to have Barbara come and be a part of our family, but it was terrifying. It was terrifying for her. It was terrifying for me. All the children were afraid. When Barb moved in with us after I married her, Joseph's bed was on the second floor, his bedroom. And I'll tell you what, if we heard there was a creaking sound like he's getting out of bed in the middle of the night, we were up like a shotgun. Had to be, because we were afraid. We were afraid that he was going to mortally injure the other children or us. That's how out of control he was, in spite of the lithium.
Right. So the whole family's basically on pins and needles, worried that Joseph's going to cause harm, like literally kill people.
Yes.
Okay. And then
he often threatened to do so. But I'm going to throw the caveat in again here. That's not Joseph. That's not the little boy that shared and cared. Such a loving son, really. And as he's growing up, he's just a wonder boy. I remember how he shared with his brothers and sisters, and they would play together. And when he hit puberty, he was off like a shot. Boom. So there's a hormonal relationship somewhere in the background there as well, no question, with these individuals.
And at the time, can you tell us what's happening with your daughter, Autumn?
Well, Autumn's in and out of the psych ward like her second home. And she had gotten to the point that her doctor says, if you come back here again, I'm going to have to certify you for institutionalization. And the chances of getting out of that are a rare experience. But she was in a terrible place as well. Dana, her husband, was having to look after her full time. He's trying to work to put food and clothing.
Let's just back up again. I just want people to understand. Like, so Autumn is being involuntarily committed to psych wards.
Yeah, absolutely. And the psych ward was her second home. That was her second home.
She would be mania and depression. She's doing the cycle. She would have, my understanding is, basically hallucinations.
Yes.
She'd hear things and see things. She thought her husband and family members were trying to kill her, and so she'd act violently. Like, she is completely, I guess, like, it's suffering as much as a person could suffer. And then she's, when you're, and I know this from interviewing her, I called her as a witness, and you saw that. So in a way, this interview is us reminiscing, because I'm going to ask you about some of the things that happened during the trial and what your thoughts were, when we get there. But I remember when I was interviewing her, like, she basically, what would happen to these people is, you have these episodes, you're suicidal, you're manic, you get involuntarily committed, and they basically so dope you out on these drug cocktails that you can't function. Like, you're drooling over yourself, but once your body gets used to the drugs enough that you're not drooling over yourself 24 hours a day, they send you home on 24-hour suicide watch.
Yes.
And that's where Autumn is, like when you're saying her husband, Dana. But I need you to back up. So Autumn's in crisis. Joseph's in crisis, that the doctors are telling you there's no solution.
Well, let me go back a foot and a half, even before there, to let you know what happened to us that instigated the major change. I'm going to say catharsis, but there was a step in there. Barbara realized, and she came to me and she said, I can't do this. There's no way that we're going to hold this family together with the situation that we have. We're not going to make it, Tony. And so I am going to look for some help here. And I don't know how she did it. I'm too busy with my head under the hood, just trying to keep things at a somewhat quasi level keel here, right? But she starts digging in at the University of Calgary, and she gets us lined up with a top psychiatrist, one of Western Canada's well-known psychiatrists. Wonderful lady. She is. She's a wonderful lady. Took us about 3 months to get there, and we're all in hell, literally trying to get there. Hopefully this woman has an answer for us, right? And so on the appointed day, we drove up to Calgary to the U of C, the psychiatric extension there, and we're going to have an interview with this lady. And we're in the waiting room, and she invites us in. Joseph, right? Yes. Anthony, yes. Barbara, the stepmom, yeah. Come on into my office. And we're in there, and she says, what are you seeing, Mr. Stefan? And I said, this is terrifying. It's absolutely hopeless the way that it is right now. And I said to her, there has to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. My daughter's on 5 different medications, in and out of the psych ward like her second home. Joseph has a weapons charge. He's extremely violent, raging between severe depression and severe euphoria, delusional states, psychotic states, and he's on 1250 milligrams of lithium a day, and it's not working. There must be a better answer. With all of the billions and billions of dollars in the pharmaceutical industry and the research that's taking place, there isn't a better answer than this? And she said, well, not really. We're going to have to find a better cocktail of medications and sedate him with stronger meds. And I said, what? There's got to be something better than this. And she said, you know what? You're not getting it. And I was very emphatic. I mean, I guess I'm very emotional. I'm on the edge, literally, and so is my wife and the whole family. And she said, you're not getting this at all. Mrs. Stefan, would you take Joseph and please go out in the waiting room? I need to talk to your husband alone. When that door closed, Sean, it was like a shotgun going off in my face. What's the matter with you, Mr. Stefan? Don't you get it? What you see is what you've got, and you're not going to change this, and it's an intractable disorder, and you're not going to reverse this. That's all there is to it. And Mr. Stefan, I don't mean to say this to you, but I have to. You need to understand. You better prepare for another suicide, because you've got a propensity in your family to suicide vis-a-vis your wife suiciding and Joseph's grandfather. And you know, Sean, when she said that to me, it was like somebody opened up the hope valve and everything drained out of me. And I wasn't mad at her. She was trying to do her best. She's a good person. And I stood up and I said, Hey, I appreciate your time. And I walked out and I said to Barb and Joe, we're going home. That ride home was the longest ride I've ever taken in my life because I didn't have any hope. There was nothing left in me. And I told Barbara what happened, and there was nothing left in her. And my prayer was somehow that God would help us to stay glued together through this and that he would bring an answer.
And he did.
He did.
And the story is interesting how this came about. So he wasn't finished with you or your family.
Not at all.
Can you share with us how kind of the idea of a different way came about?
Well, you know, when I realized that there's no hope in the medications, I started praying and pleading and fasting and searching. And I took a position working for a church where I had all these buildings. And one of their liaison kind of directors was a guy named David Hardy. And David and I got to know each other because we would be walking through these buildings, looking at them, analyzing this and that, and carpet repair and replacement and painting and refurnishing or whatever. And I told him about what was happening with my family. And just out of the blue, he said, you know, I got to tell you, Tony, I don't know anything about mental illness. Never had a problem. My family's okay. My wife is okay. My lineage is okay. My children are okay. So I don't understand what you're going through. But I will tell you one thing. He said, I used to put together nutrient-based products in the agricultural industry. And he said, we used to see a thing called among the hog barns. Sorry. Among the hog barns, we saw this thing called ear and tail biting syndrome. And what happens is the animals literally become so extremely violent. They're all kind of caged in there, and they will attack one another, tear off an ear, tear off a tail. They'll gore each other or whatever they do, these massive big hogs. And he said, we learned very quickly that you could arrest this syndrome, this ear and tail biting syndrome, by applying calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, zinc, nutrients. And we would do this.
Into their food.
Yeah. And we would see calm hogs. You have to forgive me. I picked up a little cold here. But when he told me that, it was like an epiphany. It was like something saying, listen up. You got to do this. You got to do this. And I heard those words that just vibrated through me. And that was the beginning of the correction that was going to come. The beginning of the blessing that God was about to give to us.
So as I understand it, so you're sharing the problems with your family, and David Hardy says, I don't know anything about humans, but when we see this aggressive behavior in pigs, because he's referencing Joseph there, he's like, well, we know it's nutritional, and we solve it with nutrition, and the little light bulbs go off for both of you. I wonder if there's a nutritional basis to mental health problems.
Exactly. And you know, David was driven, and so was I. He had a keen interest in this thing, and he set aside a lot of work to get involved, and so did I. Well, I didn't have much work, and we were both living in poverty. We used to laugh because the wolf was at the door all the time. But we're looking for these answers, and no question, we were led. We were led down that road. There was some inspiration there that did not come from him and did not come from me. And eventually we put together this supplement. Wasn't for sale.
No, can I just back up? Because I've heard the stories. Like, you guys are reading every journal publication, all information you can on what nutrients help mental health. And I heard you guys would argue about, well, we need this, we need that. And you guys kind of come up with, okay, finally we agree on what we need.
Exactly. In fact,
Okay.
I'll tell you how dedicated we were. We ended up going and visiting with a very famous man named Walter Mertz. He was the head of the USDA Human Nutrition Labs, and he'd written a number of volumes about minerals and their effect upon the human's cellular mass. And we got into this book and we read, and we actually looked him up, and David and I went and spent about 4 days with him. And what we learned was amazing. It's all here. It's all here right now. At that point, I mean, I'm talking here 30 years ago, 29 years ago. It was there then, and it's still here today. But he warned us too. He said, you're not going to get along well out there when you start to talk this way, because there's a jet stream of competition. There's a jet stream of competition out there that doesn't want to hear this. Big dollars.
Meaning doesn't want to hear that nutrition can solve mental health.
Exactly. The mainstream medical system, no condemnation. There's some wonderful people in that system that are dedicated to saving and helping and eliminating suffering. I
want us moving along because I want to get to the trial. So what happened? So you guys come up with a list of what you need. What happened next?
Well, we started putting it together, and it's not like you cook it up and put it in your bathtub, but we looked for things that were in a chelated format. David understood that. He said, when you chelate it, the body can uptake it better than taking an elemental mineral. Like, for instance, if you want to take calcium, you don't take calcium carbonate. If you're looking at the bottle and it says calcium carbonate, no. It's only 5% bioavailable. It has to be in a chelated form. And so I'll
just help the viewer. So a chelated form is, so the calcium would be bound to an organic molecule so that the body can absorb it. Otherwise it just goes through you. So that's what you mean by a chelated form, is the mineral is attached to a chelate that your body can absorb so you can actually use it.
Yeah, because you can't eat rocks. Like, we all know that we need iron. They've discovered in ADHD issues with children and adults, when they pull blood drips from them, they say, oh, you're iron deficient, you're iron deficient, you're iron deficient. But you're not going to go get a knife and scrape the iron oxide off your muffler, put that in a capsule and eat it, because it's not going to go anywhere. It must be in a bioavailable format that your body can uptake, and the cellular mass, head to toe, 100 trillion cells in this universe that we're riding around in called our body, it has to be bioavailable. And we knew that. And David had known that before from his work in the agricultural industry. So we gleaned and we gathered and we looked at this, and we got different forms of minerals from different companies, even things that weren't on the shelf. And we put this together. And Joseph says that he was patient 0. And we put him on it.
He was patient 0.
Yep. That's where you start. You start at 0 and you go up from there. If your bank account's empty, you're starting at 0 and you're going up, right? Well, patient 0 in about 30 days looked like a totally different person. It was a godsend. I wept. So did Barbara, because it was just a miracle. Like his principal called us a number of times, what are you doing over there? The kid's not causing fights and battles in the back of the schoolroom anymore. And he's behaving himself. And he's actually being kind to the other students. He lost that warrior type thing, that front to him. And it all slowed down, he said. He was able to think, starting to do homework, starting to become productive. It was absolutely amazing. The flip over, he did a backflip. And that principal down there started telling everybody in town about it. My phone rang off the wall. Hi, Mr. Stefan, this is so-and-so. And okay if I talk to you I said, just speak on. You're okay. I don't know you, but yeah, I live in your town there, but I heard about what happened to your son. My wife has been depressed for 20 years. She hardly gets out of bed. Do you think that what you did to your son would work for my wife? I said, I don't know. I don't know, but we can try it. And it worked, Sean.
Yeah,
People
so just organically, you and David find yourselves kind of people reaching out for help. But you guys did it in an organized fashion where you basically had people track how they were doing, right?
We had them fill out little forms, like we pulled down these psychiatric measurement tools, like, oh, yeah, you've got one for ADHD, you've got different forms for, bipolar, MDD, major depressive disorder, and we made these little forms, and we'd have these, like the wife would fill it out for his son or her husband. Whoever in the family could help, we got them to help support. And pretty soon we've got some data. And it's impressive. It's impressive. And people are changing. They're all doing the backflip. Nutrition. It had such a profound effect.
And what about Autumn?
Well, Autumn was extremely resistant. There must be resistance. There has to be opposition in all good things. Boy, Dad, you're crazy. What are you doing? You told me you took Joseph off his meds. Well, he had to come off his meds because he couldn't wake up if he was on lithium. Sean, if we loaded you up with 1,250 milligrams of lithium and you don't have a mental condition, you're going to do a lot of sleeping. And that's what Joe was working with. So, okay, we peeled that back. Here we go. And she said, you're being irresponsible. Well, what happened about a month later, I got a phone call from Dana, her husband. You know Dana. You've interviewed him as well. And Dana said, Dad, I'm in trouble. They're putting me on midnight shift. I've got to bring Autumn down to your house for 7 days. Are you okay? Can you look after her? And I said, sure, bring her down.
Now, just back up. She's on 24-hour suicide watch at the time.
Bingo.
And if I recall correctly, he would go to work and drop her off at his parents', and they're getting exhausted also. So it was also to give everyone a break because she was so... You just get exhausted having to watch this person every minute of every day so she doesn't harm herself.
That's right. And just all of the emotional overflow that comes from the disorders. Combined with 5 medications, she's on Haldol, Rivotril, Epivan, Ativan, and Cogentin. That's strong medication, strong enough to knock down a horse, let alone a young woman. And so she gets dropped off at her door. One of the first things she said, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not going to do what you did. And I said, fine, I'm not forcing you to do anything. Come in. And I think it was Saturday when he came. Sunday, of course, is the Sabbath, and we're all going to go to church, and we're all sitting in the pews, and she loses it. She literally lost it, Sean. She started getting revved up and agitated. And I had to say, let's go home right now. So we walked home. And my friend Bill comes over. He's got about 15 years as a psych nurse. And he takes a look at her and he says, Tony, we're taking her to the hospital. And I said, no, we're not. No, we're not. Bill, I'm not doing this anymore. I already lost my first wife. I lost my father-in-law to this stuff. I'm going to put her on these nutrients. And Sean, I'm not going to tell you that I forced her to do it. It doesn't sound politically correct. I constrained her to do it. That sounds better, doesn't it? And so she started on the nutrients. Do you know 2 days later, it was about 7 a.m. We hear Barb and I are upstairs on the second floor. That's where we're living. And she's in the main floor. And I hear her hollering, Dad, you got to come down and see me right now. Okay, throw on my house coat. What's wrong, Autumn? I'm so over-medicated. And I said, did you take too much of that stuff? She's got it all here on her bureau beside her bed. Did you load up on that stuff? No, I didn't take any more than I had to. I'm supposed to. I'm so foggy I can't even think. And I'm thinking, what the heck's going on? So, this is foolish. But we were being led. We were being led. I took her off 4 of her 5 medications. I don't know why I didn't take her off the last one, the Rivotril. I didn't know anything about these meds. This is a discovery in its birthing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't take her off the Rivotril, not because I was wise or knew anything. Had I done that, she would have gone into withdrawal. She was addicted to it. It's a benzodiazepine. She'd been on it for 3 years. She would have rolled up in a ball. I'm not kidding you. So I'm just going by feelings here. I took her off 4 of the medications, and then I hit her heavier, not megadosing. Not megadosing. There's nothing dangerous about her doses. I understand that completely. And
so can I just fill in for the people that are watching is
please.
What they won't know, Tony, is that you and David end up creating a company called True Hope that would manage people with serious mental illness. And part of that is you guys actually became experts in the psychiatric drugs and experts in withdrawing people from the psychiatric drugs. And when I say that, I mean at the criminal trial, we had Dr. Charles Popper from Harvard University, who's the founding editor of the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology and was his editor for 10 years. He's an expert in psychiatric drugs who basically told the court under oath, no, he and his, Harvard University psychiatric colleagues will phone True Hope for advice on how to get people off of psychiatric drugs. So you guys are the world experts in weaning people off psychiatric drugs. And I'm just going from memory now. Isn't it like the conventional wisdom is you couldn't get somebody off Epival? Did I pick the right one?
Epival, you can do it, but there's some of them like the benzodiazepines, slow go.
There was one that he said you couldn't, like the conventional wisdom was you couldn't ever get off it, but you guys figured out a way to get people off it. And, so like basically you guys became world experts. So we'll just back with Autumn. You're just learning, wait a second, there's something about weaning people off these psychiatric drugs, but somehow you were led to not take her off the one that would have caused a problem.
Yeah, we were led. I have to put my hands up and say, thank you, God, because we didn't know what we're doing. It's a birthing process. That's what we're going through here. And I'll tell you what, Sean, we saw a miracle because the next day she woke up, maybe 50% of the drugs, half-life or whatever have left her system. She got up and she started looking after herself. Hitherto before, she couldn't even shower herself. She couldn't look after her personal hygiene. Don't take my words wrong. This is what happens. This is how bad we can get in that state. And she's talking and following me around, and she wouldn't talk before. And so on day five, she phones up her husband, says, "Get down here and get me. I want to go home now." Well, put Tony on the phone. What's happening down there? Dana, she's only on one medication and she's looking really good. He freaked. He freaked right out. Yeah. "Can you meet me in Red Deer, Alberta?" I said, "Yeah, I'll drive up right now. I'm taking the day off work. This is an emergency." And I said, "Okay, I'll meet you there." We figured the clock time out. And so when I pulled up, I said, "Autumn, you sit in the car here. I'm going to go visit with your husband. It's up at Gasoline Alley. You know, the big gas exchange area there?" And he got so angry. "What have you done?" I said, "Listen, don't give me a hard time over it, buddy. You go sit in the car with her. Here, just go in there. Go sit and talk to her." He gets out about, I don't know, half hour, 40 minutes later. He says, "I haven't talked to her in years like that. She's making full sense. And she looks good. Her hair is done. She's got makeup on. Looks like a new person." And I said, "You know what, man? She's been blessed. You take her home." And so he did. And life changed. 45 days later, she's off of the benzodiazepine, Rivotril. And she's never looked back. It's been a godsend for her.
And that's been decades.
It's been decades.
She's never been back in the psych ward. She's not on no psychiatric drugs.
Yeah, she went in.
She's been able to have more. She's been able to have more children. She couldn't have children on the drug cocktails.
That's right. And she had an ADHD son. Was done all right because, you see, bipolar moms give birth to ADHD children, and ADHD children become bipolar at puberty. That's what the numbers show. And her son was out of control. Well, so he took nutrients and got all balanced out.
I'm just gonna move us. So Joseph's gotten well, Autumn's gotten well. You guys are managing a whole bunch of people, and you guys never planned on making a product, as I understand it. Like you're just, can we solve mental illness with, with nutrition? You were forced by circumstances because the products that you had selected, other people's products, weren't consistent, and so people would falter. So you ended up making a product. Can you tell us about the product and the company? And then we're going to get to the initial research. So maybe just take us to the initial research, because you guys are trying to share this with the world.
Well, we are. And all of a sudden it got legs and wings of its own, and people phoning. Pretty soon what we're doing is we're just giving away the nutrients. We didn't want to sell this stuff. We didn't want to get into business, but we were forced to do it because of the immensity of this thing. And we're refining the delivery system. It was coarse. When we first started off, Sean, people had to chew 48 capsules a day.
Oh, I thought it was 32. It was actually 48.
48. And we had these huge, big tub bottles. How do you want that? With gravy or ketchup? I mean, it was like a full meal deal, and it was very onerous, but it worked. And pretty soon, like you say, we're down to 32. And then we're down to 24. And then we're down to 18. And then we're down to 15. Now we're down to 1.
And it's just figuring out how to make it more bioavailable.
That's the key. You know what? God taught us how a tomato works. You go out there and you take a tomato and you plant it in this soil, and there's all these minerals in that soil, and it grows and it chelates the elemental minerals into ionic forms. So that when you take a tomato and you eat that, you can absorb probably 95%. It's got efficacy deluxe. It's made the way that it should be.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're taking nutrients, you don't get 95% delivery. And we learned how to do this, what that tomato does.
Okay, so
And
I'm
how-
just
Go
gonna
ahead.
fast forward us because you've got the product. People are swarming to you, and you're basically, everyone has to participate in this research. Now talk about. I want to speed us along to the trial, but the Dr. Brian Kolb, can I tell the story? So you guys have the initial. It's just I've interviewed Dr. Kolb as a potential witness at the trial. So he's a neuroscientist. He was at the University of Lethbridge, and Tony and David convince him on the data they've collected that there's something here. And he gets the University of Calgary involved, Dr. Bonnie Kaplan, in creating forms. And this is for basically behavioral problem kids like ADHD kids. And so the parents are filling out these forms while they're on the Empower Plus. And Dr. Kolb told me, so Tony and David, they drop off these forms and he crunches the numbers. And he said the numbers were too good. Like, this is what he's telling me when I'm interviewing him. He says the numbers are too good. So I knew that Tony and David had basically fudged the data. So I go and I interview, I think there were 30 families. He goes and interviews every single family to learn that, no, we filled this in and this is what we saw. So the numbers were so good. He'd never seen anything like it. And then all of a sudden, the Behavioral Research Unit, which is a branch of the Faculty of Medicine at Children's Hospital in Calgary, they see this data and they go, oh my gosh, we have to do some research on this. And so tell us about that initial research that was done at the University of Calgary Faculty of Medicine Behavioral Research Unit.
Well, Bonnie Kaplan, who's extremely well published, I mean, she's a clinical neuropsychologist and was very well known. And she decided, before I get there, she thought this was snake oil until Brian Kolb talked to her. She wouldn't accept it from us. Get out of here. And I said, we're not selling anything. Snake oil. But anyhow, Brian Kolb, like you say, talked to her and she decided to give it a try. And she brought on a small study. It was open, there wasn't a placebo or anything. And she saw amazing results with childhood, temperament issues, this kind of thing. And she started to really get excited, and she brought on a whole host of researchers, well qualified, well named, and they began to do research. And then, do you want me to bring in
let's get there just in a sec, but I just want the audience to understand. So there were 2 case series done by this Behavioral Research Unit at Children's Hospital in Calgary. And basically 8 out of 10 adults with severe bipolar got completely well and off their psychiatric meds in a short period of time. And that was published in the Journal of Psychiatry, which is a blue chip psychiatric research journal. And then the case series on children, and the criteria was, if you were a psychiatrist in the Calgary area and you had a child you just couldn't manage on any drugs, refer them to this study. And 8 out of 10 got perfectly well and off all their psychiatric drugs in a short period of time. And that was published in the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology, another blue chip journal. And she told me, Dr. Kaplan, like, we just hadn't seen this type of numbers before. So the Faculty of Medicine goes to the Alberta government and says, look at this, like, this data is unparalleled. Alberta government, you should cough up a large sum of money for a double-blind clinical trial. So we're talking government-funded research run by the Behavioral Research Unit, this is all they do is they run research. This is their reason to be. So the Alberta government agreed. These results are so outstanding that we need to run a double-blind clinical trial paid for by the taxpayer, run by the Behavioral Research Unit of the Faculty of Medicine at the Children's Hospital in Calgary. And now this trial's running. But the problem is, Tony, Health Canada found out. How did that happen?
Well, we had a wonderful break because Bonnie Kaplan had been interviewed by CTV News when they came out with some preliminary data. And CT National ran a story about the Empower Plus / research that's taking place at the University of Calgary. It was terrific. Till the next morning.
Right. So just so, and I don't have that video, but literally on the national news, CTV National News, as a lead story, is about this government-funded research at the University Hospital, Children's Hospital in Calgary, and just how it's showing incredible promise for treating serious mental health conditions like bipolar. So this is national news, but the problem was Health Canada watches the national news. So what happens the day after this? You'd think Health Canada would be doing cartwheels because serious mental illness is so debilitating. And here there's this vitamin and mineral supplement, which through government-funded research is showing incredible promise. So Health Canada must have been calling to say, how can we help?
Well,
they must have been beside themselves with joy.
It was very joyful. Yes. Yeah, I picked up the phone. Good morning. Hi. Is this Mr. Stefan? Yes, it is. Who's speaking? This is so-and-so from Health Canada. Who gave you the authority to speak on CTV National News last night? What? I didn't know you had to have authority to speak. What happened to our charter rights, right? You know, this kind of thing. Well, do you understand, Mr. Stefan, you are in violation of section 3.1 and 3.2? You're going to shut this thing down now. Do you understand? Yeah. That's the attitude. That's exactly the attitude. And we weren't prepared to cave. And it ended up with an attack on the University of Calgary, Dr. Bonnie Kaplan, by Health Canada. It ended up with us having 3 cease and desist orders filed against us, that were provided to us. You're going to shut this thing down.
Can we just back up so here we have the Alberta government has stumped up a large sum of money. Like this 25 years ago, it was like $500,000 or something.
It was quite large.
And the salaries and all of that are already being paid, so that the value here, it was basically you had a team of researchers. This is all they do is run clinical trials. So the Behavioral Research Unit, which is highly trained in running clinical trials, is running a government-funded clinical trial on a vitamin mineral supplement, and basically Health Canada shuts it down. Shuts down an Alberta government-funded clinical trial. There's not safety signals. They basically structured it like as if it was some dangerous chemical drug with psychiatrists on 24-hour call, and they're doing blood work and all of this. It was as safe as can be, and Health Canada shuts it down.
Well, it was approved. It was approved by their IRB. It was approved by the University of Calgary.
Yeah.
They were using proper ethics. It went through the ethics committee. It wasn't just a shot in the dark here. Yeah.
No, that's my point. So we have this government-funded, professionally run clinical trial, and Health Canada shuts it down, and now they want you to shut down.
Exactly.
But you can't. And tell people why you can't.
If I shut it down, my children are going to die. This is necessary. It's necessary for life. And it's not like we were doing it for financial gain. Well, so what, even if it was? It was all about, to them, competition with the pharmaceutical industry. That's all. That's what this game was all about. It wasn't about whether Canadians were getting better or worse. Had nothing to do with that. It's about the bottom line of pharma. And that may sound kind of conspiratorial, but I'll tell you what, I got my backside kicked enough that I realized what the main game here is.
Can I share a story? Can I share a story? Because I want people to appreciate that. So you guys are running Troop. At the time, you guys were basically attracting people like Autumn that were in and out of psych wards.
Yes.
Like you guys were attracting the worst of the worst. I ran the trial. They were charged criminally. And, you know, so I've got names of people that depended on the product. And I start phoning these people and interviewing them. And Tony, when you're a lawyer and you're going to interview a type of witness. So this is, participants that rely on it. I mean, I've got a list of questions. I sit down and think of, well, what do I need to cover so that I have a meaningful interview and can determine whether or not I want them as a witness? Do they have something to bring to the table? And I take that very seriously. And there's a question that it didn't even dawn on me to ask, but 100% of the participants, 100% of the people that were relying on eMpower Plus that I called to interview volunteered something that it never dawned on me to ask. And what every one of them volunteered was, you do know that I had a suicide plan in place. So basically, these are people that are normal because all of them had been in and out of the psych ward involuntarily, but they now were no longer going in and out of the psych ward. So they're either working full time or they're going to school full time, and they're normal. Like the thing that I learned through the trial is if Empower Plus works, it works. It's like a light switch goes off. You're on now. You're not. You're normal. So for them, they'd gotten their lives back. But everyone volunteered, and this is while they're normal, that they put together a suicide plan, how they were going to take their life if they were to get close to running out, because they said, I won't go back. I'd rather kill myself than go back to that. And I still to this day can't understand how much these people were suffering so that they would take their life before they got there. And we know, and we'll talk about it, that a number of people got there and took their lives. Yes. So when you're saying, your children, I mean, you had thousands of Canadians that relied on this product for their very lives.
Absolutely.
And Health Canada's telling you to stop. Why are they telling you to stop?
Well, I remember David and I drove out to Burnaby, BC, and we visited with the Western Regional Director.
Dennis Shelley.
Yes, Dennis Shelley. And he said, it's not that the product isn't a good product, but you cannot use it for what you're using it for. And I remember saying to him, well, Dennis, is it a dangerous product? No. We've looked at the safety on this thing, and there's not a question of safety. Well, I said, is it efficacious? Well, it's a very good vitamin mineral mixture, but you can't make the claim. You can't even suggest that it could be used to assist people with mental conditions.
Censorship.
That's all it is. Censorship over lives. It wasn't the lives that counted to them. It was the bottom dollar, the bottom line.
Well, let's talk about, because what people don't understand, and it's funny, like I I started in this field acting as counsel. I was Health Canada's lawyer against a herbalist named Jim Strauss in 1994. And then I started my own firm and I ended up acting for him. And, I came to understand that this is a life and death issue. So I've spent now over 30 years running interference when Health Canada is attacking companies like True Hope and attacking practitioners. And most of it's out of court. But almost all of it is over sharing truthful health information. They don't care that you could cure cancer or cure anything else. You just can't tell anyone.
Yeah.
You can't. And if you can't tell anyone, then no one can know. And it's problem solved. And they try to put company, and I've seen them destroy companies. Like it's actually seldom that when, a company like True Hope is attacked that they survive. Yes. So you guys survive. So they're telling they actually are telling you to stop selling the product, not just making claims about it, not just shut up, but they actually want you to stop selling. Like that's the cease and desist. You go out of business and you go home, and basically you let thousands of people in Canada die, let alone internationally. Am I missing anything here?
Not at all. And the second question that needs to be asked is, what happened to the Charter of Human Rights, Section 2, that allows freedom of speech? You got to ask that question, because we're supposed to be living in a free dominion here where we have the right to freedom of expression and opinion. And they're trying to sequester all of this using regulatory affairs and different regulations that are saying that you could be fined, go to jail, or whatever. There's something wrong.
I want us to focus on what happened. So they tell you to cease and desist, and you can't. But you guys get psychiatrists and doctors and people to write letters to Health Canada before they really get out of hand, explaining that lives are at stake here.
Yep.
Right? And those were entered as an exhibit. Like, just so everyone knows, Health Canada charges True Hope criminally in an effort to get them to stop, because horror of all horrors, back in the early 2000s, True Hope is selling without a license. Can you believe it? Well, the whole natural health product industry, nobody had a license. Like, so out of the, about over 80,000 products, the only people charged with selling without a license is True Hope. So horror of horrors, you guys are doing what everyone else is doing because there was no licensing system. They're charging you criminally. And entered as an exhibit, like, I don't even remember how many, like, letters and phone calls and all of this. Like, Health Canada and the Minister of Health are being flooded by psychiatrists saying, my patient is going to die if you take this product away. I've tried all your approved drugs on the patient. They don't work. Doctors are writing and saying the same things. And people are writing saying, I've taken all your approved drugs. I'm only alive. I'm normal. Like, I'm working. Did any of that have an effect on Health Canada? Like, they're getting flooded with communications because people know they're now begging for their lives because they know Health Canada wants you guys to take the product away. Did that have any effect on Health Canada?
No, none. Truth didn't work. Didn't matter. Didn't matter if it was helping or if it was a good product. That's not what it's about. You're getting in the way of the pharmaceutical bottom line. And
just so everyone knows, like, this is public record. You can get the transcripts of these court proceedings. You can verify that these letters are a court exhibit. Like, this is public record. Just hundreds of doctors and psychiatrists and people pleading for lives that depend on this product. Like, this is what's so compelling about your case, Tony, is there's a public record of all of this, including a court decision. But Health Canada ignores that and they raid you guys. Tell us about that.
Well, one morning I woke up to a phone call, and there was staff members, and they said, get into the office right now. There's a raid going on. A raid? And so I drove out there. Our offices were at that time located in Raymond, Alberta, and It's about a 20-minute drive. So I got there. And I remember walking in the door, and the commander in charge of the RCMP for that raid is in there. There was, I believe, probably 8 or 9 RCMP, SWAT, whatever. And we've got about 8 Health Canada agents, and they're tearing the place apart. This is a raid. We're removing all this information. Yeah. And I got to know I'll never forget the commanding officer. He said, I want to see some of this illegal drug. I said, well, first off, it's not an illegal drug. It's vitamins, minerals, and amino acids. Well, I need to see a bottle. I said, well, we're not selling it here. People order through our system, and it's shipped from the... What? Are you telling me this is being imported? Yeah, absolutely, I'm telling you that. Well, I want to see a bottle. And I said, okay, there's a lady here that takes it that used to suffer with bipolar. I'll go ask her for her bottle. Shirley, do you have your bottle here? Can the officer look at it? And it was amazing because he took this bottle. He said, I want to see this. Let's see. Vitamin A, vitamin B1, B2, calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, zinc. He said, hey, this stuff looks just like that product, those gummies that my wife gives to my children every day with their breakfast. I says, yeah, it's like that. It's vitamins, minerals, amino acids. He looks like he's got shock and horror on his face. And he says, what? I need to know what we're doing here. And I said, so do I.
But they seize your computers and basically disrupt your operations.
They did. And then they phoned the clients to warn them off about the danger of this product.
And then they start.
Yep.
Then they start seizing shipments at the border.
Yep.
And what happens?
They're creating a major hazard. People are going suicidal. Clients are smuggling product into Canada. They're going across the U.S. border and picking it up. The natives at the Kanasawaki, the Mohawks, started bringing product into Canada. Yeah, it was just a terrible state of terror for those innocent people that needed this product.
Yeah, so just so people understand, so you guys had your call center and you would manage people because they needed advice. There were protocols in place, but the product was made in the US and it would be shipped into Canada. So Health Canada is stopping it at the border, a product that people are telling Health Canada they rely on for their very lives. And basically people died, didn't they?
Exactly. In fact, maybe you could, because you interviewed him at trial, Ronald Lajeunesse. Hey?
Yeah, no, I'll tell the story. And just so everyone knows, there's a court transcript. So he testified under oath. Ron Lajeunesse was actually a heavy hitter in the mental health field. If I recall correctly, he was an assistant deputy minister in the government of Alberta, and he basically changed all of Alberta's mental health programs.
Yep.
And, he wrote a book on the Ponoka Asylum, very critical about how people were treated. And he was extremely involved and an expert in the treatment of mental health. And he became president of the Alberta branch of the Canadian Mental Health Association. And they looked into Empower Plus and determined that many of their members, their lives depended on it. And every time one of their members committed suicide because they lost access to the product, and he testified in court about this, he would hold a press conference about the death in an effort to convince Minister of Health, who then was Anne McClellan, to basically relent and allow access to the product. as a matter of life and death. So this is what he testified in court, that he would hold a press conference every time there was a suicide. And my understanding, Tony, is basically about 300 people dropped off of your lists.
They did. They disappeared.
They disappeared.
Never to return. So we don't know how many people suicided. That was a terrible, terrible day. It was an attack on the weakest of our society. People that need more help than any other person. And they attacked them. It was terrible.
What was it like at True Hope? Because you guys must have been getting calls from
we
the
were.
participants. So what was that like?
Well, there was a lot of fear, a lot of people crying on the phone. They were fearful of their husband dying, their wife, their children that needed the product. What can we do? And we did the best that we could. But that carried on for quite a while. They had a stranglehold on Canada and upon the rights of the innocent, the weakest of the weakest.
No, can I tell the 1-800 crisis line note stories? So
please.
You guys were doing everything you could, and you didn't even have to encourage people. Their lives depended on it. So, participants and family members and doctors were calling Health Canada, calling the Health Minister Anne McClelland's office. And in a criminal trial, they have to disclose things like their emails. And so we learned through the criminal disclosure that they weren't concerned about people. They're actually complaining, we're getting so many calls that we can't function. So they created what was called a 1-800 crisis line. So if you phoned the health minister's office, or you phoned Health Canada, as soon as you said True Hope or Empower Plus, they would hit a button without asking for your consent, and you would be transferred to this 1-800 crisis line that was staffed with, as they explained, mental health experts. And publicly, they made this sound good. It's like, well, we know there are people concerned, so we've got mental health experts, and you can call. Like, the public messaging was wonderful. But the problem for Health Canada in the criminal trial was, well, they were mental health professionals, and mental health professionals make notes when you phone them. So we knew from this disclosure that there were all these notes that were taken by these mental health counselors at this 1-800 crisis line. And so I'm asking the Crown, well, give me these notes. And I don't get them. We have pretrial conferences. I'm asking, can I get these notes? Can I get these notes? And I'm not getting them.
Yeah.
So, and Tony knows, he was there at the trial. So first day of trial, I tell the judge in court, I don't have these 1-800 crisis line notes yet. And the Crown, oh, they're coming. And just so I'm going to say publicly, the Crown on this file, I thought he acted ethically. He was just, that it was his job. He played fairly. He didn't play, like, I have total respect for the Crown on this file. And I don't say that on many, on every trial. And Tony knows that. Yeah. So when the Crown's saying they're coming, the Crown is just relating what the Crown is being told. This is no responsibility for the Crown Council in Calgary for things that are happening in Ottawa. So second day of trial, I say, bring up, I don't have these yet. Well, they're coming. And Tony, I don't remember if it was the third or fourth day, but it was one of those days. I say, well, I don't have these 1-800 crisis line notes. And the Crown says, well, they're undiscoverable, which I think was a made up, I didn't know that was a word, undiscoverable. And the explanation was, and again, this is just what the Crown lawyer would be being told. The explanation given was, well, they were in some assistant deputy minister's office. Why they would be in an assistant deputy minister's office, I don't know. It already doesn't ring true. But anyway, they were in some assistant deputy minister's office, and that person changed ministries, and they've gone missing in the move. Like, nobody knows where they are, so they're undiscoverable. So you're not going to get them defense. Well, the judge goes ballistic.
He did.
And the judge is angry. And the judge makes it clear, if I don't get them well before the end of the trial, that the judge will entertain, having the case dismissed. Well, we learn, and I don't know, but what a coincidence, Tony. So they've been looking for them for months. We've been asking for them for months. We've been asking for them during the trial. But the day we're told they're undiscoverable, and the day the judge goes ballistic, saying, I may throw this out if they're not discovered soon, they're discovered that day. Like, we find out before the end of the court day that the undiscoverable documents, well, they've been discovered. And as we speak, they're being faxed from Ottawa to Edmonton. This is 2006. Like, we didn't have, I don't think we even had email yet. So
No.
these undiscoverable documents are being faxed from Ottawa to Edmonton, and I should have them to my hotel room before midnight. And, late in the night, I did get them and set them aside. I thought I would read them the next morning. And they're a court exhibit. This is public record. I think it's like, I don't know, is it like between 800 and 900 pages? I forget now. Like, it's just this crazy volume.
Huge. It's huge.
Oh, yeah.
Just huge.
This crazy volume. And I can tell you, I started reading them during breakfast, and I had to set them down because I started weeping.
Yeah.
Because it's 800 pages of vulnerable Canadians begging for their lives. There's no other way to describe it. It's 800 pages of vulnerable Canadians, some of whom we can comfortably say are no longer with us, begging for their lives. And Tony, I don't know how anyone, with 2 heart cells cannot act on that, but Health Canada didn't act on that. And I know why they didn't want us to get it. Because it was just so damning. Now, we learned, though, well, we know from their actions, Health Canada didn't relent. Like, finally, the Minister of Health relented and allowed access to this product, but Health Canada didn't relent. Do you want to share with the audience what happened in court with the Inspector Miles Brousseau when he was being cross-examined about, like, you guys have all this information that people are being hurt, and yet you're proceeding anyway. Do you want to share what your experience of that was?
I'm going to defer to you because it'll be more accurate, because you were actually doing the interview. And I'll tell you what, when I heard what he said, it blew me apart. But if you're okay, I'd like you to load that.
And I remember the whole courtroom just kind of, it was almost like time stopped.
Yeah.
And nobody knew what to do with what they just heard. So, and again, you have to go and read the transcripts. Like, this is a long time ago. But, basically there's an inspector on the stand, Miles Brousseau, who, had been taking actions that in our opinion was causing harm and literally being reckless towards people's lives. And he wasn't the top guy. He was a soldier following orders, but he was following orders. And I'm basically pointing out things like these 1-800 crisis line notes and all these letters and calls beforehand and saying, like, if you have information showing that your action is actually, I think causing death, right? Like taking lives. Did I go that far?
You did.
Yeah. And it's your orders to follow them. Like, would you carry on anyway? And what does he say, Tony?
Yes, because we had a directive to do so.
Yes, it was basically, they knew that they were causing harm. You look at the court exhibits, it's unmistakable. And he's saying, yeah, I'm going to follow orders, even if I have evidence that it's hurting people. And you see, this is the problem. It's kind of like during the Second World War when they would round, Jewish people up into a church and set it on fire. Like, people follow orders. There's something in our makeup. People follow orders. This fellow isn't unusual. He's the norm, but it's part of the problem. And when we allow a legal structure in place that gives people the authority to decide that they can take a product away that people rely on for their health. The problem is our laws, that we're not free to decide to take things that we actually rely on for our lives. That's the problem. And there was another interesting part of the trial. It was my education, Tony. We got Inspector Sheila Wheelock, I think it was, on the stand. And, as a lawyer, you want to box people in. I get to cross-examine her. I get to ask yes/no questions. And so I've got a list of yes, no questions kind of boxed around. I know I'm going to get yeses. But then I'll kind of have her cornered into this box, and then, you know, the delivery question. But one of my surely I'm going to get a yes questions, because I didn't know yet. I didn't understand yet. This was still early on in my, you know, Health Canada career. Yeah. And one of my questions was something like, well, you know, as a Health Canada inspector, you're there to protect our health. And I thought I was going to get a yes. And she doesn't give me a yes. And, you know, I keep my poker face. I don't let the judge or anyone else know that, just wait a second, that's not what I was expecting. And I keep circling around. I've got to get a yes. Sure, as a Health Canada inspector, she's there to protect our health. That's what I believe, erroneously. And she corrects me finally, Tony. Remember, she shares with us, no, Health Canada's not there to protect our health. We're there to enforce the law, the act and the regulations. And now I know this is true. Health Canada's there to enforce the law. They're there to enforce the food and drug regulations. It's so clear now. Yeah. And in the law, they're under no obligation to protect health. Like, it might surprise people. Read the Food and Drug Act. You tell me where they're supposed to get good health outcomes. Why do you think we wrote that into the Charter of Health Freedom? So that trial just absolutely, it was like, I don't know. We laughed, we wept. It was crazy. But what did the judge do at the end of the day? So Canada's trying to shut you down by having you guys convicted of a whole bunch of just regulatory charges that really I can say are meaningless. And if anyone wants to talk to me about that, like, the whole industry was unregulated. Why single out your product out of 80,000 products?
Well, it was interesting. I mean, at the very end, the very outset of this whole thing, he ruled in our favor. And he said that had we followed Health Canada's orders to shut down, that we may very well have ended up in court with a greater thing against us, which would involve people being injured, people losing their lives, that we would be held accountable for following their orders. It was shocking. The whole thing was shocking.
Yeah, so just so everyone understands, there's a defense of necessity in the law. And what the defense of necessity, and it is hard to get a court to acquit you on the defense of necessity. Like, you will search far and wide to find a case. And in fact, this is now probably the leading case in Canada. But basically, the defense of necessity is the court says, I don't care that some law may have been broken. It was legally necessary for you to defy the law to prevent greater harm. If you had followed the law, there would have been greater harm. And my recollection, I know it's not in the written decision, but my recollection is when he delivered oral judgment, he said there would have been more deaths.
Yes.
If you had listened to Health Canada, and you can't read the evidence in that case and not personally come to the same conclusion, that if True Hope would have listened to Health Canada and stopped selling, there would have been a large number of deaths. And so basically the court was saying it was legally necessary for you to prevent harm by doing what you did. And so basically, Health Canada couldn't use that case as a weapon against you. Now, I want you, we've actually had a long discussion already, but I'm not finished. I want to show you a little bit of a video, but I want you to explain, True Hope's never paid for research, but I think there's like now 30 published peer-reviewed journal publications, all funded by government. Can you just talk about that and the types of things that the research says? Because I want the Canadian public to understand why why True Hope can't share that with you.
Well, you're actually right, but it's even further than that. Here I have, this isn't our most latest summary. We have a summary of the abstracts of the medical journal publications. This one shows 36 publications, but it's actually 37 now. There was recently another one. So there are 37 medical journal publications on 16 different mental disorders. I don't like that terminology because those are dungeon terms. It gives the thinking the incurable. It's not incurable. These are nutrient deficiency based disorders. But here you have the publications in some of the most renowned journals like the Clinical Journal of Psychiatry. There's double-blind studies, RTCs, randomized controlled trials. You've got absolute evidence on 16 different disorders from 16 different universities. And I believe there was 59 researchers involved. We didn't pay 5 cents for it. I call that a godsend. That's amazing. This research is not bought and paid for. In fact, if we were to try and provide funding to the universities involved, they would reject it. Not that we did.
What countries have done research?
Say that again?
What countries have done research?
You've got a major hold in New Zealand, the university in Christchurch, University of Canterbury. There's English universities that have done this. There's a Danish, numerous universities in the U.S., Oregon State, Ohio State, Dr. Eugene Arnold, very famous. Dr. Bonnie Kaplan heading a lot of the research. No payola, no money exchanged hands. It was out of the love that they had to find an answer. You know, these research scientists do this just like doctors do. They go into the field hoping they can make a change. And they have. It's profound, the research. There's so much hope and wonder in this thing. This is available, by the way, if you go to truehope.com, you can download the new one that shows 37 studies and have a look at all the abstracts.
Which is not a Canadian website, because you can't put that on your Canadian website.
It's illegal. It's a Charter 2 violation again. The rights to
but I want the Canadian audience to understand. So
yes.
This is research done by universities with government money, where they've just decided this is in the public interest for us to do, and then published into peer-reviewed journals. And you cannot in Canada share that information, so Canadians can't learn about this research, because who else is going to share it other than, you know, True Hope, or because practitioners can't share it with the public either. Practitioners that know, whether you're a psychiatrist or whatever, you can't share that. A doctor or psychiatrist can't share government-funded, peer-reviewed research, and they can't share their success stories because Health Canada will go after you. You cannot share truthful health information. All that you can share is, we have almost 100% censorship. All True Hope can say is whatever their approved label claim is, which is something like supports mental health and well-being. I think it's been tweaked, but it's something like that.
Yeah. Yes, it is. You're right.
Right.
And,
so
isn't that pathetic?
Well, it's just how, like, what I think is like, let's say I had a child that was, you know, it hit puberty and was now, you know, suffering by bipolar, and we've got the family history, and I know it's going to be a train wreck, and the psychiatrist is telling me there's no hope, like much like you were told at the University of Calgary, and I'm in a health food store, and I'm standing beside an aisle where, you know, there's Empower Plus, and nobody can share with me. Like, there's no downside for my child trying it, but nobody can share with me that this actually might be the product that saves my child's life. Like, they can't be told. I can't be told. That's what bothers me. Like, that we can't. No one can share health information, when I think the law is that you have to share all health information. But Tony, I want to just play a little bit of a video, and this is about the ladies with red umbrellas. This is back when people were begging for their lives, when Health Canada was restricting access. And it's kind of a way for us to bring it back. So like this is in real time. This is back in likely 04 or 05 when people were, begging for their lives. Tell us how this group came together and kind of what's going on here. Like, I know this is going to shock people.
Well, my daughter, Autumn, of course, was very concerned. She's now been healthy for a number of years by that time. She's gained her life back, and she's involved in the movement of assisting people with mental health conditions. And of course, the big threat came, the embargo at the border where they shut the product off. People are having to smuggle. It's just a big mess. So she had this impression, this inspiration that came to her, where she gathered a number of female participants. We don't call them patients because we're non-medical. They're participating in this new program. And she gathered a number of these good ladies together, and they all went to Parliament. But they didn't get any traction. Jean Chrétien was the prime minister, blew them off. And they had this impression, go to the store and get red umbrellas. And they did. And so they stood outside of Parliament, and they were given certain allowances where they didn't throw them off the property. Many MPs grew to love these women. They were there for a good number of days with these beautiful red umbrellas. And they became known as the red umbrellas, and they had these red umbrella pins that they would give out. And many of the MPs, the members of Parliament, were actually sporting these pins on their lapels. And it really helped. It did. It was an amazing idea, an amazing piece of inspiration that sent this all across Canada. And
so I'm going to play this, and it's going to bring us back to what Tony was talking about. People trying to communicate to Health Canada that they needed the product. So this is an actual press conference in the press gallery in Center Block on Parliament Hill. So, these are just real people, either they depended on the product themselves or their mother fighting for the child. So here we go.
Yes, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here today to stand with a courageous group of women who've come to Ottawa hoping someone will listen to them. The issue is freedom of choice in natural health products. They've been taking a simple vitamin and mineral supplement that is now being withheld from them. I'd just like to give a brief background on the situation. Over the last 40 years, there's been an explosion of scientific information about the importance of vitamins and minerals in building a healthy body. Now, faced with increasing health claims about the benefits of natural health products, in 1997, Minister Alan Rock moved to bring natural health products under a drug-style directorate. Over 1 million Canadians responded saying, hey, hands off our natural health products. They're low-risk products. The Health Committee was commissioned to look into this and to hear from Canadians. After consultations, they published a report with some 53 recommendations. And then along came a transition team for an Office of Natural Health Products, and they recommended changes to the Antiquated Food and Drugs Act. Now, I have a private member's bill right now before the House, Bill C-420, that addresses the concerns about health claims for natural health products, and basically would move natural health products under a food directorate rather than a drug-style adversarial directorate. Now, the product that these ladies have been taking has been researched at the University of Calgary. There was nearly $500,000 fund, Alberta funded from the Alberta Science and Research Council, funded research underway, which unfortunately was stopped by Health Canada. The research results have already been published in several peer-reviewed journals. and discussed at psychiatric and psychological gatherings across the country and even around the world. Now, these ladies have come from across the country because they're concerned about their future and their well-being. They feel threatened, and their families, by an obstruction from Health Canada that's now preventing their natural health product from being available in Canada. So the question really needs to be asked is, why is Health Canada imposing such draconian measures on enforcing an antiquated clause in the Food and Drugs Act, one that is under discussion and under review at the present time? And is it justified in putting these people at risk? They're here to tell their stories. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I'm going to first, I'm sorry, Autumn Stringham from Alberta, all the way from Alberta. Autumn?
Thank you. I am from Alberta, and I apologize. I feel like coming out into Ottawa has been a real eye-opener for me. And I have gained a new respect for this country. I love this country and what it stands for democracy and for freedom, and I'm so grateful for that. On Friday afternoon, I found out that Health Canada had put an advisory on their website about the vitamin supplement that I'm taking. And they said that it's a dangerous drug and that they recommend that Canadians don't consume it. And I was really concerned about that because I'm 6 months pregnant. And I have been eating this supplement for a lot of years. And out of genuine concern and wondering why this is dangerous, I put in a phone call to Health Canada, where I was immediately flipped over to a mental health crisis line, where they have a script that says that you are mentally ill, you need to be under the care of your physician. Please go to the hospital. If you run out of your supplement, you will not have this dangerous drug anymore. We're looking out for your best interest. I was upset by this, and I told this nurse that I had been well for many years. And I asked her why it was dangerous, and she said it was information that she could not give me. So I said that I would like to make a complaint about this because I couldn't get any help. And when they put me through to another line, it was the complaint line that said, Health Canada is a regulatory board for this. We have the highest standards. We're protecting the Canadian people. We're looking out for your best interest. You can leave a message, but it won't be answered. All of us have made calls to that line out of concern. A number of weeks ago, hundreds of shipments of this vitamin and mineral product were seized at the border and turned back. And there are about 3,000 people in this country that use this supplement, many of them for the same reasons that we do, and they're all really scared, really nervous about it, really terrified, because it seems like a rather rash decision, and then with no explanation. And when we call, we're told that we're mentally ill and we should go back to the hospital. I was offended by that, and I want you to understand why. Because I have been well for 7.5 years. I haven't seen a psychiatrist for 7.5 years. But I was very, very, very sick before that. My family has an incredible history of mental illness. I lost my grandfather to suicide when I was 5, and I lost my mother to suicide when I was 21. I see an inheritance of mental illness in all of my mother's children in one degree or another. And I inherited her illness full force. I spent years through my early teen years and into my 20s as an extremely ill woman. And I spent my time in the psychiatric units. In a 3-year period, I tried 13 drugs, many of them in various combinations. I developed an autoimmune disease. I developed liver damage as a result of these drugs, and they didn't work for me. I'm not anti-medication, but my mother died taking medication. We've never been anti-doctor. I loved my doctor. My psychiatrist wanted to help me, but he didn't have the tools that it took to help me. My family suffered for 2 years after the death of my mother. She left 9 children that she had given birth to and 1 adopted daughter. And several of them were still home. Her youngest children were only 6 and 7 at the time when she took her life. And so the cost to our family in suicide was phenomenal, and there is a cost that every Canadian pays to suicide. There are many, many suicides in this country daily. So this is an issue of life for me. Sorry. 2 years after my mother's suicide, my dad was just so desperate. You see, my brother, who had been diagnosed with bipolar as well, and as a young male with bipolar, he was extremely violent and agitated, and the whole family felt that they were physically at risk. People in the community felt like they were at risk. He was stocking weapons, and it was very, very scary to be around at that time. And my dad, out of desperation, was doing his work as a property manager. He was in a church hallway talking to a man about carpets and toilets and regular things to do with the job that he had. And he broke down and expressed his concern about his family. He told about the suicide. He told about his children and his fear for all of his children. And this gentleman, who was a volunteer for this church, said, "I've been in the agriculture feed business for 20 years, and your boy sounds like a pig with ear and tail biting syndrome." And he explained how farmers for years and years and years have used trace minerals to get their pigs not to be agitated. And as a result, they went down to the store out of sheer desperation. The medication wasn't working for him or I. I was in the psych ward at that time. They went down to the store. They purchased all of the different combinations for, in human grade consumable form, but they bought all the ingredients that they would have put in this pig feed, and they started feeding it to my son, or to my brother. And as a result, he was off of his medication within a few weeks. And I did another stay on a suicide watch, and when I got out of the hospital, my father offered to take me into his care. So my husband drove me down, and within a week I had discontinued 3 of the 5 of the medications I was on. It took me 2 months to get off of the rest, and I've been stable ever since. This is my whole life, and I need the Canadian people to protect it, because we cannot get answers from the government officials who have been elected to protect our health. As a result of our story, many people in Southern Alberta started trying the same thing and having the same success. And as they documented their success, the University of Calgary picked it up and decided to do some research. And the research moved forward. They went through every appropriate method for getting permission to do this research. And after it had been published in the Clinical Journal of Psychiatry as having some effect with mental illness, a phenomenal effect with mental illness, Health Canada decided that these vitamins were drugs and shut down the study. And so they tell us it's dangerous because it hasn't been studied, but they won't allow it to be studied because vitamins are now drugs when they work for people. I'm just appealing. I came here to see the Prime Minister. I can't get through on the phone to Anne McClellan. We've been stonewalled at every turn. There are 3,000 of us that are really, really afraid. So on Friday, when I called these women, I had never seen them before or met them, but I had heard their stories too through our True Hope support, and read letters from them and heard of them. When we gathered together, we decided that we needed to be rational, that we needed to show that this is the new face of mental illness in Canada, that there is hope. All of these women have similar stories to mine, and they would love to have the opportunity to share their stories and to proclaim themselves as mentally well. We don't need to be brushed off by Health Canada. We don't need to be sent through to mental health support lines and told that we are mentally ill and need to go back to the hospital. If we were going to think ourselves well, if this was a placebo, we would have done it years ago, the first time a doctor gave us a medication, because all of us want to live, all of us want to be well. And so I appeal to Health Canada to hear our stories and to give us some credit, and I appeal to the Prime Minister to act on our behalf. We've met so many wonderful MPs. We are the ladies with the red umbrellas that are standing outside near the Peace Tower, asking for help quietly and patiently as we wait for our government to notice us. And many of the MPs have come forward We've talked to MPs from every party, and they have been absolutely wonderful, but none of them have the ability to immediately intervene in this. And so we're appealing to the Prime Minister, and we're appealing to Anne McClellan to see that we are well and that we are rational and that we are desperate Canadian women who are seeking to protect ourselves and our families and essentially our children. And I thank you for that.
Hi, my name is Sabina Colson. I live in Pembroke, Ontario. From the time that I was a toddler, I've lived in a world of bipolar and obsessive-compulsive delusions. Was on medication for about 16 years. For the last 6 or 7 years, my medical costs averaged between $1,200 and $1,800 a month. That was not including the cost of the many times I had to be hospitalized, sometimes for months on end. I feel that in watching the news, I always was under the impression that healthcare in Canada is in trouble because of the tremendous cost involved. And I don't understand why now that I'm able to function, I'm able to work, I'm now paying taxes, I'm not a burden on the system anymore. I feel that this right is being taken away from me. It's not only going to reduce me back to not having any quality of life, but it's also going to take the dignity away from me to be able to be a productive member of society, to not be a burden on the system. And I just ask that you please let me keep my quality of life. Let me continue as a productive member of society. Thank you.
Anybody else would like to speak right now? Lou? Okay, Suzanne? Just a few words.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Acton-Gervais, and I as well would like to mirror what Autumn was saying. We've met some fantastic MPs and ministers, and we really appreciate you lending us your ears and giving us your time. We do realize how busy you are, and we are here because we are here to protect our rights and freedom. We're here all these women peacefully to ask that our access to this product to be imported into Canada is not restricted. As well, I'm here to put a question forth. This is a possible cure. This is science. This is a made in Canada possible cure. This illness knows no boundaries. Why can't Canada lead the way? Why can't Canada do what is morally right? Why can't Canada support the research at the University of Calgary? We ask you, the Canadian public, the MPs, to please do what is morally right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Patricia Shantz.
I'm from Calgary, Alberta. I came out here searching for answers, coming to my government, the people who protect me, who are essentially in charge of my life, looking for answers. We have gotten so many different answers. We have been getting conflicting reports. We've been told that as participants, we can drive down to the United States, purchase a 3-month supply of our supplements, and drive them across the border. Well, that seems true at some border crossings, not true at other border crossings. At some border crossings, people are being told that they need a letter from Anne McClellan from Health Canada to be able to bring their supplements back. When we ask Health Canada about the letter, there is no letter. We're very confused women. We are upset. We're fighting for our lives here. And when you go to ask your government what's going on, what they're doing, and you get 10 answers, that's really scary. That's really scary. I love this country and I'm proud of my government. But right now, I'm really scared at what they're doing. It seems like everyone's getting a different answer, not just us. MPs are confused. No one knows what's going on. And we just beg of you, Canada, to help us get these answers. We need answers from Health Canada, and we need one answer, not 10 different answers to the same question. Thank you.
I'll speak, sure. Hi, my name is Christy, and I've come to Ottawa from Red Deer, Alberta. I'm here with these wonderful women fighting for my right to take a natural supplement. The supplement consists of
everything that's available on health food stores' shelves today itself is not available in the health food store, but it's made such a difference for me. Without it, I fear for my life. That's not a threat, it's a fear. I know that for a decade before this supplement, I made over a dozen suicide attempts, and I really am lucky to be standing before you today. The supplement has kept me well for 2 years. I have not been hospitalized. Before that, I was on a revolving door, in and out, in and out, in and out. I was a tremendous tax to the government and to the people of Canada. And I don't understand why something that is working for me is being taken away, and why we're being told to go back to the hospital when we're well. So please stand up and do what's right and fight for Canada and for our rights and our freedoms. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, MP Reid Alley would just like to say a word.
In the last Parliament, I was the Vice Chair of the Health Committee when we did the review of natural health products in this country. And I think we as a committee came forward with some pretty unanimous recommendations about the use of supplements and how they should be viewed by Health Canada and the Canadian public. And one of our recommendations, of course, was that a separate food directorate be set up that would include these supplements and that would not be placed under drugs. Unfortunately, the government has ignored that particular recommendation, and so these ladies come to Ottawa today as a result of inaction of Health Canada and the health minister at that time having this problem with this food supplement. And I think that it clearly shows that there's a problem with the way things are handled in this country concerning natural health products. And certainly my colleague James Lunny and myself are going to continue our efforts to try to see that this problem is taken care of so that people like this, Canadians who depend upon supplements for their very life, are not denied that which is really their right.
So, thank you. We're available for questions.
I just wanted to ask, you took it several years up until now. How were you receiving it? Was it through the mail or?
Originally, it was just off of the grocery store shelves, where it was just a combination based on this swine feed discovery. So it was just whatever, I could just go down and pick up the different ingredients. Some of it was brought in from the United States in liquid form, but it was inconsistent. And so, and it was hard to develop a placebo with so many different tablets and things like that. So when the university decided that they wanted to do a double-blind placebo-controlled study in order to prove what thousands of Canadians already knew, they developed it into an all-in-one supplement, and that was produced in the States, it's sold in the United States, and it's imported for personal use into Canada. So I've been using this program for 7.5 years. I've also had 2 healthy babies during those years, and I'm pregnant with my 3rd, so I trust that it isn't dangerous. And
from the States?
We can order it, but it's pretty tough to get it across the border. Sometimes it comes in. Patricia had a friend who drove from Calgary yesterday to pick up her product. When she got into the United States, she picked it up. She called back to the Alberta border to make sure that she wouldn't be hassled coming back through, because some of the women have been reduced to tears and told that it's an illegal drug, you're not allowed to have it, and you have to beg and make a scene to get it. And so they said, don't even try. So this woman drove back up through BC, and the BC border had no trouble. She declared it. They had no trouble getting it in. It's just mass confusion. We just need an answer.
I went on the Health Canada site. This page, you said they just put that there the other day.
That was on Friday, yeah.
Friday. It does say there are risks associated. It doesn't say what, or a risk. Have they ever told you what that is?
No, they haven't. And we've heard from different MPs that there have been different risks associated with it. They haven't told us. Apparently, we can't answer. We wouldn't understand the answer if we got it. We just get the mental health crisis line. But what I do know is any of us could tell you the risks associated with our previous treatment. if I were to show you the side effects of my drugs that I took on a scroll, it would hit the floor and keep on rolling. There's no death as a result of vitamins and minerals. And most of these ingredients have been available for at least 40 years on the store shelves in Canada.
If they want to call it a drug, would you be amenable to having them go through the process of the testing? I know it can be lengthy to do that, but
as long as the access isn't restricted, that's an issue. But I really believe firmly that vitamins and minerals are not drugs. Drugs are synthetic things that are put together that have a lot of side effects and that can be dangerous. People die from medication complications often. They don't die from vitamins and minerals.
saying it's a drug because it makes a claim to do something? Is that?
Well, it wasn't a drug for the first years. And if the fact that a vitamin and mineral actually makes it a drug, I'd like to know where the logic is in that. The ingredients didn't change, and it's vitamins and minerals.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yes, please.
Just on the point of drugs, if vitamins and minerals have always been traditionally in this country, they've always been public domain. They're not drugs, but of course, the last 40 years has been an explosion of information about how important these things are in building healthy bodies. So the question is, why should we put a low-risk product through a millions of dollars of testing? Who's going to pay the cost? It's going to drive the cost up to consumer if we do that. Now, let's do the research. That's great if they want to do it, but who's going to pay the cost of that for something that is really low risk? And then when will it become available, if ever? And that's one of the questions for something that is low risk. The other thing is that as far as safety goes, the Alberta Science and Research Council that approved the funding for a $500,000 study, they did a risk assessment of the components of the product, as did the University of Calgary. It had to go through peer review and ethics committee before the research was conducted, and there's no one has ever demonstrated any risks associated with this particular product. As with most vitamin and mineral products, the adverse reaction rate is so low, it basically is not even on the scale. So it's lower than Tylenol or aspirin, or peanuts for that matter.
Problem with it, I'm assuming here, is that because it's used to treat something serious like depression as opposed to other vitamin supplements out there that are just supposed to generally make you healthier. Is that?
We don't understand really what.
And that bothers me, because if that's true, then eating an orange for the vitamin C for scurvy, does that mean oranges are drugs? Does that mean if we have an orange tree in our backyard, we're a drug pusher? You know, you have to look, we're not just looking at one supplement here. Yes, that's our case, but look at it across the board. If that's true, then vitamin C is a drug.
I think John's wort treats depression, right? So.
And it's not a drug, is it?
Yeah, no.
Can I make a comment? My comment too is that I can't claim to fully understand how these supplements have returned my mental well-being back to as normal as I think I can be. I also did not exactly understand how the drugs that I was given were supposed to work. Now, they did not help me, but I do understand, and I did see on black and white, the fact that I developed diabetes, that many times I was hospitalized because my sugar level was in the coma range. At one time I was hospitalized, my sugar went up to 59. It's supposed to be 7 at the highest. I also know that my liver became enlarged, and all of my liver enzyme tests came back really abnormal, and I was sent to specialists, and they told me that the medication was leading to cirrhosis of the liver. So I don't understand maybe fully how this supplement works, but I do know that my tests are now coming back normal, that I threw away my insulin under medical guidance. I do not even need a special diet. And that's virtually unheard of with diabetic patients. So can you explain to me what the danger is in me taking this supplement? The drugs were literally killing me, and they would have led to extremely serious health risk.
If I can just... It's really important to understand, too, that we're not asking people to drop their drugs and go and get vitamins and minerals. That would be extremely unsafe. This program True Hope has set up counsels people to work with their doctors, and many of us have the support of our physicians. And so we're not trying to be radical here and say, Drop your drugs and go on vitamins and minerals. We're saying that there is a treatment that has been discovered in Canada that may well change the face of mental illness for many more people than the 3,000 that are using it now.
Anyone who says it didn't help them or it just didn't benefit? I mean, that's the case with most things. It doesn't work for everybody.
In the four studies that have been published, I think the average is about 80% effectiveness. That's what they're saying. It certainly doesn't work for everyone. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for
Thank
your
you,
time.
everyone.
Tony, I'm just honored to have you come and share your story. It's, very few people have had to experience the tragedy that you experienced, and very few people have had to, deal with Health Canada, literally where it's life and death, and, where there was death, and still stand through that. And so we're asking everyone that we have speak to answer the question, what's your message to Ottawa? What's your message to Ottawa? You've got all this experience. You understand things that many of us don't understand. And what would be your message to Ottawa?
Let the people go. Let the people have their rights and freedoms to manipulate their own health care within their own body, to self-mediate instead of being restrictive and following the financial platitude that has come forth. I mean, this case just brings it right clear. There's no question. If you follow this from the beginning, Sean, to the end, it smacks of control of human life instead of letting people have their freedom. And it's actually a very sad story. It's a sad story for Canada and what happened. Where are those 300 people that disappeared out of our database? Did we lose 300 to suicide? If we did, that's terrible. That's such an attack. So let the people go. Let the people have their rights and their freedoms. We don't need to be monitored. You know what, Sean? I'm going to be real silly here. I don't drink gasoline as part of my dietary makeup because I'm wiser than that. I know that that's a very dangerous thing to do. And every self-respecting human in Canada is wise enough to determine what's safe for them. Just read the label. Listen, seek for wisdom. We don't need this control. It's overt and it's so oppressive. And when you have Health Canada agents that sit in a courtroom and say that human life is of no value, that their regulatory framework is what we should be giving credence to, that's Auschwitz. I'm sorry, I don't want to belittle anything or be seen as a radical, but it just goes on and on and on until the people truly have their freedom and they can have their health back. We saw the same thing with the COVID show. We saw the same thing.
We're trying actually to stay away from that theme. And
I'll block my words out. If anyone's listening, ignore that statement. But it's time. Time for people to have the right and the freedom to access their health. It's that simple. That's what this story is about. Praise God that we were so blessed. I'm so grateful, Sean, that you were our counsel. You were very inspired all the way through. And I know it was a difficulty because we all got attacked. How many times was broken in? And we don't go needs to be asked.
Oh yeah, no, it was interesting. Nobody could sit through that trial and read that evidence and not be affected emotionally. So, I mean, even just all the letters and calls documented before Health Canada restricted access. Like I couldn't get my head around psychiatrists saying, listen, my patient's going to die. And doctors saying my patient's going to die. Like, I've tried all the other, this is the only thing that works. And people saying the same thing. And it's kind of like, you get damaged when you see what happened, and then you realize, actually, as the court found as fact, that people died. Because here you have this regulatory agency that was not concerned about the health of people. Like this, you could see the train coming. This was all very predictable, and it, I think we were all affected, and we're probably still affected, and there's nothing we can do about it. But it certainly shows that we need to change the law so that we do have the right to make our own decisions. I think, I think we all agree with the government making recommendations, but where we find ourselves in a world where we can't share truthful health information,
yeah,
it's quite something. So Tony, on behalf of the world's greatest health show, thank you so much for coming and participating and sharing with us. It's just been an absolute pleasure.
And thanks for all you're doing to get information into the hands of Canadians. It's a wonderful group of people throughout Canada. Good people here. And we need to be free. But thank you very much for what you've done.
Thanks, Tony. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have Diane Elms with me. Diane, welcome to the health show.
Thank you very much for allowing me to be here.
And Diane, there's a whole bunch of letters behind your name. Do you want to just explain what they are? I don't want to go into your background yet. I want to then go into your personal health story. But just some people might be going, well, what the heck do those letters stand for?
So they mean, I'm going to look at my diploma, Diploma of Homeopathic Medicine and Health Sciences. So those are the initials.
So for those of you wondering what the heck those mean, that's what that means. Now, Diane, you had no intention of becoming a homeopathic doctor. You were working as a professional photographer.
Correct. Now, I have to correct you right there and then. You're not allowed to call me a doctor.
Oh, right. Because we have censorship.
Correct.
So what am I supposed to call you? Like a homeopathic practitioner?
Yes.
Okay. So thank goodness I'm in a different province and your college can't go after me personally, hopefully.
Or me.
So yeah, and that in itself is it's interesting, and that like a lot of people don't know that in the area of health that there is so much control over what can be said. So in an effort to kind of get the public to just think one way, that it's staggering. But that's one of them. But let's get into your story. So you're working as a professional photographer. So this is what you're doing for a living. And something happened. Do you want to share with us your health journey?
Right. And in fact, right behind me there is actually up on the wall. That's actually my certificates from being a professional photographer and within my association. So I've been a photographer for many years, and I was lifting equipment out of my car, and I felt like I must have pinched a nerve or something because my arms started to tingle. And I'd gone to chiropractic care, which I believe in, for many years. And but within a couple of days, my tingling from my arms and my arms went into my legs. And so my chiropractor said, and I knew that that wasn't normal, that to go to all 4 limbs. And so from there, pain, very painful, spasms, and spasms were incredible. And I had the tingling and pain, less mobility. And you have to understand, I'd been athletic all my life, a very active mom, 3 children, bicycle, baseball, rollerblading, everything.
Well, let's also comment, you're 35 at the time. Like you're a young woman.
Yes, at the time. I'm not 35 now. Yes. So at the time, I'm 35 years old. I need my income, and I have 3 beautiful children, my husband. And so things were not going well. I continued, seeking help. I eventually went to my family doctor, who
But
basically...
I'm gonna slow things down here.
Okay.
So when you say tingling, you were actually getting that, I think it's called pins and needles, where you,
Correct.
like you've fallen asleep on your arm type thing, and it hurts. Like we've
Yes.
all experienced that.
Yes.
So you were actually getting this pins and needle sensation in both your arms
24/7.
and your legs. So it would never stop.
Correct. 24/7. It was on all the time.
Right. And my understanding is this became such a problem. You were having difficulty walking.
Correct. Everything. I was just fatigued out because everything I did took so much effort. I had no strength left. Literally, as time went on, not right in the beginning, but as time went on, I got to the point where I literally would have to say in my mind, okay, lift your leg to walk, lift your leg to walk. And that's how I walked. Everything became painful. Everything was exhausting. And there were days when getting up, walking down the stairs, getting myself ready was my entire day. It just was all I could do to do that. Yeah, during that period.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to understand you basically became disabled, right?
Correct.
You stopped working.
Yes. And you know what's very difficult for people to understand is they looked at me and I looked the same, but physically, mentally, and emotionally, I was not the same person. But they look at you, so they're like, well, I don't see any difference in you. But there was a huge difference.
Right. So you're in this pain. So you've got
Yes.
this pins and needles in both your arms and your legs.
Mm-hmm.
You're finding yourself incredibly fatigued. So like
Mhm.
my understanding is if you even had to go up a flight of stairs, like
Correct.
that's it. You are now exhausted.
Correct.
You might as well have run a race.
Correct.
So you have no energy. You cannot work. What's
Correct.
happening to you, mentally?
So I would say that I did go into depression for a bit, and depression is not even a word in my vocabulary. Prior to that happening, it was not even a word in my vocabulary. That's just not who I am. But I understand that now to help, my clients to understand what that is. It's a hopeless feeling when you're told by doctors and specialists and you have all these tests done, of which I had 21 different tests and specialists that I went to and was told that I have no answers for you. And this is what you're going to have to live with. You're going to be in pain. You may end up in a wheelchair. So
Well, weren't you told that more emphatically you're going to end up in a wheelchair?
exactly. That's what I was told. Yes. That, I was going to end up in a wheelchair. And so if I could jump forward a tiny little bit, there's ribbons on the back of my wall here, and above it is a plaque. And after I did all the things I did, I remember putting that bib down. I did a 5K walk run, and I put that bib down on the truck, in our truck, on the seat, and I cried. And I said, what if I had bought into what I was told?
Let's back up. So you're going to your medical doctor, you're being referred to specialists.
Yeah.
Like over about a 1.5 year period, you are done 21 different tests
And
where they're trying to figure out if they can help you.
Correct.
did the mainstream medical system have any answers for you saying, hey, we can get you well by doing this or doing
None
that?
whatsoever. And I even had a biopsy, a muscle biopsy done of both my arms and my legs. And when the only answer I ever had, or it was not an answer because it wasn't anything for me, but I was recommended to take painkillers and antidepressants. And the ridiculous thing is that they were covered by my husband's healthcare benefits, but all the things that I truly needed to do, which I ended up doing, were not covered, and we paid for ourselves. So, you know, it's just bizarre how our healthcare system or how extended healthcare benefits are.
Right. So because I think we're all familiar with the government funded healthcare system that we can access and we don't have to pay for. So you were offered two things. You were offered antidepressants.
Yeah.
And you were offered painkillers.
Right.
And and in some provinces you have to pay, you know, part or all of your prescription costs. But in your case, your husband's medical plan fully covered the chemical drugs.
Correct.
But didn't cover the non-chemical treatments that you ended up accessing that actually worked for you. But just back to the chemical drugs. So the doctors are telling you after a year and a half and 21 different tests, we actually can't solve your problem.
Correct.
But we can manage the depression that's resulting with antidepressants. And we can help you manage the pain you're in with chemical, you know, pain relievers.
Yeah. So not only just at the end of it, but during the whole thing, all the specialists, all the doctors, that's all they had to offer. And I did try them. So I was desperate. I did try them. They made me feel worse than.
You mean the antidepressants?
And the painkillers. They actually made me feel worse. They put me in a fog. Yeah, it was awful. They did not help any part, not mentally, physically, or emotionally. They made me worse.
You know, can I just segue, because you said put you in a fog, and I assume you're meaning the antidepressants. Is, you know, years ago I had on the stand a psychiatrist named Dr. Charles Popper, and he is a psychiatrist at Harvard Medical School. He teaches doctors how to become child and adolescent psychiatrists.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the founding editor of the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology and was its editor for 10 years. And he's on the stand. And I'm actually asking him, well, hey, you know, if you got bipolar disorder, would you, you know, go through the chemical treatments, or would you, you know, would you try this on trial was this product called Empower Plus, which was a vitamin and mineral supplement that he actually used in his practice to treat bipolar disorder. And he sat for a long time. And when he answered, he said, well, no, I tried to, I would take Empower Plus. But he had said in his testimony that he underestimated, as he's transferring patients to Empower Plus, because he'd give people the option. He said 100% of the patients came back to him and said, you know, I'm out of a fog, and just describing just how slowed down their mental capacity was. And he says psychiatrists underestimate how much of a fog, and it's your word that brought that out to me, how much of a fog people are under. What was that like when you were on the antidepressants?
Awful, because your mind is like, your mind isn't your mind. And so your physical body is already, you know, depleted. And now your mental emotional state is like, and like for me, I need to be in control of my body and thoughts. Like, I don't like to be out of control. I am not a drinker, like, because I don't like that feeling. Like, I don't want to be out of full control of my mind and my body.
Okay. So you're in a bit of a bind now then, because, you know, you're probably now 36 and a half, 37. You've been sick for a year and a half. The doctors don't have any answers, but you're disabled. You're not able to work.
Right.
You're in incredible pain.
Yeah.
You're exhausted. Or even going up a flight of stairs is going to wipe you out.
Yeah.
You're worried about going into a wheelchair because the doctors are saying, no, you're most likely going to end up in a wheelchair. And you're not happy with that as a state of affairs. What happens?
So, and I think we need to add into there. So I was self-employed. And so now I'm in a financial situation too, even though I took out insurance because there was no diagnosis, the insurance is saying, well, there's no diagnosis, we can't pay you. So you put finances on top of the stress that you were already under with your body. And like, that's incredibly even more exhausting, on top of it. And I think a lot of people get into that as well. So yeah.
Right.
Sorry, I interrupted.
Well, no, it's there's no interrupting because it's your story. And so anything that comes to mind is absolutely important. But now you started to find answers. Do you want to share with us what happened?
So somebody had mentioned to me about going to see an iridologist, but the way they said it was you're going to go for a reading. Well, I'm a born again Christian. I don't go for readings. I don't do.
But back then you're not really that there yet, are you? Or
no, I'm no. Well, I understand, the concept, right? But I don't understand everything in the, the spiritual realm. Let's put it that way, right? But I do understand that when you say a reading, I would never go for a psychic reading. I would never go and do tarot cards. So, that reading word just kind of freaked me out. And I thought, no, I'm not doing that.
Yep.
But then, though, I'm desperate. I am now desperate, right? And so with that, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go. And if it's weird, I'll leave. Well, it made a lot of sense to me. It just made a lot of sense to me to understand my eye color, my eye structure, and nutrition that I needed because of my eye color and my eye structure and all of that. And so I started doing the recommendations this person told me to do. And I started to feel better. And one of the biggest things.
What did the person tell you to do? And then once you share that, I'm going to back up and say, can you explain for people what iridology is in the first place?
Okay.
Right?
So because I have brown eyes, I am, digestion is a weakness, a genetic weakness. And because I'm what's called an anxiety tetanic structure type, that means I'm a neuromuscular person, a thinker and a doer. And so that combination, I actually was not being able to absorb enough proteins to then regenerate my muscles in my body. And one of the issues was I wasn't taking amino acids to then be allowed my body to take in the protein and utilize my protein to use up the muscle, what I needed to make muscles. Because the thing is, I was always an A-type personality, and I lived with a lot of stress. I had a lot of things happen in my background. In my younger years, I was carrying a lot of emotional baggage, let's just put it that way. And so all of that played a part on my body. And sometimes I believe for me being ill made me sit down, rest, and listen to the Lord. That's what I feel. So I look at it like a blessing, even though it was terrible to go through. I look at it now as a blessing, and I utilize that because now I look down the road to everything I do. It just led me on my journey to everything I do now. So I'm going to turn around and grab a chart to show you what iridology is. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we'll do that. And then we're going to switch back to your health journey.
Okay.
But it's just, you used a term, and some of the people watching, like I know when I first learned about that, really it was a friend of mine who was a master herbalist who also had training in iridology. And I just thought it was a little, first of all, I didn't know what it was. And then I thought, well, that's kind of odd. But you're going to explain actually how it made a huge difference for you.
Right.
And you see it make a huge difference for a bunch of other people. So I think it's important for people to understand what we're talking about.
So iridology is being able to look at a chart and being able to look in a person's eye. I still do all mine manually with a magnifying glass and a light. I don't use fancy computers and all that kind of stuff. I just do it manually by looking in the iris of the eye, looking at different colors if it's a dark mark, it generally means it's been there a long time, and that's a potential issue. White marks generally mean pain and inflammation. So just even with that alone, and understanding in the different areas where the different parts of the body are, both left and right, I mean, I was able to see and learn, okay, so this is your back, this is your ovaries, this is, whatever part of the body. Thyroid is a big one.
Can I just back up? So the theory is that when you have something going on health-wise in your body, good or bad, it shows up in the iris of your eye.
Correct.
And so that can be read almost like a map to give some indications of, well, wait a second, we should consider this.
Correct.
We should consider that.
And so I've also changed my language. I don't ever call it, I can read it. I call it an evaluation. Just because really that's such a, a word, right? Reading. So, and so that was Bernard Jensen. And then this is the international style of iridology, which is around the world. It's utilized around the world. So yeah, by looking in the iris of the eye, it actually is a neuro-optic reflex of through your spinal column and your nerves to the iris of the eye to tell you what's going on. So I look at it like this. I look at it like, I think God's pretty smart. I know I'm sounding sarcastic, but I mean this from the bottom of my heart. God's pretty smart that he would give us an evaluation tool to actually be able to see what's going on in the body without having to do invasive surgery and invasive testing on people.
Some people watching this, I know, will be thinking, that just sounds off to me, right? Like that you could, and I'm of the camp. No, I accept this. Something came to mind. Somebody else I heard where it's not about the iris, but it would surprise people to hear. So I'd listened to a lecture from a Dr. Jerry Tennant. And Dr. Tennant was a big name eye surgeon. So he was the very first eye surgeon that did cataract surgery as a day surgery, right? Where you didn't have to spend a night or two at the hospital. And he was doing a clinical trial on one of these lasers that correct the eyes. So you have to do clinical trials before they get approved. So he's running this clinical trial and he breathes in a virus that had been vaporized from the eye tissue, and it disables him. And it disables him cognitively, so that maybe on a given day, he would have enough presence of mind to be able to read a newspaper, but for the rest of the day, like for maybe 2-hour window max. Okay. So he became both physically and cognitively disabled. And, he's a big name doctor. The medical system can't solve his problem. The big and brightest minds can't solve his problem. So after being disabled for a while, he decided, okay, in that 2-hour window I have, I'm just going to start researching. What do I need to do? And for him, it came down to cellular health. He was the first guy who I ever heard said, don't eat canola oil, and here's why, right? So, but now he runs a general medical practice, I think in Texas. The last time I had communication with him, he was in Texas.
Okay.
But he said, when somebody comes to him with a chronic illness, the first question he asks is, where's your root canals?
Yes.
And he says literally 100% of the time that they have a root canal in the tooth that the ancient Chinese practitioners linked to that organ system.
Correct.
Now, as somebody, raised in the Western world, I think that's really weird that thousands of years ago, the Chinese would link organs to teeth in the first place. Like, what are you talking about here? Correct. But here that we have, a high level, eye surgeon who's now got a medical practice, and he's learned if somebody has chronic illness, that's the first thing I ask. And for whatever reason, that story came to mind, because I know some people are going to be skeptical that our eye can be a map. But you went to somebody, you used your eye as a map, and you were told, do this, do this, do this. What happened? You're disabled.
I started to get better. Physically started to get better. And, and more things happened. And like I said, I truly believe that I needed to slow down in order to hear from the Lord. So, with that, I also had to work on not just my physical body, but my mental emotional state as well. And emotions and things from the past. And when I work with clients now, one of the main things I talk about is, and I go over, what are traumas in your life? And we talk about it. So because your emotions and things that have happened in your life play a big part on your health. And when people can't make that connection, I feel sorry for them, because emotional state plays a big part on the physical body. And so I'd gone through lots of things that had happened when I was younger, lots of things that shouldn't happen to little girls when they're younger. That did happen. Some of it I didn't even know about until I started praying and started asking for truth to be revealed. And I started on that journey, and which brought me to having to forgive, understanding forgiveness. And that's a big part of what I do in connecting my clients nowadays is it's
so
not just about the physical body.
I want to go back to something, but remind me if I forget that we get back to the topic of forgiveness.
Okay.
So just, both of us are going to try and remember to go back there, but I just wanted to emphasize. So you're basically told, listen, you need to take amino acids, and so you start taking them. You also had to make diet changes. My understanding is that it took about a year and a half, but you became fully well.
Pain-free within a year and a half. It didn't happen just overnight.
I understand. It took a while for your body to come back, but not just pain-free, but you got your energy back.
Correct. Slowly.
You became active again.
Started coming back. Yes.
And the spasms went away. We're always having these muscle spasms.
Yes.
So you went from being disabled
and told I may never
told
walk
you're going to end up in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
To basically being a healthy young woman again.
Right. And at the age of 60, which I'm 66 now, I ran my first marathon. And I've ran 5 marathons since the age of 60.
Okay. No, that's pretty cool. So now, and we're just parking forgiveness for a second. We're going to come back there. But early on in your journey, and this is part of the beginning of the forgiveness journey, but you started to get well, and somehow you got where you were going to go to some new church.
Right. Well, actually, it wasn't. It was a new church to me. I'd never even heard of it. And somebody had said to me, but actually the whole story is, and it's in my book, this gentleman comes up to me and says, and he's terrified. The look on his face, he's terrified. And he says to me, "Oh my, I had a dream about you." Now, I'm a young woman, right? And I'm thinking, oh yeah, I've heard that line before.
Oh, so just what, you don't know this person?
I do not know this person.
So you're out and about and somebody approaches you and they're clearly nervous.
Oh yes, he's clearly
because they're stepping out of their comfort zone right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So he comes out to me and I can tell that this guy is, he's for real, right? And he goes, "Oh my goodness, I had a dream about you." And in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, okay, that's a line. And he goes, "No, I had a dream about you. You have on exactly what you had on in the dream. And I was to tell you something." And he was shaking. And he says, "Because I forget what I was supposed to tell you." And I'm like, "Oh, well, that's good." Right. And we're standing there. And then I go, "Okay, well, let's just keep chatting and see what happens." Right. So eventually he tells me, "I had a dream and you're supposed to go to this church in Toronto." And I wrote the name down because I always get messed. So give me 1 second.
No, and do you live in Toronto at the time?
No. We lived in Dundas at the time when all this happened.
Okay.
Yeah, in Dundas, Ontario. So he said, "You need to go to the Toronto Airport Christian Fellowship Church." And I'm like, okay, never heard of it. And so I'm like, okay, thank you very much for your information. Because really, truly, like, how many times does someone walk up to you and say, "You need to go to this church," right? That they have a dream.
How many times does somebody come up to you and they're visibly shaken?
And they say, "I had a dream about you." Yeah,
they're
exactly.
really not wanting to engage, but they feel obligated. And they say,
Right.
"I had a dream about you. You're wearing exactly what you're wearing now." Like, oh my gosh.
Right.
And I'm supposed to tell you something.
Right.
Like that.
that hasn't happened to me ever. So
Well, I could tell you that those types of things have actually happened to me many, many times. And so hold that thought. I'd like to tell you another story, but let me finish this one, okay? So I go, okay, so days pass by, and I'll be honest and tell you that freaky things started to happen. Every time I turned the TV on, Toronto Airport Christian Fellowship was on the TV. And I'm like, never seen this show before. And why is it there now? Right? And whatever, next time, if I turn the TV on, guess what's on? Toronto Airport Christian Fellowship. I'm like, okay, I don't need to be told too many times, right? Although I'm like, what's going on? So I'm trying to convince my daughter, who at the time was 10 years old. And I'm like, oh, please come with me, because big brave mom doesn't want to go by herself, right? And I don't want to tell too many people I want to go there, because like, who's going to believe me? Seriously, who's going to believe me, right? So we go, and the gentleman says, it's Wednesday. Normally we don't do healings on Wednesday, but I feel that there's someone here that has an issue with their arms and their legs, and they've come here tonight for healing. And my daughter's like, Mom, that's you. I'm like, I am not.
I'll just stop. This is you've been to the urologist, but you're not healed yet.
No. I've started to get better, but I'm still like have lots of issues still going on.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So I just wanted people to understand. Yeah, you actually you're still there.
Right. Yeah. And it's within that period of a year and a half of getting well. Right. It didn't happen overnight, and there's other things that happened in between that I believe the Lord opened the door to allow everything to happen. So, they're dancing. They're falling down, these people at this church. People are waving flags, and I am not used to any of that. Okay. That's just totally out of my comfort zone. I think these people are weird. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, and I tell this in my book, so this isn't new. So I'm sitting there, and my daughter's like, Mom, that's you. I go, I am not walking up there. Those people, there must be magnets in the floor pushing them down. There must be fans knocking them over.
So can I just fill in this and tell me where I get this wrong? So the person preaching is basically describing you and saying, please come forward for healing. Yeah. And you're not going, and your daughter is saying that's you, and you're saying I'm not going. But some people do go to the front for healing.
Correct. Yes.
And at the front, some of them are falling down onto the ground.
Yes.
And so that's what you mean when you say they're falling down. They go to the front. Yes. These aren't people just standing in the chairs. These are people that go to the front. And you've never seen anything like that before.
Nope.
And you're thinking, this is craziness. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing real about this.
Correct.
There's magnets on the floor. Something like that's what's going through your mind. You're going, well, there can't be something spiritual happening. There's got to be some smoke and mirrors explanation for this.
Exactly what I was thinking. So then the pastor goes to the front of the church again. Says, no, the person's still not up here. They need to come forward. They have, their arms and legs. There's tingling. They have spasms. They have pain, blah, blah, blah. And
so
my
describing you to a T.
Correct. And my daughter's hitting me. Mom, didn't we come here because you wanted to be healed? And I'm like, I am not walking to the front of this church. These people are 3 times this happens. And then my daughter goes.
So 2 more times. So he said it the first time. Mm-hmm. He said it the second time, the person's still not here. And he said it a third time, the person still hasn't come up. Even though more people would have come up with the second time.
Correct.
Okay.
So my daughter's like, Mom, you made me come here. Now you get up there. So I start to walk up the front. My arms are crossed. Like, I am not taking part of this. This is just baloney. I don't even make it to the front of the church. I'm walking up the aisle. I'm close to the front. Don't even make it to the front. And I go down in the spirit. Now I know what to call it. Now, I know some people might think that's weird, but literally I went down. Never hurt myself.
Not voluntarily.
Oh, no. All the way up there, I kept saying, nope, I am not going down. I'm going to prove these people wrong. That's literally what went through my mind. So I've understood if the Lord wants you, he wants you. Right? You just better you know, get a grasp
So
of
what
it and
what
understand.
happened after that? Because my understanding is that, like, it's not like you're healed at that service, but something started. Something was
Absolutely.
happening, and you were. So tell me about that.
Yeah. So I go down, I'm laying on the carpet, and I can hear everything that's going on around me, but I start physically shaking. And so I think I was there for about 15 minutes because I asked my daughter when I came back and sat down with her, and she goes, "Oh, Mom, you were like shaking like a crazy woman laying there on the floor." Because you got her, she's 10. She's never seen this before either. Right. And so, but so my healing exponentially jumped forward. So I didn't have pain anymore. Like, even though I was starting to come out of pain by doing nutritional things and stuff like that, it was an exponential jump. And then it wasn't just exponential in my physical body, it was exponential in my journey with the Lord.
Right, because you were basically told, weren't you, or you came to understand you're supposed to now start training in this stuff.
So sorry?
Well, didn't you come to understand that you were kind of supposed to become a healer, like just be trained to help other people, or did I get that wrong?
I don't think anybody ever said that to me at that point in time. No. But I just, as my journey has gone on, absolutely, I know what the Lord has, gifted me in to do. Right. And
okay.
Go
So
ahead.
you start training, right?
Yes. So I took the iridology course, and then I upgraded to take the international course, and I actually upgraded and became a teacher in Canada. And in 2006, I won the Iridologist of the Year award, not because I'm any better than anybody else, but I promoted iridology and I believed in it and I wanted people healed. And then that's what I started doing is I started so 1998, I think I took my first course. And with that course in iridology, I also took a master nutrition course. So nutrition goes right along with what you see in the iris of the eye and things that you need to do. So I've had that background and I've been working in natural health care since 1998. So when I first took my first course, and then I've just continued with more learning and more avenues to be able to help people. And then I went back to school when I turned 50 to get my diploma in homeopathic medicine and medical health sciences.
Right. And that was a further 3 years of study, as I understand.
Correct. Driving to Toronto. I did over 100,000 kilometers in 3 years. Yeah. My poor husband.
So, and then you also, as I understand it, do live blood analysis.
Correct.
And do you want to just explain for those maybe explain what that is for people that don't understand?
So I'm pointing here because this is where my microscope is. It is just a prick of your finger, just like you would do if you were testing for blood sugars. And it goes under a microscope and you have a look at it. And so I actually had a client say to me, have you ever heard of Gaston Nasson? Now, I might not be pronouncing his name correctly, but he's a biochemist out of Quebec. And he did live blood and he came up with a product called 714X, which is an immunotherapy. And that's how I got introduced to it. It was actually a client of mine said, you would be really interested. I suggest you read his books and you go from there. And he's one, this guy has stood by his products, which have healed.
Right, but let's skip 714X right now. It's just live blood analysis.
Yep.
You basically it's called live blood because you've just pricked it. The blood is still alive.
Yep.
It's still fluid. Things are still moving around under the microscope.
Correct.
And in real time, you look and see what's there. Because sometimes you're seeing things that aren't just red blood cells. Sometimes they don't look normal. So you're able to tell a lot just in real time what's happening by someone's blood.
Correct. Yeah. So that's a great benefit to be able to then know nutritionally and what's going on in their body.
Okay. So that's kind of your training. Now, I don't want us to lose this forgiveness angle because it's really another part of your training as you were saying earlier. It's, basically what's happening with us emotionally.
Correct.
Has a physical effect. And I don't think that's going to surprise most people. I've heard a lot of practitioners, including medical doctors, say that there's a mind-body connection, and you know, and our emotions are important. But so you had a journey with forgiveness. Do you want to share that? Just because this is part of people becoming well, and you've learned you need to incorporate it in your practice.
Oh, where to begin? Because then, so with that, I also then did take Christian counseling to help people. But forgiveness, you know, so many people say, how can I forgive somebody for the things that they've done to me? And in reality, some things, you know, are really tough to understand why anybody would do them. But forgiveness sets you free. Like, it allows you not to be held in the anger. It allows you not to be tormented by all the issues that go on. So that's the biggest thing, is for people to understand. And yeah, it's sometimes tough to forgive and not forget. And but you know, through forgiveness, it is a matter, it's slowly, just like me getting well, repeatedly, you know, going over for asking for forgiveness for things that were done to me. It takes time, and the pain's not there anymore, and the anger is not there. And those are things that all those emotions are actually attached to. Just like Chinese medicine and root canals, what organs are they attached to, or where are they attached to? Different emotions are also attached to different organs. So if someone comes to me and they've had issues with the liver, or I look in the iridology chart and there's an issue in the liver's got a black mark in it. One of the main things I talk about, of course, is, are you a drinker and but I also say, do you have issues of anger? Because anger holds in the liver. So again, same thing, you know, you have to go to that organ and help them. So you have to really discern, you know, is it all physical? Is it physical, emotional? You know, where is it all coming from?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because like, I think everyone, you know, watching, you know, will understand. Sweet, when you're angry, you feel it physically, right? Like when you're really angry, and you know, you get the stress hormones and everything else going. And then, you know, when we're grieving about things, I mean, I feel it physically. I think everyone feels it physically. And you know, I've had periods in my life where I've had a lot of grieving, and I believe that that's been a strain on my body, like physically. So I think this idea that we actually have to, you know, get peace mentally, like that's what forgiveness is. I think you were making the point, it's for you, it's not for the other person. It's so that you're not having to experience the emotion,
right?
Because you're angry, you're upset, that you have to forgive so you can release.
Correct. Because many times, I've learned that many times the other person, it's irrelevant to them. So you're being held back for something that's not even affecting the other person. They don't care, right? So it's you need to forgive for what has happened so you can be set free.
Yeah. No, and I know you're not the only practitioner that does that. So part of your practice is looking at the emotional health also.
Yes.
And it actually, you've learned in your training that, you know, you even have to ask the question if you're seeing other indications, because it's actually a signal of emotional, I'll call it disquiet, but we could call it other things.
Yeah. And I actually say to my clients, if I don't make you cry, I didn't do my job. Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk about some of the people that I think, I was going to say that you've, you know, touched and impacted, but I think they've touched and impacted you
Absolutely.
also. And the first one is Bobby. Can you tell us about Bobby?
Yeah. So I'm just going to grab the newspaper article. So this is a little boy named Bobby Taylor, and this article was July of 1999. And so the mom, Tracy, and I were standing at the arena one day. Her daughter and my daughter played hockey. And I just happened to say to her, "Oh, how you doing today?" And she goes, "I'm not doing very well because my son Bobby's in the hospital, McMaster in Hamilton." And, they said that if he gets the flu or gets sick one more time, he may not make it. And that's a pretty heavy statement.
How old is Bobby?
So this article he was 9. So I'm going to say he was probably 8 when I first started talking with this family. So
okay, so an 8-year-old boy is basically so weak physically that the medical doctors are saying to the mother, if he gets one cold or one flu, it's going to take him.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say that he was weak. That wouldn't be the word I would use.
Okay.
I would use the word, and I'm only repeating it from what was written in the newspaper, from what the mother talked about, that his immune system was so disturbed because of all the medication he was on. He was diagnosed with juvenile arthritis from birth. And the medications that he was on and the side effects from the medications were why he was in the state he was in. So through that, she talks about, that he was way under height for his age, because again, all the medication, what it had done to his body. So this little boy, so the mom goes on to tell me, and so here I am, I'm just starting on my journey, understanding the body. I've taken, nutrition and all of that. One of the things that I have always understood.
I just need to back you up so people understand. So you've reported, basically he's so immunocompromised that the doctors are thinking just even a regular cold or flu is going to be too much for him. But my understanding is this little boy, he couldn't walk.
Correct.
He couldn't go to school. He is not only in danger of dying, but this child has no life. He's not running around playing with friends. Right. He's too weak to go to school. So his life is basically over. And as I understand it, he's not only ingesting chemical drugs that are being prescribed, but they're doing injections of steroids and the like.
Yeah.
So he's being aggressively treated as best he can.
Correct.
For juvenile arthritis, which is a very severe case in his case.
Correct. He was crawling. He was not walking at the time when I first met him. He would literally roll out of bed and then crawl, from what I was told. And then when I first met him, he did not go to school. He was home. He had a tutor because his immune system was so weakened, he couldn't be around other people. He had never been able to sleep over at anybody else's house because everybody was afraid of him having or getting anything. And even they had 5 other children. So even having their other children around him was dangerous. And the drugs that he was on, the mother had to have in a lockbox, and she had to wear gloves and a mask and that when she did his injections. That's pretty severe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So you end up getting involved, even though this is at the beginning of your journeys.
Right. I'm right in the beginning. Yeah. So I just suggest to her, our bodies, we need minerals and nutrients and stuff like that. And one of the biggest things I understand about arthritis is its inflammation, and, anything that ends in IS is inflammation. So I suggested doing natural mineral soaks, like natural mineral baths, not in Epsom salt, because that only has a couple of minerals in it, but in full spectrum mineral salts. And so he started doing natural mineral soaks in a bath daily, soaking for 20 minutes in a full spectrum minerals. So full spectrum minerals, at the time, I used Celtic sea salt. I don't use it now. I use another brand, but I did at the time back then. Personally, I used it. And so I recommended it to her. So he was doing full mineral soaks. And within weeks, he started to improve by soaking in natural mineral salts. It's like people that go to the Dead Sea, right? they go in and they soak in the minerals. People that go to the ocean, and when they're in the ocean, they feel healing properties because it's the salts, it's the mineral salts, not just plain sodium bicarbonate. It's full of minerals, right? So just by doing that, he started to improve. And then, I suggested other things. She started doing some nutritional supplements and detoxing his body from all the drugs that he had been on. And slowly, she started talking with the doctor and wanting to wean him off. And the pediatrician arthritis specialist or juvenile arthritis specialist actually wanted to do cortisol shot on him. And she was like, why? He's getting better. Why would we do a cortisol shot, right? And because they refused to do the cortisol shot, the specialist let him go as a patient because they weren't doing, the drugs. And like, wouldn't he have been happy? Like, oh my gosh, look at this guy. He's starting to have a life. Like,
this child we thought would be dead,
right?
Who's getting well. You'd think they would be, what's changed? What have you done to change this?
Right. And so I remember I sat there during this interview from the reporter, Paul Banks, Flamborough Review at the time. And the tutor was there. And the tutor said to the reporter, like, I don't know what they're doing, but like, it's like day and night, life and death in this child. Whatever they're doing, they need to keep doing it. Bobby used to, 2 times, I think, was the poster child for McMaster when they did their May fundraising. And when he started to get well, they didn't want him to do it anymore. Like, how does that make sense?
So what eventually happened with Bobby?
So about 5 years ago, I met up with his mom. She came to my office and she brought me a family picture. So you have to understand this little, 8-year-old, 9-year-old. One of his biggest things was he never was able to sleep at anybody's house. He got to sleep out at at a friend's house. And his biggest thing was he had 3 younger brothers and sisters. And he said, my biggest dream is that I can start to grow so that my younger brothers and sisters aren't taller than me. So the mom brings a family picture. She was in my office like 5 years ago. She brought a family picture and she said, so pick out Bobby in the picture. I couldn't because he was as tall as his brothers and sisters.
So you're looking at a picture of a young man who, when he was 8, the doctors were saying he would die with a regular cold or flu.
Yeah.
Isolate him from people.
Yeah.
And who was disabled, couldn't go to school, couldn't walk, in constant pain, who is now a healthy young man that walks and talks. He ended up going to school. He became a normal boy. He was able to play with friends and run around.
And was off all medication.
Right. Okay. So that's got to be pretty compelling for you.
Absolutely.
Because the intervention was really simple.
Correct. It was. And in lots of cases, it is. In lots of cases, it is. Mm-hmm.
So, and what I find interesting is, Diane, I'm like also interviewing people like Bobby, and I'm just shocked with the stories. And I'm also impacted. Sometimes we forget just how hopeless people feel when they're like, can you imagine what was going on mentally and spiritually with him?
I do.
Yeah. Well, he would have shared that with you. Like, it would be just total fear of dying and just this pain and sickness. And then, like, it's not just the physical, it's the actual experience and the emotions that we tie with it. And so here, this little boy got his life back.
Correct. Quality of life.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is life and death. Like, the medical system was a dead end for this fellow.
Yeah.
This little boy. Okay. You and I spoke also about, I'm not about a young mom. So she's a young mom. She's got 2 young kids, and she ends up coming to you, basically where the medical system has said to her, you've got, maybe 2 days to live.
Correct. So what happened was Lori is her name, was her name. She has passed on, but she got a lot of years in between. So Lori's mom had heard me speak in, I guess, months prior. And when I talk, I always say the body can heal. The body has the ability to heal if you give the body what the body needs and remove out of the body what the body can't use. So that's just a basic, it is truth. And so she called me up and said that her daughter was sent home to die, Lori, and she'd only been given a couple days. She was terminal, had already done chemo and radiation and whatever else she had to do. She had tumors in her liver. And so they were sending her home, and she was going to go. They had sent a hospital bed to her sister's house, who was a registered nurse. And so they asked if I would come and see her. So I don't believe in coincidences. The night before, my husband and I had gone to a seminar about liver cancer. And so this person had talked about what they had done and these 5 natural products that they had taken. So I'm like, oh, well, you know, this is no coincidence. And I had part bottles of this and part bottles of that, or I knew somebody that had this or that. So I gathered all those products, and my husband and I, we drove up to the house.
So I'm gonna slow you down here for a second. So you go to a seminar, and this family has not contacted you.
No.
So you go to a seminar the night before.
Yeah.
On, you know, liver cancer, and somebody's explaining, here's how I treated liver cancer.
Yeah.
And there's this protocol, and you've got the protocol.
Yeah.
So you're at the seminar because you're trained, you're doing all you can to learn about healing. But
Correct.
The very next day,
you
were contacted by the family.
Mm-hmm.
So Trace, or Lori's family.
Yeah.
And, you know, so Lori's dying of liver cancer. She's got tumors all over her liver. She's gone through chemo.
Yes.
And it hasn't worked. She's basically been given 2 days to live. And so the special bed for her has been sent to her sister's house, who is an RN, basically so Lori can die, not at the hospital,
at home,
but die in her sister's home under her sister's care.
Correct.
So the day after, you get, okay, here's what you do for liver cancer. Lori's family contacts you saying, you know, it's hopeless, but, you know, can you come, and we got nothing to lose here, right?
Correct. And that's what her sister said. So my husband and I arrive, and with part bottles and this and that, and they had assisted Lori in the bathtub to give her a bath. And her sister was in there helping her. And there was another lady in there. I just remember 3 of them coming out of the bathroom to help with her. And she literally smelled of death. And she was gray in color. She looked like death, and she smelled like death. And they put her in the bed. And the sister said to me, you know, we got nothing to lose, you know, nothing to lose at all. And I suggested, because I can only make suggestions, I don't tell people what to do. I said, if this were my family, I would double up on everything. And so they did. The sister
so you gave them the protocol you brought over, basically the protocol that you learned about the night before.
Correct.
So there's 5 natural products, and so Lori's actually, she's so weak, she needs help getting bathed and out of the tub and all of this. And when you say she smelled of death, like, so I know we can't really describe smells, but she's got to smell like this isn't right. You're
correct.
You're
and
dying.
She just got out of the bathtub. You have to remember that, right? So she had already just had a bath. So she had the distinct smell around her. So, you know, she was not well. So.
And you said her color, she was gray?
Yeah, she was gray in color. Yeah.
What about her physical appearance?
She was skin and bones.
What about her stomach?
Oh, her abdomen was all distended. Yeah, all distended. Yeah.
Okay. So you say to this family, I mean, they're expecting her to be dead in 2 days at the outside.
Yeah.
And you understand you're just there as kind of a last Hail Mary, literally.
Yeah.
You know, like we got nothing to lose at this point. So you leave this protocol with them, but you say, you know, I'd double this one. Like here's the protocol, but I'd go double here.
Right.
What happens?
So the sister calls the next morning and she says, I have not seen so much stuff come out of every orifice of a person as came out of Lori. And she's sitting up and she feels better already. So they're already seeing an improvement in her. And, you know, so unfortunately, I don't have her records because at this point in time, I'm not thinking I'm anything. Who am I keeping records? So this is all by memory, right? So, but I do know that within a couple of days, she was up and walking. Like it was 3 days, she was up and walking and feeling better and eating. And in a month, she, her oncologist, because they were surprised she was still alive, did a scan on her, and the tumors were shrinking in 1 month. She lived.
And then
sorry.
My understanding, they did another scan after about 3 months,
and they were gone. Yeah.
So now I imagine what happened, because here the oncologist, you know, would have sent her home to die. That probably you were quite busy going, because you had been invited by the oncologist and the other doctors to explain what happened. So tell us about that, because you probably were in great demand for a while, so that they could learn how this, you know,
wouldn't have that been nice? Wouldn't have that been nice? And wouldn't that be common sense? And wouldn't that like do no harm rule come into a play here that medical doctors take an oath to? But no, that didn't happen. No. And in fact, when patients patients from oncologists come to see me, they're, most of them are told, don't go see anyone natural. Don't take any natural supplements because you're under our care as an oncologist, and they're told not to do anything naturally, not to aid their body, not to help their body, not to take homeopathic medicine.
Right. And in Lori's case, this was a matter of life and death, and she got well and her cancer went away.
Correct. Yes.
So this young mother of 2 children literally came back from the dead.
Correct. And I remember her and I talking and praying, and her saying, you gave me these years in my life, and like my kids got to grow up, and I got to see them do this, and I got to see them do that. And yeah, it was great. It's heartwarming.
Okay, so let's move on. There's another person that you wanted to talk about named Bev.
Yep. And so
Bev, can you share with us her journey?
So Bev had taken, and I wrote down her statistics, but I'm just going to say them off the top of my head. So Bev had been diagnosed with breast cancer, and she had her breast removed. And because of pressures from some family members, she felt to take chemo. So during chemo, and let me just tell you, this happens a lot, that a person will make a decision that I don't want to do chemo, but feel pressure from other family members. Like, you have to do everything you can to do, to get well. And so these people are already under great pressure dealing with cancer. They don't need the extra pressure from family members telling them, that's one of the things that is sad to see. So, but anyways, Bev,
and you can also imagine, like, the family pressure, it's well-intentioned too.
It is.
Right? Like, I mean,
if someone has made a decision that this is their decision, that should be their decision. Right?
Well, I understand. And it's interesting. There's another person that's going to be presenting who had breast cancer, did the surgery, but before the surgery, the surgeon and the oncologist is pressuring her to do chemo. And I came to realize, like, there's real pressure. And I've heard it, with other people, there's real pressure. And she was reluctant to do that. So I think it's not just family members. I think that sometimes it's also from the oncologist and the surgeon. But the funny thing with this presenter, and so people watching are just going to have to watch for her first name's Jane.
Yeah.
Is she asked the oncologist, because in her case, the chemo wasn't to treat cancer, it was to prevent cancer from coming back. Like everyone agreed the surgery is going to solve this. And so then the question is they wanted her to do chemo to prevent it from coming back. And so she asked some important questions that I think everyone has to ask, and not just for chemo. It's like, okay, well, what are the odds that chemo will prevent it from coming back? And was shocked, like, well, between, 10 to 20%, which, that's not great odds.
Correct.
And then the chemo is more likely for other you to be susceptible to other cancers. And she asked, well, what are the odds if I don't do chemo of the cancer coming back? Like, or if I do cancer. So without chemo, you got a 10 to 20% chance of cancer reoccurring. Well, it was only like 5 to 10%.
Yeah.
Without chemo, like, so you're even overlapping and so her husband asks in her presence, the oncologist, well, would you do chemo if you were in Jane's position? No.
Yeah. And if you actually look on the Canadian Cancer Society's website, people should do this because Canadian Cancer Society is non-bias, okay? Should be non-bias, right? And you look up chemotherapy and what the side effects are, a secondary cancer.
Well, yeah, no, and that's it. So you see, I'm not being anti-chemo here.
No, I know.
Like I'm interviewing some practitioners. I was interviewing a naturopathic doctor yesterday who's an expert in cancer treatment, and has tremendous success. Like the stories are crazy. But he was saying sometimes I'm suggesting to my patient that they include chemo. Like, so we're not trying to be anti-chemo. Right. The point I'm trying to make is that you need to ask questions, like for any treatment.
Yes.
When you're saying I should do it for this, like, well, what's the difference between that and if I don't?
Right.
And what are the risks? The risks of doing it so that I can make an informed decision.
Yeah.
Like that's the point I'm trying to make is take control of your health and don't be afraid to ask questions and do research.
Yeah. And I agree. And I have had a few patients where they're so far along the road, I have suggested they need to do chemo in order to, survive, to get to a point where you can actually make changes and do other things, right? So I agree. Anyways, Bev, so she takes chemo, feels forced to take chemo, takes chemo, has a heart attack during one of her chemo treatments. Never had any heart issues prior, but she has a heart attack during chemo treatments. And then afterwards, sometime after she's done her treatments, she's diagnosed with small cell lung cancer. Now, this woman did smoke all her life, but prior to surgery for breast cancer, you have every test done possible to you. She had no lung cancer at that time. And her family doctor actually said to her, your lung cancer was not due to smoking. It was due to the chemo treatment. So,
and you were pointing out earlier that even the Canadian Cancer Society has on their website that, certain types of chemotherapy can make you more prone to other cancers. So that's what happened in Bev's case.
Correct. And so what's really important to understand with Bev is that I started her on a protocol for lung cancer that is actually by the Banerjees, who are out of India, who had gone through extensive reviews and studies from the National Cancer Institute. So I actually want to read this because I feel it's important if you'll allow me to.
Well, how long? Because I try to discourage people from reading.
So, but I won't ever get all this in. So they actually were part of a best case scenario program. And they actually, National Cancer Institute, they had 17 members and proved that their protocol in homeopathic cured and small cell lung cancer. And so I put her on this protocol, and not my protocol, experience already telling me that this works, and it worked. It extended her life. And like I have a hard time. Sometimes people that have already done chemo, their bodies are already beat up. So in order to give them quality of life and extend their life is all you can really expect once somebody's already done chemo, in my opinion. So she had that. And I actually, her daughter posted the other day, that the homeopathic protocol that she was put on actually extended her life. And, that more people need to know about the protocols that are out there in homeopathic medicine. Yeah. So
it's interesting. And again, I'm just trying to tease other people to watch, more of the health show. But we have, a medical doctor that shares the story, Dr. Stephen Malthouse, who practiced medicine for 45 years, but for the last 25, also homeopathic medicine.
Yeah.
And, as a medical doctor, like when somebody comes into his office, he said, well, a lot of patients that, they want the chemical prescription. Like they don't want to, you give people the options. So, so he was still witnessing all of, that because the patient gets to decide. But the thing he was quite clear. No, I get way better results with homeopathic medicine. Right. So here's like a medical doctor practicing for 45 years, but 25 years, he's got the overlap where he's got both, homeopathic options for people. And he's saying just outright, I saw better outcomes. You shared with me a study from Lucca, Tuscany in Italy.
Yes.
You want to, and we're just, I want people to understand there's other healing traditions there, and just keep an open mind and look into things. Because one thing I'm learning with this health show is as a lot of people, they find, they've just tried one thing and they're not getting results and they're feeling hopeless. And I think it's important for people to understand, you're not supposed to be sick. And, that's not how you were built. And there are answers out there, and do not lose hope. You're just at the beginning of your journey.
Yeah. So actually, I had seen a study from Lucca, Tuscany, Italy, about the government had funded a 10-year program to incorporate homeopathic medicine in their publicly funded healthcare system. So I already had the study, I read it, and I actually went there to the hospital in Lucca, Tuscany to see how they did it. So I had the privilege of being able to do that. But the long story short, in the results, they've seen thousands of patients, over 180 different diseases or health challenges. And on the 10-year study, the end results was 20% of the people were totally resolved. Now you have to understand, these were people that—
Can I slow you down again, just so, because I think we have to paint a better picture for those watching. So this is a government funded study that ran for 10 years. Where the government decided, okay, we're providing in our healthcare system, the government system, the mainstream medical care. But for those patients that don't respond to the mainstream medical care, we're then going to treat them with homeopathy. So when you're giving these statistics, and correct me where I'm wrong, these are actually people that are then being treated with homeopathic medicine after the mainstream medical system failed them.
I would say the majority of them absolutely are right.
Because it makes the numbers more that you're going to give more meaningful.
Yeah. So the majority of them were treated mainstream with conventional medicine, allopathic medicine, but then some of them chose not to do that route. But the majority of them absolutely, like probably 90% of them had already gone mainstream conventional allopathic medicine with no results. So they chose to go the homeopathic route. And so 20% of them, their health challenge was completely resolved. 27% had significant improvement, 22% had good improvement, 21% had slight improvement, and only 0.05% had no improvement. But one thing you have to understand, they had no adverse side effects from the homeopathic medicine.
Yeah, which is quite something, isn't it? So
yes.
My heart's in this health show because I'm wanting people to understand this is life and death. And I have to be honest with you, Diane. I knew that. It's how I got into it. I'll share that story in one of the openings for people. But I started my journey. I was actually a lawyer for Health Canada against a herbalist, and then I ended up acting for that herbalist and defending him in court. And I came to the stark reality that actually he was saving lives. and that Health Canada trying to shut him down would have actually caused deaths. And it's been a long journey. And so when we started this health show, one of the things the NHPPA we were thinking is, well, what's missing from the public discourse is basically people sharing their stories of how they've been helped. And like, I already knew this was life and death, but I've been stunned. I've been stunned by the stories. And then, you know, I'm having practitioners like you come on and share the stories. And I know you can't give the emotional experience of the person, but you basically see lives turned around.
Absolutely.
Would I be overstating things, or what are your thoughts if I suggested to you know, us having access to natural health products, us having access to natural health practitioners like yourself who have the ability to use these remedies on us, it's a matter of life and death, isn't it?
It is a matter of life and death. It is. And people have to understand that. And what I don't understand is, okay, so you as a lawyer, I didn't know you were a lawyer. Anyways, that she was a lawyer. And like, just me, like, it is my right. I should have the right to do what I feel is necessary and right for my body. Nobody else should have that control. Nobody. Like, that's very important. And I don't understand Health Canada. I don't understand our government. I don't understand what seems as common sense that this gets taken away, that this is being not even looked at, not even taken seriously, like in that aspect. And then I go financially. So if people got well, wouldn't that reduce the money in our healthcare system? If people got well with homeopathic medicine, and it's virtually nothing compared to pharmaceutical costs of medicine, if people got well, wouldn't that free up scans? Wouldn't that free up time in hospitals? Wouldn't that free up doctors? Like, it makes sense. And I go, where is common sense in Health Canada? Where?
Well, I know I have no answer for you. You know, the one thing that's always frustrated me is, like in the area of natural health products, it's been 31 years and I've made access to information requests. Like, you show me the, you know, the evidence you have that they've caused deaths, because they will say, let's say they're in the Standing Committee of Health or something like that, or, you know, their public sound bites. Oh, there's all this harm caused, but they'll never share their data.
Right.
And, you know, I know that we started to become regulated in 2004. So prior to that, that should have been, you know, when there were dead bodies in the street and all of that. Oh, well, wait a second, you have an unregulated industry, like, you know, south of the border, totally unregulated. And so there was a risk analysis done by Professor Ron Law of New Zealand. He's a university professor in New Zealand, a risk expert. So using not just Canadian government statistics, but he had to go to other Western countries to find any statistics of harm caused by natural health products. So back then, you know, before we're completely unregulated, if ever we're in danger, it's now, but can't find a single, you know, case report in Canada of a death. We're 14 times more likely to be struck by lightning than harmed by natural health product. Now, that is 14 times is so dramatic, it's crazy. And none of us would have a government department and pay, literally, I think we've spent $1 billion now on this Health Canada department. None of us would spend any money to protect us. Let's have a Health Canada department to protect us from lightning. Well, that's craziness. But it's even more crazy when there's so much evidence that there are people only alive or are only not disabled. You are disabled. You're supposed to be in a wheelchair and a drain on the system, and your marriage falling apart because you're depressed, and, you know, in some government funded housing somewhere, drooling on yourself. That's what you're supposed to be. But you're here, vibrant, contributing, alive and well and growing, only because of natural products. And you can't tell us about risk if you want good health outcomes without also talking about the benefits. See, because if we want health benefit, if we want what's best for Canadians, then okay, let's accept that there's risks, but let's accept there's benefits, and then understanding the risks and benefits, how do we get the best health outcomes for Canadians? That's what frustrates me. They refuse to look at the benefits.
Correct. Yeah. And my husband has always said I'm naive because I'm one that, like, I want to see the best in everybody. And it's been really disheartening to have people, clients, come to your office and say, do you think you could talk to your family doctor and see if they'll do a CEA blood test? That's the #1 gold standard test for colorectal cancer. You've been bleeding for 6 months and your doctor hasn't done the blood test yet. That's so disheartening. Why isn't it done? Right? So, and I see it all the time. There's no cooperation between medical doctors and complementary practitioners or other regulated practitioners. Why? It's like almost that, oh my gosh, if we work together, would the people get well? I'm being sarcastic.
Who knows? So I'm going to ask you a final question.
Mm-hmm.
So what would your message to Ottawa be? And Ottawa is both our MPs that we're asking to, let's create a fair regulatory environment where we're asking the question, how do we get the best health outcomes? And it also is Health Canada that, as you know, is ever stricter regulations, making it harder for us to keep these products.
So I guess on the bigger picture, I'd be looking and saying, well, who's making these regulations? Who are the people that actually make these regulations from Health Canada and what background? So if you want to make fair and regulations across the board, then you should have other practitioners on the board. And this should be integrated together. And with all the information that's out there, all of those things should be allowed. It's Health Canada. We should be looking towards health care, not just taking allopathic medicine. And, you know, I could go on and on because this is just a sore spot. And I don't know if you want me to talk about 714X because that's just a passion for me. You know, I read that about 714X. It's under Health Canada's rules and regulations. It's produced in Quebec. And it's on the compassion list that doctors can only order it if somebody has already done chemo, radiation, surgery, all the things they deem necessary to do. But,
so I think we can talk about it, and it's just, you know, as we talk about it, I think, you know, the point for people to consider is shouldn't we have the choice? Like you've already talked about how some people don't want to do chemo.
Right.
And, you know, even if chemo is a good idea, I mean, even if, you know, everyone who cares for you, you know, as a medical professional, like they honestly believe chemo is a good idea for you. And if they were in your shoes, they would do chemo. Like, and there's times it would be, but we're just using that as an example. But, you know, if you decide not to do a treatment because, you know, you're just an animal with an ear in your tag, if you can't decide what you're going to do, then shouldn't you have the right to try anything?
Correct.
Sure, we full disclosure of the risks and benefits and all of that, but shouldn't we have the right? Because that's the problem we're running into in the natural health field. And so when you're talking about 714X, can you tell people what it is, what, you know, the results seem to be, and why would people want to access it? And then we'll end with that.
Okay, so 714X is actually immunotherapy, and it's an injection. It's a natural product, and so it's an injection. You put it in your groin area in the lymphatic system. And so by it going into your immune system, it boosts your immune system with the premise that your body then, your immune system is boosted, and then your body should be able to deal with whatever health issue is going on in your body, because that's how our bodies are made, right? Is through that. Now, I have letters. I know you don't want me to read anything. So I have letters, though, that from doctors that say, I've had 372 patients use the 714X with no adverse side effects. And
we're talking oncologists. We're talking cancer patients.
Well, whatever. Why else would they be using it for, right? So one guy here is stomach cancer. Yeah, so I would assume they're all oncologists. I can't say that for sure, right? But I'm just reading letters from doctors stating that they've used 714X. The patient got well. The patient lived with quality of life and extended their life. And so, and cost wise, I know the cost of 748X compared to some other costs of immunotherapy, like again, financially. But it comes down to this: it should be your choice. No doctor, no Health Canada, no government regulation should be telling you or me that I can have this. See, the point is, in Canada, you cannot use it for personal use. In Canada, it cannot be ordered because Health Canada holds it back, but it can be ordered anywhere else in the world. Tell me how that
Yeah,
makes
I
sense.
think that's important. So, I mean, people in the United States, people in
Yes.
England, people in India, anyone else can order it. It's a Canadian company, it's a Canadian
Product, yeah.
product. Anyone else in the world can access this. It's not like anyone's pretending it's dangerous. But in Canada,
Yep.
we're in a world where if Health Canada doesn't say you can use something, you can't use it. So somehow we've arrived in this world where the only person who gets to decide, like, how did they get the authority? But we live in the world where the sole authority over what you can access, even if you're dying and the medical system says you got 2 days to live, Lori, like, you weren't supposed to do what you did, Diane.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't supposed to use those things to treat cancer.
Yeah.
So, but that's the world we live in. And that's why one of the reasons we're having the world's greatest health show is so we can all learn this stuff. Diane, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the health show. And it's been a pleasure to speak with you beforehand. And so on behalf of the world's greatest health show, I thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Blessings for you and the show. And I just pray that it makes changes to Health Canada and for Canadians.
Thank you so much, Dan.
and welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. I'm here today with Donna Kizik, and she's going to be sharing her health story with us today. Donna, would you like to start by just telling us a little bit about yourself?
I was a registered nurse. I was working for about 20 years. And then I had sort of my body kind of decided to quit. So I had a lot of stress going on about 8 years ago. I had to look after my 102-year-old aunt after her 81-year-old son stole all her money, if you can believe that. And I was working like 60 to 70 hours a week routinely for many years. And so I think it was just that it was too much stress. And I just kind of, I got super tired. My hair started falling out and like it fell out. And over just a few months, maybe from October to February, I had more hair than you probably at the beginning, and then this at the end. And so I was diagnosed at that time with chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, osteopenia, which has now progressed to osteoporosis, rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis, and alopecia universalis. So, and that was all within like a year. So that was quite a lot. I got to the point at work, I was falling asleep at work, which I'd never, ever done. Mm-hmm. I had to send documents to home care after I would discharge a patient. And I was looking at those papers and I didn't even know what to do with them. I couldn't figure out, what do you do with these things? And I've done that, 1,000 times. But it was just the brain fog. I just couldn't figure out what to do. It would take me like twice as long to get anything done as I would originally do. So, and I was just so tired, and I couldn't walk across that hospital one more time. I just couldn't do it. So I thought I would just need a few days off, just to have a rest. And I never went back to work.
Were you diagnosed at that time that you thought just getting a few days off would help resolve the issue? That was before all the diagnoses?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, because I didn't know what is going on. I never had anything like that ever. Like, I was used to working many, many hours. When I was, before I did my RN, I had started off as a nursing home attendant and in Whitehorse. And so then I worked for 4 years in a nursing home. And then they brought the LPN program in. So I wanted to take that. But I couldn't take the time off work. So I switched to night shift and went to school went to work 3/4 time night shift, used my vacation days and stuff and traded things away. And I went to school full time. And so I didn't really know who I was at that time because I was really tired. But I mean, that's how things have always gone for me. And so I was used to it. And I never, ever anticipated that I would not be able to keep doing that because I always did. And so I think it was stress. Nobody has given me like any good reason of why that would have happened. And I had an internal medicine doctor tell me that I should just stop trying to figure out what was wrong with me and go home and accept that this is my new normal. Yeah. So that wasn't going to work.
No, he was telling the wrong person that, I would say.
Yeah. So I just went home. I spent a lot of time in bed. And the rest of the time I was researching, trying to figure out like what's going on. This can't just like all of a sudden you just completely fall apart for no good reason and there's nothing they can do. Mm-hmm. That's just crazy. But they didn't offer much of anything. I had one dermatologist say that, there's nothing we can do. It's alopecia universalis. There's no treatment. There's no anything. You're just going to have to be like that. And then he says, well, would you like to try some prednisone? No, thanks. Actually, you just told me there was nothing that could help and that you'd like to try me some steroids. Yeah, I think he just felt bad and just wanted to like offer me something.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I didn't take those because if it's not going to help, why would I take it?
How long were you working unwell for? Like, how long was it that this progression happened, you know, before you
Just
actually?
just like a couple few months, like really not
Oh,
very long.
wow.
It was fast. Like my aunt, she died in the late spring, and then I probably started noticing my hair getting thinner, like way more thinner than usual, or a lot more hair in your brush than ever.
Mhm.
And maybe in like October, and by January, I was not able to function very well.
So can you
It
explain
was
to us
fast.
some of the other symptoms that you were dealing with during
Well,
this
the
time? Like,
brain fog was
Mhm.
bad. Like even to this day, it's still there, and I often can't think of the words that I want to use, or I'm in the middle of a sentence and I can't figure out where I was going with that. And the fatigue was just incredible. I never could believe you could be so tired, and I just couldn't do anything, like anything. I spent most of the time in bed, and then when I wasn't spent in bed, I was researching. I didn't do housework for I don't even know how long. I couldn't do anything, and it was really, I think, very sudden actually. When you consider maybe from like October to January, it's not that long, and because I think I was feeling pretty normal before
Mhm.
October, like just normal, and then it would just start. I was just getting a little tired, and then I would nod off at work. Like what? At work, sitting in the office with the other nurses, and yeah, it's like, oh my goodness, what's happening here? And yeah, so it was really fatigue, extreme fatigue, like just extreme. But I couldn't really do anything. I couldn't walk across. I just could not face walking across that hospital one more time. I just couldn't do it. And so I thought I would just need a few days off. I was just tired, but I guess it was more than just tired because that was 8 years ago. And I never was able to go back to work.
And did you try medications initially before you ended up using natural health products?
They did give me some. Mostly it was like, I guess, like body pain too, because I don't even know if there's such a thing as fibromyalgia, but they say there is.
Mhm.
But you get strange pains in strange places at strange times. They just don't even have any rhyme or reason to anything. They're just random. You could be sitting there totally fine, and then suddenly you have excruciating pain in a spot. Like it's crazy. And apparently there's like, for the diagnosis of fibromyalgia, if you have tender areas in certain number of spots on your body, that's how they diagnose it. So I guess I passed that test or failed it. I'm not sure which way you look at that. But yeah, so there was the pain. So I think it would give you stuff for pain, but what about this fatigue? Like there was just nothing that they could offer for fatigue. They give you antidepressants for like, I guess it was supposed to help with the pain. And well, I was probably a little depressed because holy crap,
Mhm.
your hair fell all and you can't move and you can't do anything. And this was not your life. So I guess situational depression, probably. But I mean, I don't think that those pills helped for that because it wasn't a clinical depression. It was just, a bad situation. So yeah, you're kind of pretty sad about the whole thing.
Mhm.
And so yeah, mostly fatigue and pain, and the brain fog was just really
Very
bad.
debilitating.
Yeah.
So how long did it take for you to find natural health products that helped you? And what was your process for doing that?
I think it probably started in the spring of 2017. So a few months later, when I was able to function a little bit better. And I had a friend who was an herbalist, and she made me some tinctures, and we got some supplements that were kind of directed towards energy and sleep so that we could try and get something better. And then I started learning how to make all these fermented foods, because our food system is really lacking. Like our dirt doesn't have what it needs to have in it for us to get the nutrients out of it that we should. So, but if you ferment the food, then it increases the nutrients in the food. So we tried that. I started taking some complete protein shakes and some fruit veggie capsules. So we did that for a while. And with everything that I tried, I think I got a little bit better. And then I went and did some colon hydrotherapy. What else did I do there? I did liver flushes. So the whole protocol for the liver flushes. And see what I mean? It's still there. It's still there.
It sounds like most of the therapies, if not all of them, were designed to improve the health of your overall body so that your body could do the work needed to heal your issues, your conditions. Wow.
Yeah, because, it's not a lack of pain medication that you have pain. There's a different reason for it. It's not you can have a nutrient deficiency, but if you can't figure out why you have the nutrient deficiency, you're probably not going to fix it. So you can take the Band-Aid, you can take the extra nutrients, but if you're not absorbing it, then you could probably take as much as you want, and it's not going to do what it needs to do. So you need to find out what's happening underneath.
And that's what you did.
Yeah. And the medical doctors, they do not have any idea about anything like that. They don't think anything like that would work. They just, if you have pain, you just take pain medication. That's it. Why do you have pain? Well, it doesn't matter really. We've got pain medication for you, so that's what they give you. So I have a really good doctor because she's been my doctor for quite a few years, and I was a nurse for all that whole time. And so she just I just suggest what we do, and if she's not totally against it, we do it.
You understand each other.
Yeah.
So would you say that you still have those diagnoses, or have you mostly been able to resolve them, or what is your sense of that?
Well, my osteopenia has progressed to osteoporosis, but there is a supplement that my dad took that he had osteoporosis, and he was able to reverse it by taking this bone builder. And his doctor was very surprised because at his age, he said they don't see any reversals normally. So my doctor asked me if I wanted to take the medication for osteoporosis, and of course I said no. I said I'll get something on my own. I said there's a bone builder supplement that's designed to help your body remineralize and put the stuff where it needs to be. So I'd rather take that than the medication, because there's some pretty bad side effects to some of these medications. So, and it worked for Dad. So if it worked for him, and I'm 20 years younger than him, it should be able to work for me. So I'm just going to order that. And they have actually a 100% money back guarantee by DEXA scan. So you get your DEXA scan first, you take the medication the supplements for 6 months, and they guarantee that you'll have an increase in bone density on a DEXA scan, or you get all your money back.
Wow, that's
So
impressive.
that's pretty good guarantee. You're not going to get that with anything the doctor can give you. So you will guaranteed that you will have an improvement in your bone density, or you don't you get all of your money back from what you've spent.
So what are you able to do now that you weren't able to do before? Like, before where you had the acute stage of the illness, and then now you've addressed a lot of it. So what have you gotten back in your life?
Well, we used to live in the city, and but my husband, he got laryngeal cancer, so he couldn't work after that, and he's retirement age anyhow, and I wasn't able to go back to work, so we decided to move back to the country where I'm from. So we have a little farm now, and I can go out and I can plant things, and I can collect my eggs and feed the chickens and ferment some foods for the pigs and make kefir for the chickens. So I can do like a lot more things. I can spend some time outside with my husband doing little chores and stuff. Whereas before I spent most of my time in bed. And so it's a lot better. Like I feel like I'm alive, not lying there dying like I did before. It was, I couldn't fathom that this was happening to me. Like, people say they're so tired. Well, you don't know what tired is until you have something like this. Being pregnant and having a small baby and working is not even so tiring as what this was. It was just crazy, and just so hard to believe because my life was never like that. I was always going for my whole life, and I couldn't even believe it. And so it's much better. I'm still not normal, but it's a lot better. I can do things. I'm still very stiff and achy in the mornings, but it takes me a while to get out of bed. And I sleep with my heating pad because that helps with the pain a lot. So I really don't take much for pharmaceuticals anymore. I have been able to wean myself off of just about all of them. I take some pain medication once in a while, but my heating pad works way better. And so I actually sleep with it, and I turn it on a couple times in the night, and it's very helpful. So, so my days are, shorter than most people's, but I can still manage and do some things that are enjoyable, way better than before.
You're in a much better place now.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Because it was depressing because you couldn't do anything. You had no energy. It's like somebody stuck a syringe in your thigh and sucked the energy out of your muscles. Like they just couldn't work. They were just like, it's very hard to describe, but it was sort of like that. Like you thought you stood up and you had some tone in your muscles, and then suddenly it was gone. And it felt like someone just sucked it right out of your muscles.
Mm-hmm.
And so then you just had no energy for anything. Stairs were just murder. And yeah, it was like you had to basically just pull yourself up the stairs. It was just really bad. And I lived in a 2-story house at the time. So when we moved, we didn't look at any 2-story houses. No, it was a bungalow or nothing.
Yes.
Yeah. So
that makes sense. Mm-hmm.
You have to make some adaptations, but overall it's, I'd say 70% better.
That's amazing. I mean, considering the prognosis where you were given, go home and get used to living this way, right? That's your stubbornness paid off.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way I could have done that. It's not in my DNA to just accept that. It just couldn't happen.
Well, good for you. And it sounds like you're helping your family members do the same.
Yeah, like my mom, she has really bad rheumatoid arthritis, and she's had 3 major back surgeries, and both hips replaced, both knees replaced. And she's taking opioid medication, obviously. And she's actually off the biologics now because it was causing her to catch all these other infections and problems. So we had to take her off of that. But so she's, even the opioids are not covering it at pretty high doses. So she asked me what we could do about that. And so I did some research, and I've been using essential oils for quite a few years now, probably since maybe a year after this all happened to me, I started using those. And so I looked them all up, and I created a pain cream with magnesium as the base, and a bunch of essential oils that are targeted for pain. And she uses that daily for years now that I've made that for her. And she was in the hospital for 9 months this past year. She had this back pain that they couldn't do anything with, and it was actually because she had broken rods in her back from the previous surgery, and she actually was paralyzed for a few months. And the surgeon went in and fixed it, and he didn't think that she'd ever get any function back. But she can walk now, and like we did physio and all kinds of stuff, and it was slow going. But yeah, she can walk now. Not great, but she can walk with a walker, which is, they never expected her to be able to like move her legs at all. And the doctors would even write orders for the nurses to use this cream that I made for pain on her. And a lot of her nurses tried it and said they got better relief from that than they have from lots of other stuff that they've used. So there's so many things that natural products can do for you. Like I clean my house out of all the chemicals. I don't use anything. I don't have, well, my husband, he uses a little bit in his bathroom, but that's his bathroom. But no, I don't. I use all natural cleaners. I use essential oils. I don't use any toxic anythings, not laundry, not dish soap, not anything. It's all natural, because I think that the toxic load of our world really makes a difference, and it's probably contributed to part of what happened to me. And so we have to be able to clean our environment up so that we can at least stop adding to the insult. And I think that that's made a difference too, because it was after I got sick that I started like getting rid of all the chemicals, all the toxic stuff, and use only natural products. And I don't use any, like mostly it's organic. I'm mostly keto carnivore type diet now. And what I do eat, generally speaking, is organic. We raise our own animals here, and I don't use any medications on them. I don't use antibiotics routinely. I don't vaccinate. Like I said, we don't have any feed that's been sprayed. We don't. All the animals get some sort of fermented foods. So we're trying to be much more natural in how we live, and I think that helps too.
Yes, I'm sure it does. Any last things you want to tell us?
Oh, I didn't tell you about my daughter-in-law. She had ulcerative colitis since she was 16. She's now 25. So when she'd been on Remicade for 8 years, and it wasn't like she wasn't healthy. She wasn't feeling good. She called in sick to work a lot. She just couldn't function very well. And she wanted to go off of it and try something different, because her quality of life was just not that great. So I went with her to her GI doctor appointment, because she tried to get off of it a couple times before, and they would just talk her out of it. So I went with her, and I said that she's going to take some time off of this medication and what else do you have to offer? Because I know there has to be more than one medication that we could try. And so there was another one, and we went over to the nurse. We did the intake stuff for it, but she never actually tried it. We went to the health food store, and there are supplements that are targeted to fix your gut. And so she took that regime for probably like 3 to 6 months, and we changed her diet to like a keto carnivore type diet, and she has never gone back on any of those medications. She had another colonoscopy. Her doctor insisted she have a colonoscopy, even though she had no symptoms, she had no anything. So she told her what she was doing. She says, you can't fix it like that. She says, you just can't. And so she did a colonoscopy, and she couldn't find anything. So there's no signs of active disease. But she took a biopsy anyway, because she couldn't believe that. So she figured there has to be something somewhere. So she took a biopsy, and it came back normal. So she's never had to go back on anything. She's taking like magnesium, vitamin D, vitamin K2.
And then is she still taking the formula that is meant to fix the gut, or she doesn't even take that anymore?
She doesn't even take that anymore. No,
Wow.
She took it for probably just less than 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
And no, she hasn't had to
Problem
take it
resolved,
again.
and now she's just maintaining.
Yeah, 8
Wow.
years on that
Oh.
really harsh medication. And they told her that she wouldn't be able to have kids because she would have to be on this medication her whole life. And so now they're thinking about having a baby.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's huge what, if she'd have stayed on that, she would never be able to do that. Well, she wouldn't be able to do what she's doing now for work either. She's the manager at her salon, which she was not before, and she would never have been able to manage that.
Mm-hmm.
As she was, she'd call in sick probably every week. And it was, she just wasn't well on the medication. And so, she took the supplements for, I think, just less than 6 months. And then she's just mostly been with diet and,
Well, what a gift she got. That is wonderful.
Yeah, she also had alopecia, and her hair has grown back as well.
And no special treatment for that, just happened because of everything else she was doing for her body.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, so she's done really well. She's much, much better than she was. She's like, there's nothing that she can't do now. She was not, her guts were in pain, and she just wasn't well at all when we first met her. And she's so much better. And she's a hairdresser. So, I used to be a hairdresser too, like, I don't know, 40 years ago. That sounds really bad when you can say something 40 years ago. But yeah, I was a hairdresser way back then. It doesn't bother me anymore that I don't have any hair. When it first fell out, it was very devastating. Like, it was really bad. I cried a lot, and because you would just, like, in the shower, it just was hair everywhere. It was unbelievable. I had really, really thick hair. Most of the hairdressers would complain I had too thick of hair, and to go like that, it was just wow. But I wore wigs for maybe 2 years, a year, and I just don't care anymore. They're not comfortable. They're itchy. They're hot. In the wintertime, they're a little bit better because it gets kind of cold. So I do have a lot of little hats. But no, I just don't care anymore. So if it never came back, that's not a big deal. I'd rather have energy than hair.
Yeah.
And if my body can only do one of them, well, then let's do that one. So, yeah.
Yes, that's a great way to look at it.
Yeah. So,
any last words then? Anything else you want to share with us? If not, I'd like to know what message would you like to send to Ottawa?
Well, they need to know that the natural health products need to be affordable for people, because there's a lot of things that the medical system can't do for people. And we need another way of looking after ourselves. And if they're going to, triple, quadruple in price, nobody's going to be able to afford that. So we have to have things that actually work. And they do. Like, they really do. There's evidence all over the place that a lot of natural health products work, and we have to have access. We can't take away the access to the regular people, because especially when you're sick, because when you're sick, you're generally not making as much money as you used to make.
Mm-hmm.
So we cannot increase the cost, and it's effective. So, I mean, if you looked at me like 8 years ago, when the doctors told me, well, there's nothing that we can do for you. Here, try these medications, but really they don't work. They're not, I don't know if they even know what to do for these type of illnesses. I don't know what to call them, situations. So where was I? So
Where your message to Ottawa, and that these things need to be affordable.
Right, they do need to be affordable, because generally speaking, you're not making the money you were making when you were working, and health insurance companies will not pay for natural products, so they'll pay for prescriptions, but we need other things. We need to have a more holistic way of looking at things, so we can't have the cost or have them just disappear off the shelves, because the companies can't afford to do what the government says they need to do.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to keep them.
That's a great message for Ottawa. I truly hope they listen to you. I hope they hear it.
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah, they do.
There would be so many people so much sicker than what they are if they go through with the plan for the natural health products.
Yeah.
And that's not good for anything. So they're going to be a bigger burden on the medical system, because they're going to be sicker. And we don't have enough medical system, hospital beds, doctors, nurses, anything even right now to look after the people that we have. So if people are going to be sicker and more of them, then what's going to happen? Where's that going to go?
Yeah, we know what's going to happen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
they can't do it. It just can't.
Agreed. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Donna, and sharing your story. I very much appreciate it. And on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, I want to thank everyone for watching, and we'll see you next time.
My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association. And today we're in Saskatoon in Christ the Healer Church. And I want to thank the church for donating the venue. It's just an honor to be here. It's just a beautiful space. And I'd like to thank the volunteers. I'm going to explain in a minute what we're doing, because we're on this real crazy adventure crossing the country and trying to take an old Volkswagen van with us. And it's truly been an adventure. And some people might be wondering, well, what the heck are they doing? And I'm going to share that in a little bit, but I want to talk about our drug policy and censorship and some fun stuff first, so that when I get to that, you go, okay, this is truly, truly important, what they're doing. But I wanted to just share, we came up with this idea to basically raise awareness of our desperate need to have an honest conversation about our health policy in Canada, because we're just doing things in an absolute backwards way. And our NHPPA, it just stands for Natural Health Product Protection Association. And our sole goal is to protect access to natural remedies. And we thought, okay, we're going to do this tour that I'm going to tell you about. And we got a couple of contractors. And so just their graphics and that, they came up with this VW van idea. Well, my gosh, it resonated. And everyone said, no, you gotta get an old van. So we got an old van. And the day before we're going to go west, the motor dies. And I mean, it dies. It seizes, dies. So, and I have to say, I'm a little grieved over that. You know, like when stuff happens, sometimes you're less happy than at other times. So, yeah, no, well, if you're like me, that's the case. And I was disappointed. But then we had a really tight schedule and, roads up and down. And I don't know if any of you have taken the number 40 from Hinton to Grand Prairie. There's no way we could have done it in that van. Not a chance. So it actually was, I think, God taking care of us, right? And so, we get the motor fixed, we pick it up in Edmonton, and the steering's too loose. So now we've got it on a trailer until we figure that out. But that's good too, because there's no heater, and it's just been really, really cold. So our idea right now is okay, we'll drive it around locally. So we came from, we're in Lloyd, and we drove it to the event in Lloyd. And so this afternoon, we're doing a whole bunch of recording outside, because we've got an event in Charlottetown that needs a video, and an event in Whitehorse that needs a video, and an event in Fredericton that needs a video. And we're planning on getting up really early tomorrow and driving to Winnipeg. But usually at 8 a.m. Saskatchewan time, we're doing a live opening. And we thought, we can't do that. We better pre-record tomorrow's opening. And the openings, after tonight, you'll go, okay, I've learned something. The openings, you'll be learning something. And they're all online afterwards, the whole day. So if you've missed a day, don't worry. But it's almost like a university class. If you watch all the openings, you will have an understanding of the drug world and the health world that you wish you didn't have. But you need to have. So please do. But I'm just getting to a fun thing God did for us today. So we're doing these recordings, and then we jump into the car. Teresa, those postcards that we're having you fill out, please everyone fill one out and put it in the mailbox to MP. Well, we're getting low. They've been way more popular. So Teresa ordered 500 more at a print shop off Airport Road somewhere. And we're staying, kind of like Wilson, Cumberland area. So we get to go drive, and I notice the van is sideways on the trailer, rear flat tire. And so Teresa's got Brad on the phone. We've got to go, and he goes, we'll go to Cal Tire here. And so we go to Cal Tire and ask him, could you fix, please, our tire? And he says, well, we can schedule in for November. Okay, and what time is it? It's 4:10, it's already late in the afternoon, and I'm thinking, I don't want to be stopping all along. You can't be towing a van that's listing because it's got a flat tire. But now Cal Tire was kind enough to fill it up with air, and then I saw we got a screw in there. So we know what the mischief is. So we go to this place in the industrial airport area and, pulling the trailer. So I kind of let Teresa out and pull and park in front of the next building. And some guy gets out and he's gawking at the van. So I get out and he's going, oh, nice van. I say, yeah, but we've got a flat tire. No one can fix it. He says, well, there's Empire Tire just a block away, which I wouldn't have known. So Teresa gets out and we drive to Empire Tire. It's like 4:30, 4:45. Like, I don't know, it's late in the day. I'm not expecting them to help us. They're 10 to 5. The owner's standing outside visiting with somebody. He's just finished. I walk up and, oh, hey, what's up? And so take him to the van. Well, back it all up. He, right on the van, just jacks the tire up, plugs it the old-fashioned way with a plug where you don't have to take it off the rim, doesn't charge us a thing, and sends us on his way. Now, how does that happen, right? So I feel really taken care of and blessed today, and I think we could have an experience. So I'm going to be doing a lot of talking, but I think really what matters is if something else is happening here. So I'm, just let's just be open to that. We really have some problems in our healthcare and in our drug policy, and I'm going to be sharing some things with you that you will never have heard before, because most of us have no idea how broken it is and how we need to fix it. And then I'm going to be talking about what's happening with our natural products. But we're in what's called a drug model. And the drug model, and we've been in the drug model for about 100 years. And the drug model has 4 parts. And the first part of the drug model is the government defines drug so broadly that it includes literally anything used for therapeutic purpose. So anything to prevent you from getting sick or anything to address illness, regardless of what it is, like absolutely regardless of what it is. So, and I'm getting distracted. You look so dehydrated. Can somebody give her some water? Oh, I just made water a drug. Don't do it. We'll be breaking the law. Now, you see, that's funny, but we literally would be breaking the law. Because you don't need an exchange, you don't need consideration for it to be selling. And if you're going to be selling any drug, like water's a drug if you're using it to treat dehydration. So you see, you laughed, but it's actually true. If we wanted to form a business right here, all of us in this room, to sell water to treat dehydration, we would be spending, probably about easily $150,000, well more for us to get a site license facility. And then we have to go at product licensing. There's just a long list of laws. Even if we're just selling municipal tap water, but Health Canada might disagree that it's safe because of the fluoride. So and they'd be right. It would be the first time in history that Health Canada would be right. So point 1 is everything's a drug. So we've been using ginger tea to treat nausea for 3,000 years. It's now a drug because we'd use it to treat nausea or gastro upset. Okay, no, ginger tea's a drug. You have to that's the next point. So the next point on the drug model, so first part is everything's a drug. And this is by design. Was it President Eisenhower when he left office said that nothing happens by accident? Right? I see a bunch of it, so I got it right. It was Eisenhower. I thought it was Roosevelt or... No, it was Eisenhower. So he warned us that nothing in government happens by accident. So what I'm going to explain to you about the drug model, it's all deliberate. So first thing is everything's a drug. The next thing you do is you make all drugs illegal. And how you do that is you pass a law saying you can't sell a drug unless it's licensed by Health Canada. Now, as soon as they pass that law, all drugs are illegal. And now Health Canada grants exemptions, temporary exemptions in the form of a license. Now, from a legal philosophical perspective, that means we live in a country where it's only legal to treat ourselves with things our government says we can treat ourselves with. That's interesting, isn't it? Did you know that? I know you feel very comfortable. Thank goodness. My government is taking care of me, right? No, it's offensive. It's offensive. It is absolutely the antithesis of freedom. You know, because then they can say you can't have access to something. And in fact, as I'll share, they're severely restricting our access to natural remedies. Well, if you can't access something, you don't have the choice, do you? And you know, there's only one class of persons in history that haven't had the choice to decide how they're going to prevent illness or how they're going to treat illness. Do you know what that class is? Slaves, exactly, slaves, because slaves are property, and it's the property owner that gets to decide. Well, let's talk about property then. So if you don't have the right to decide how you're going to prevent illness or treat illness, that Health Canada has that decision, who owns your body? It's a good question, isn't it? Because when we talk about property rights, all we're talking about is the rights to decide what happens with something. If I lease a house, I can't put in a new window or take out a wall. If I own the house, then I get to make decisions like that. That's all ownership is. It's a measure of control. So who owns your body if you don't have the right to decide how you're going to treat yourself? So that's the second part of the drug model, is all drugs are illegal. And Health Canada grants temporary exemptions in the form of a license, so then all of a sudden things are legal. Now we're getting to the fun bits now. So the third part of the drug model is that we structure our drug approval process so that the only drugs that get approved to treat serious health conditions are synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they got through the approval process. Now, does everyone know what a patent is? Just not everyone. So I better explain this. If you invent something new, you can get exclusive rights. So we call them intellectual property rights. You apply for a patent, and for the life of your patent, people cannot, make your thing without your permission, or they have to pay you a licensing fee. So an artist that makes a song for a long period of time, they get royalties. That's because they have intellectual property rights. If you invent a synthetic chemical, you can get a patent that lasts for 25 years as a drug patent. So for 25 years, no one can make it. So our drug approval process for serious health conditions costs about $1 billion to get through. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? The licensing fee to Health Canada alone is $250,000 on a complicated application. And you've got to run a whole bunch of clinical trials. You've got to do animal studies. You've got to do life, death, 50-50. So there's a long list of stuff you've got to do. Now, you can get through a simple application for a couple $100 million, but unless you have a patent, you don't go through the process because you'll be bankrupt. And I use Viagra as an example, because if you can get through this process and you have a monopoly, you have a patent, and you can make it a blockbuster, you rake in billions and billions and billions of dollars. This is a good gig if you can do it. But I like Viagra because it was the first erectile dysfunction drug. So they created a disease, and then Pfizer's the first one to market on this. And remember that back when it came out, so no one could compete with Pfizer because they have a patent. And I remember the mainstream media running fun news stories about how much a single pill of Viagra cost. And that's because Pfizer could charge whatever they wanted. They've created the demand. No one can compete with them. But now that the patent's expired, the generic drug companies can make sildenafil. That's the generic word. And Viagra doesn't cost a whole lot anymore. And this is how it works. So in the lifetime of everyone in this room, there's only been one drug that didn't have a patent, Primarin, that got through the new drug approval process. Now this is by design. Now what this means is that it's illegal to treat anything serious with natural remedies. And we all kind of know this if we think about it. We know that if we go to the hospital, that but for surgery, by and large, we're only going to be treated with synthetic chemicals. And I see heads nodding. We know this. Well, do you think it's an accident? Do you think that they're the only thing that work? Do you think they work at all? You know, like, so how is it that we've got a federal government that says all drugs are illegal, but we're going to say what you can take? And then they structure it so that the only drugs they approve are chemical drugs. And then they create this taxpayer-funded universal healthcare system where the only legal treatments, the only treatments they offer are synthetic chemicals. Do you think that's by design? Yeah, okay, so that's the third part of the drug model. Now, what's interesting about that is, does anyone know what the third leading cause of death in Canada is? It's going to shock you. Yeah, exactly. So the third leading cause of death in Canada are chemical drugs taken as you're supposed to take them, as directed. Did you know that? Most of you didn't. Think about that. Third leading, oh my gosh, we have campaigns for cancer and campaigns for heart disease. We don't have anti-pharma campaigns. But well, why not? The third leading cause of death in Canada, and one of the speakers on our online health show is Professor Alan Castles from the University of Victoria, and he's written books on this, and he's like, no, the third leading cause of death in Canada are synthetic drugs taken as directed. Now, the synthetic drugs are part of another leading cause of death, because one of our top 10 leading causes of death are also highly preventable medical mistakes. And the synthetic chemical drugs play a big part in that. I remember a risk analysis done several years ago, breaking Canadians into 10-year segments, so 0 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30. And in every single category except one, your biggest risk was going to the doctor. I thought for the young people it would be driving, right? No, the biggest risk is going to the doctor. Now, we're not told that. Well, now let's talk about the fourth part of the drug model. So everything's a drug. All drugs are illegal except the ones we're allowed to have. We're only allowed to have chemical drugs for serious health conditions. And then we censor we almost have about 100% censorship of health information. And how this works is, so remember you have to get Health Canada's permission to sell a drug. Well, if they grant you permission for a condition, then all you can say is it's for that condition. So let's use antidepressants as an example. So let's say a drug company wants to get a chemical antidepressant approved, and they do get it approved. All they're able to say is there's antidepressant. Now, let me tell you a story to illustrate the problem we have here. So I'm in a federal court case some years ago against Health Canada, and Health Canada hires this outside expert, this big gun, and he was a psychiatrist, and all he did was, for a living, he ran a company that got psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada. So he is an expert in this. And he was, I won't say it, it would be nice. But I'm cross-examining him for several days. And at one point, he's getting a little frustrated, and he starts complaining to me about how hard it is to get new antidepressants approved of by Health Canada. And sometimes you're like somebody's saying something, and your inside voice is going, are they really saying this? But oh no, he was just he was happy to share. And so he's saying to me, it's so hard to get new antidepressants approved of by Health Canada because I've got to give them 2 double-blind clinical trials showing the drug works. Okay, well, that sounds really reasonable. Now, in his world and in my world, when somebody says in relation to an antidepressant, I've got to give 2 clinical trials to show that it works, well, we're talking about a short-term trial. It for sure will be less, most of them will be less than 3 months because they don't want to go beyond the placebo effect. Because they actually rely on the placebo. You think, oh, well, the sugar pill will be a placebo. No, they want a placebo effect on the chemical. So, because they want to get it passed. And then they're also measuring not curing depression. they'll be measuring people subjectively reporting their symptoms, and they're hoping that there'll be a more reduction of symptoms for the chemical than for the sugar pill. And if it's enough of a difference, if it's statistically significant, then we pretend the drug works. And I should add, usually they've got a population that will minimize the safety risk. So for almost every single antidepressant, they're only approved for use for a short period of time. In fact, they're approved for use generally for a shorter period of time than your doctor will say, well, it'll take this long before you start feeling anything. That's interesting, isn't it? But anyway, he's complaining to me, I got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing the drug works. So he says under oath, so right out of the gate, I run 8. I run 8 double-blind clinical trials to get the 2. That's interesting, isn't it? Isn't that interesting? Now, the other 6, they could be inconclusive. They could show the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but they really don't like the safety signals. Now, I'm not sure, and I looked into it before this tour. I'm not sure if they have to give those other 6 to Health Canada. But it's worse if they do, and I'll explain that in a second. And we passed a law in 2014, Vanessa's law, where they could require full disclosure of the clinical trials. And they're supposed to register all clinical trials before they run them, but it could be they get a blanket one and they just keep duplicating it. I don't know. But that's not even where I'm going anyway. But let's say they don't give them to Health Canada. We'd all agree that's super awful, right? But if they do give them to Health Canada and the drugs get approved, isn't that worse? Right? Like, so, I mean, it's awful either way, but where I'm talking about is censorship. You do know that it's illegal for the chemical drug company to share with you the 6 failed clinical trials. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? No, they're allowed to say if it's not approved, they're not going to say anything to anyone. If it's approved, they're only allowed to say antidepressant. Well, if they share with you the 6 failed clinical trials, that's saying a little more than antidepressant, isn't it? So they can't do that. They can't share the 2 successful trials. Now, the people that do the research, that run the trials, even if they're written up by pharmaceutical people, their names can go on. They can be published, and research is published. But for some reason, unbeknownst to me, and maybe it's contractual, they tend to only publish the successful trials. So that's kind of strange, isn't it? But I want to just drive home to you that as part of this model that we live in, this is our system. It's illegal for chemical drug companies to share with you their failed research. If people are reporting to the chemical drug company deaths or serious disabilities or other serious reactions, it's illegal for them to share that with you. Well, they can say antidepressant. That's all they can say. They can't share the good, they can't share the bad, they can't share the ugly. Now, it's easy to see how this protects the chemical drug companies. But understand it protects confidence in our government-funded healthcare, which is the marketing arm of the chemical drug companies. That's their market. You can't access them anywhere else. You cannot access these chemical pharmaceutical drugs, which are our only legal treatments for serious health conditions, anywhere else but the universal government healthcare system. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? And this is by design. This is by design. Now, the censorship hurts the natural health industry because the natural health industry is not concerned about safety signals in the least. And it's not that there aren't risks. And we're going to have a speaker up here talking about DMSO, and it's like, well, if you're on a blood thinner, you got to be careful because it's a blood thinner too. It's not that they're not without risks, but it's just they're what risk analysis people call, they're in a category that's so ultra safe that you don't bother regulating them because you could never measure whether you're making it worse or better. So for example, there was a professor, a risk analysis expert, Professor Ron Law, that a client of mine hired to do a risk analysis some years ago. He couldn't find any data in Canada showing a death by natural health product, so he had to include data from other Western nations, so at least he had a signal. And using that signal, it was clear that Canadians are 14 times more likely to be struck and killed by lightning than by a natural health product. Like, that's a big factor, 14 times, right? Like, so why do we even talk safety? Because Health Canada, their whole reason of trying to get rid of these products publicly is well, safety. We're trying to basically regulate away all risk without looking into the benefits. So just, talking about censorship and how this hurts the natural health community. So we're not worried about risk. Let's identify the risk that's there and let's figure out how to manage it. But boy, the benefits, the censorship of the benefits, does that ever hurt not just the industry, but you? And I like to use True Hope and Nutritional Support as an example. Anyone hear about True Hope? Okay, not very many. So True Hope, years ago, developed a vitamin and mineral supplement. You can buy it in most health food stores. It's just a vitamin and mineral supplement. But if taken at the right dosage, it's likely the best treatment for bipolar disorder in the world, bar none, and does a whole bunch of other things. In fact, there's the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Calgary has what's called the Behavioral Research Unit based in Children's Hospital. And, at the time of this story, for 25 years, all they did was clinical research, double-blind clinical trials, case series, you name it. All they do is research. They're experts in research. And they do a case series on this with bipolar adults, published in the Journal of Psychiatry. And like 8 out of 10 very quickly got well and gotten taken off all their meds and stayed well. And it was astounding. And they did a study, this behavioral research unit did a study on children. And back then we didn't diagnose children as bipolar. So the criteria is if you were a psychiatrist in the Calgary area and you had a child that, regardless of what the behavioral issue was, you couldn't manage with whatever drugs you tried, refer them to the study. And 8 out of 10 quickly got well and off all their meds and stayed well. It so astounded them. And the lead researcher, Dr. Bonnie Kaplan, she's one of the speakers on an online health show, so you can watch her presentation on micronutrients. They're so astounded that the Behavioral Research Unit at Children's Hospital goes to the Alberta government and says, look at this data, you gotta use taxpayer money for a double-blind clinical trial. And the Alberta government agreed. And now, there was a double-blind clinical trial being run by the Behavioral Research Unit at the University of Calgary on this product. And there are now 30 published peer-reviewed journal publications, all funded by governments around the world, not just in Canada, on this product. They can't share it with you, right? They can't share it with you. So, if you got a child and they want to put him on an antidepressant or her on an antidepressant, don't you think you'd make better health decisions if the law was that all health information had to be shared with you? So you knew about the clinical trials that failed. You knew about reports of death. You knew reports about serious adverse reactions. Or conversely, you go into a health food store, all they allow us in the natural health community is they approve us for what's called structure function claims. So Empower Plus is allowed to claim like supports mental health. Well, that doesn't help you at all, does it? And they used to link on their Canadian website to all of those 30 plus journal publications. They don't anymore because of this self-care framework where the fines are now $5 million a day. So, we're losing. The censorship is getting more and more and more. So there are people whose lives are absolutely turned around by natural health products, and you don't know about it. And I'm just going to share some stories from, events that have been happening as we march across the country. And you don't know about it because the people that know will get shut down if they share it. So the practitioners, the doctors that know these stories, it's illegal for them to share them with you. The manufacturers who know these stories, like True Hope, it's illegal for them to share it with you. And so I'm just going to share some stories so you understand how important this is. One of the things that we're doing is we're having an online health show. This is why we're live streaming. We're live streaming to an online health show that we're running for 3 weeks. And we're having health experts, like I mentioned, Dr. Bonnie Kaplan is sharing about the use of micronutrients and mental illness. You know, another one that comes to mind, you know, Udo Erasmus, the guy about essential oils. So we're having all of that, which health shows have, but we're doing something that's never happened anywhere in the world. We're having ordinary Canadians share their stories of how they're only alive or they're only healthy because of natural health products, because it's forbidden. But there's a whole bunch of people out there suffering. Like this is, you're going to understand this is an ethical issue. So we're in Grand Prairie last week, or maybe it was this week. My life's a blur right now. So yeah, it was this week. So we were in Grand Prairie. And one of the people speaking was Karen Peters. And she explains how, you know, she was suffering terribly with rheumatoid arthritis. And then, you know, the doctor decides to put her on a couple of prescriptions. And she shared that the doctor explained to her, and just think about how you would feel with this. The doctor explained to her, you know, there is no cure, and we can slow it, but it's going to get worse. You're going to end up in a wheelchair, and then this is going to kill you. Okay, so now, what does that do to your emotional well-being? What does that do to your spiritual well-being? I mean, now you've got one of those dig deep challenges. And so, I forget what the first drug is now, but the second drug was methotrexate, which is a chemotherapy drug. And like that piqued my interest, so I looked into it afterwards, and it's quite common in Canada for us to be treating rheumatoid arthritis with chemotherapy drugs. That's interesting, isn't it? So it's common. So anyway, for a full year, she is weekly injecting herself with this chemotherapy drug. And she explains, like, she just wanted to die. Like, the nausea, the sickness, that's something we all dread, right, is having to go on chemo. So, well, imagine, it's like, at least with cancer, it's like, okay, we're going to be on it for 6 months or something. No, her diagnosis, you're going to be on it till you die, right? So she's literally in hell. She's still in pain. Now the swelling in her hands have gone down. They used to be twice the size, but she's still having like the walking pain and trouble. Like she described it like balls in her feet. That was getting worse, and her life's a living hell. And she finally, a friend saying, you got to go see a naturopathic doctor after a year of this. And she's sharing with us, well, no, because the medical doctors are the experts, right? Well, we've all been trained this. We've all been trained. The medical doctors are the experts. So she's reluctant because of the training to go to a medical doctor, but she's searching. She's searching, and she comes across a naturopathic doctor that was a medical doctor first. And that gave her the confidence, and may still be a medical doctor. That gave her the confidence to go and see a naturopathic doctor. So she goes and sees this doctor, and she explains to us, and you can watch her presentation. It'll be online by now, I think. And she explains to us, the first thing she lets the doctor know is she has an incurable illness. And then the doctor lets her know, well, there are no incurable illnesses. And then he cures her illness. So using nutrition and natural remedies. And she's now not on any drugs. She's not in pain. She can walk all she wants. She's not facing a wheelchair. She's not facing death. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? But this is secret. This is secret. This is why we're having people like her share their stories. Because how many Canadians with rheumatoid arthritis, how many are being injected weekly with chemotherapy drugs? Is it 10,000? Is it 50,000? Is it 100,000? Is it 200,000? How many? I'd like to know. And they're in living hell, and they have no hope, and they're facing a wheelchair, and they're facing death, and they're facing chemotherapy for the rest of their lives, which will be shortened. The naturopath / medical doctor that cured her made her know in no uncertain terms that chemotherapy drug would have given you cancer. Oh, that's wonderful, isn't it? Not only are they the third leading cause of our death, they cause a whole bunch of other conditions. So, isn't it important for people suffering from rheumatoid arthritis to know you don't have to lose hope? You know, I'll share another story, and this was one of the first people that I interviewed for the health show, and her name's Marion. And at the time of the story, she's working for Health Canada in Ottawa. She's a PhD immunologist, and she develops chronic fatigue syndrome. And it's so bad that she has to dig deep to work, but it's all she can do is work. She can't sleep at all at night, like none. So even though she's working at Health Canada, she's having to nap during the day. And just to give you a feel for how bad this was, is she said at one point she just got fed up, like, I'm going to go out for supper with a friend. Like, I got to have some life outside of work. So she, made the arrangement. She took the day off work so she could try and nap all day so that she'd be able to do this. She's out at the restaurant. At the table, she passes out and face plants into her food. So, we'd all be horrified with the embarrassment, but can you imagine just even the act of passing out in public? And is there someone to catch you? Like, so that ended anything outside of work for her. And even she explained, at the end of the workday, well, everyone else would drive home. Well, she couldn't drive home. She'd have to nap until she felt it was safe enough where she wouldn't pass out driving home. And, the Canadian expert on chronic fatigue syndrome at the time was a specialist in Ottawa, and she consults with him, and he says, we have no treatments. And she shares her immune system's shot, she's depressed, she's run down, and she was quite candid. If she hadn't found an answer, she would have killed herself. And of course she would. Like, most of us in this room, we've had short-term illness that was so severe, we understand that. And now, the government will push you with MAID. But how many people, like Marion, are suffering from chronic fatigue syndrome, and they don't see any way out, and their life is hell? And for her, what the answer was, she comes across St. John's wort, and within 24 hours, she sleeps the night, and 20 years later, she's never looked back. Right? Like a simple natural health product. Now, that might not work for everyone, but there are no treatments. And we got to share this with them. Another person, because I want to segue into nutrition, and I forget her name now, but she's a young mom. You can watch her online. And she got 2 young kids at home, and she gets restless leg syndrome. So how she describes it is she, when she would try to go to bed at night, she would get, it's like electrical shocks into her legs, and the muscles are twitching. It's really uncomfortable. And the only way to stop it is walking. Getting up, putting weight on your legs, and walking. So she's not getting any sleep. She's walking all night. And she's getting more and more tired. She's getting more and more fatigued. She's getting depressed. She's getting less friendly with her family. She's losing the ability to care for her children. And her medical doctor says, oh yeah, you got restless leg syndrome. We don't actually have a treatment specific for that, so let me put you on a Parkinson's drug. Yeah, can you imagine? You don't have Parkinson's, and the medical doctor wants to put her on a Parkinson's drug. Now, thankfully, she looked into the drug. And it was awful, like just the side effects. She would have been another, Karen Peters, and likely would have disabled herself and just suffered and suffered and suffered. But she wasn't willing to do that. So she ends up going to a naturopathic doctor who just like, well, yeah, you need this type of magnesium. And like a day later, she's fine. Now, this was one of the earlier stories. And it struck me, right? Like, because why didn't the doctor know about magnesium? And I'm sharing this story with, medical doctors that I'm interviewing. I'm sharing it with naturopaths, homeopaths. Like, I don't know how many medical doctors we have on the show, but I interviewed 3, and 2 of them, well, all 3 have practiced for over 40 years, and 2 of them became homeopathic doctors partway into their practice, so they practiced both. And the other became an expert in nutrition. So they all know about nutrition, and I asked all of them, well, how much training did you get as going through medicine in nutrition? Now, this becomes important a little later on. So how much training do you get in nutrition? Like, well, 2 hours, half a day, maybe. Okay, this is by design, by the way. Like, they train for like 8 years. And they're deliberately not trained in nutrition. So that doctor wouldn't know that if you have muscle twitches, well, like magnesium. But in the natural health community, as I'm sharing the story, it's kind of like, when you're saying something so obvious to some people, like, oh, I'm dehydrated, I don't know what to do. We'll drink some water. Like, yes, if you have muscle twitches, magnesium diglycinate, right? Dollars to donuts, that's your problem. And if it's not, come back and we'll figure it out, right? So, I saw a presentation by Dr. Carolyn Dean some years ago where she has up on the screen the symptoms of heart disease. And then she puts next to that the symptoms of magnesium deficiency. They were identical. So let's talk about our food supply, because this is, I guess, really the 5th wheel. This is how we feed the drug model. So everything's a drug. It's illegal to use any drug except once approved of. We only approve the chemicals. And then the government-funded system, that's the marketing, or distribution, because that's the only way we can access them. And they're the only treatments, by and large. I know there's exceptions, but by and large, the only treatments available to us. No, and there are exceptions. You're bleeding out on warfarin, the blood thinner, and you go to the hospital, they're going to give you a shot of vitamin K. I mean, that's not a synthetic drug, but it'll stop your bleeding, and they don't want their stats too bad, so they'll do it. But no, and some doctors, they'll recommend iron and stuff like we get that for anemia. There are exceptions, but they're exceptions. That's the problem, right? So let's talk about nutrition. And, it's still early. I'm going to say something radical, and if you guys decide, I don't believe this, you can go. But I'm going to stick by it. You'll never have heard this before. I know that I'm shocking audiences across the nation, but I'm going to state something as true, and you can believe me or not. But the truth is, the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. I'm sorry, I believe it. Okay, like this is new to the government. It's new to our medical system. It's new. It's revolutionary. Like, who knew? So, who has control over our food supply? Canadian Food Inspection Agency, who are, garnering our love right now on an ostrich farm, and Health Canada. Now, they have allowed so many toxic chemicals into our food supply that I'm now wondering, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, I have fought these bureaucracies for 30 years, and you cannot believe just how narrow-minded and blinders they can be. Like, you don't have to go to the conspiracy, you can just go bureaucracy and like it's yes minister. But if the goal was, like if they sat down and said, what's the level of toxicity we can have in the food supply without the population rebelling, without them going, oh oh my gosh, we got to do something. We're there. Like, it couldn't be more toxic. Our food supply, controlled by the government, could not be more toxic without us reacting as a population en masse and stopping. Like, it's absolutely amazing. If we tested everyone in this room, we all have glyphosate. And that's toxic. I mean, there's no safe level. So we all have glyphosate. Just as an example, like, there'd be hundreds of chemicals that we would all test positive for. And some of our speakers on the health show, I mean, their issue was toxic load. You know, Nick Mancuso, famous actor. He was, you know, Ray in Stingray. He had a leading role in the Antichrist series. Fast and Furious, like you name it. Famous actor. He shares with us on the health show about toxic overload. Udo Erasmus, you know, the kind of godfather of omega-3s and 6, and the person that taught us about bad fats. He got into this because of toxic overload. Like, in his 20s as a young man, he was disabled. Like, he literally couldn't walk more than, 20 paces because of toxic overload. This is real. So we have so many toxins in our food supply, even if you're trying to eat right, eating organic and all of that, that it's like we're all on a walking journey, and what the government has done is put 100 pounds of toxins on our back. And, we're walking, we're working, we're going uphill, we're going downhill, but we've got a toxic load on our back, every single one of us. Do you know it's likely that no one here and no one watching online actually knows what it's like to feel healthy? Isn't that an interesting thought? I mean, it's an interesting thought. Dr. Michelle Perot is a speaker on our show. I don't think it came out with this interview, but when I was interviewing her in another forum, she shared that in the US, and she believes the figures are the same for Canada, like 1 out of 5 children, so 20%, are now chronically ill. Well, how can it be on our watch? How can it be on our watch that 20% of our children are chronically ill? And do you think it's an accident? See, because it can't be. It's not a secret that toxins are toxins. And we've got this horribly dangerous food supply. Well, the next interesting thing, like I say, is the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. Like, it's simple. It is truly simple. We had Udo Erasmus as one of the speakers at our Vancouver event. And he was saying, well, there's actually this list of what he calls essential nutrients. And he lists the different categories. And I'm asking him, so we're going to be in trouble if we're missing any of these. And he was very clear. He says, no, but this list, we call them essential because if you're missing one of them, you die. So if you're missing one of them, you get sick and die. That's why we call them essential. There's a whole bunch of non-essential nutrients we'll just be chronically sick without. We won't have optimum health. But there's a whole bunch that are essential. And they're not a secret. We know them. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, and anyone can search online for this, they regularly test the food supply for nutrients. So they test our fruits and vegetables and our grains and the like. How many nutrients? Like 100 years ago, our food was filled with nutrients. That's what food is. So our food was filled with nutrients, and you could get everything you needed just by eating. But I think it was their 1949 report where they had already sounded the alarm and said, there's not enough in our food anymore. And it's gotten worse since then. And they actually listed, okay, well, if you're missing this nutrient and this nutrient and this nutrient, here's the chronic illness you get. And if you're missing this nutrient and this nutrient and this nutrient, here's the chronic illness you get, and so on and so on. This isn't a secret. If the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy, and if you don't have them, you're going to be unhealthy. And if you don't have them long enough, you're going to get chronically sick. And then our government-funded healthcare system is not going to address your nutritional deficiency. They're not even trained to recognize it. They're trained to do a diagnosis of your chronic illness and then prescribe a chemical drug to address the symptoms of your illness. And that's the third leading cause of death in our country, plus there's person after person after person suffering. This isn't a legal issue. This has nothing to do with our drug laws. How can it? This is a spiritual issue. This is a spiritual issue. We've lost our way. What's the second most important thing we're supposed to do? Love one another like ourselves. But our drug policies are all about hate. That's what our drug laws are about. It's just what I've explained to you. If you were to say, okay, is that an expression of love or is that an expression of hate? So that's why I say this isn't a legal issue. This is a full-blown spiritual issue. And it is a huge problem. It is an ethical problem. And we either are going to reach this critical mass of people that just say, no, I will not comply anymore. Or we pass on to the next generation this trap that we were in without knowing we were in it. Because most of you will not have known a lot of this stuff until now. It's what in law we call ringing true. And hopefully some pieces are falling into place. But we had another speaker in Lloydminster. That was last night, right? Jen. So we've got a speaker in Lloydminster last night, Jen, and she had Crohn's for 30 years. 30 years. And, the discomfort, the food going straight through her, and you can't do anything. You can't go out for supper because you're not going to be able to sit at the table. You've got to plan your trips by where the bathrooms are for 30 years. And can you imagine how the family suffers? Because you don't do things. And you're depressed and you feel run down because you're not getting your nutrients. And she's actually on drugs for 30 years, chemical drugs for 30 years. And she's being told, well, it's to prevent Crohn's, but it never prevented it. And almost on a yearly basis, she'd have what she calls a flare-up where she'd end up in the hospital. And sometimes for weeks. And then after 30 years, she goes to a holistic practitioner, and guess what happened? Oh, she got well. And the irony is, when she was under the medical care, it was don't eat this, don't eat this, don't eat this, don't eat this. She can eat whatever she wants now. Well, and think about it. If you need nutrition to be healthy, you're getting no nutrition because everything's going through you and you're restricting your diet. It's wonderful, right? So so this is an ethical issue. I want to share with you what we're doing, and then I just want to share another story where I believe God was totally involved. And then I'm going to have our sole guest speaker come up and share with us. But so I shared with you, the NHPPA, we're a non-profit, and our incorporated purposes are to protect our access to natural remedies, protect our health rights, and to promote truthful health information. So that's what we do. And we're really the only group that does it. Years ago, there used to be a lot of groups with the same mission, and for whatever reason, they've all disappeared, with the last one left standing. And it was 2008, and it doesn't matter which government is in power, whether it's liberal or conservative. For sure, the conservatives are softer, they're easier to deal with, but the trajectory is still the same. So in 2008, the Harper government came out with this bill C-51, which was just awful. And we resisted it, and a whole bunch of other people resisted it, and it went away. But you know, everyone's exhausted. And so we got people from across the country together for a couple of meetings, you know, practitioners, manufacturers, consumers, stores, lawyers, and it's kind of like we're fighting this war of attrition. Like Health Canada has a war on nutrition. I'll just, before I finish that, I've got to go back to the nutrition thing because I forgot an important point, and that's our recommended daily allowances. So remember, we've taken out of our food supply, basically you can't get the nutrients you need in our food supply. Like watch our health show, people like Udo Radonbis, everyone just says, they agree with the US Department of Agriculture. So even if you're trying to eat well, eating organic, eating raw, all of that, you can't get what you need to be healthy without supplementing. So we're in this world where you have to supplement. You got to take vitamins and minerals, and please get advice from someone in the know, like don't just wing it, but even that's better than nothing. So figure out, you know, what you need, and dollars to donuts, you'll notice a difference, and in any event, you're going to avoid chronic illness, much more likely to. So, so you got to supplement. So here we're in this world where you like when I talk about natural health products, yeah, there are specific combinations to treat conditions, and there are specific things like I already mentioned, ginger tree, like it works tea, it works on nausea. Like there's certain herbs we know for certain things that it's not really for the nutrient value, it's just other things that are in there that we know treat you. But by and large, we are talking about nutrients. We're talking about vitamins and minerals and, you know, tinctures and stuff like that to give you nutrition. Most of the natural health community, it's just vital nutrients we can't get from our food anymore. Well, do you know it's illegal in Canada for the manufacturers to basically provide you vitamins and minerals in the amounts that you need? And that's through these daily recommended allowances. And everyone, like, you know, made noise and nodded their heads when I said that term. So we've all picked up a food package, or we've picked up a vitamin bottle and it lists ingredients and then says recommended daily allowance percentage this. So you all know what I'm talking about. Now, the RDAs are set so low that if you follow them, you're not getting what you need. You know, one of our speakers at the health show is Dr. James Lunny, and he does a presentation on vitamin D. And most people know vitamin D is really, really important to have a healthy immune system. Most people know that, but it's really important for a bunch of other things. And our body manufactures vitamin D from the sun. Like, so you're not supposed to wear sunscreen, you know, and you're supposed to be out in the sun, and you're supposed to roll your sleeves up or wear, you know, shorts and short sleeve shirts. You're supposed to be in the sun. Now, there's a problem. People that get a lot of sunshine have less skin cancer. So you're going to have to do something else to get your skin cancer if you're getting a lot of sun. I'm sorry. You're just going to have to work harder. It's almost like everything we're told, is there a single public health guideline that's correct? You know, it's kind of like, could our food supply be more toxic without everyone just rebelling against it? Likely not. So we have these recommended daily allowances. Like, so vitamin D, the maximum by law, like if you try to sell somebody more than 2,500 international units, which are micrograms, like we're talking nothing, of vitamin D, Health Canada will attack you and shut you down. So it's actually illegal. So that's nowhere near enough. So you have to ignore the bottle, or, you know, some manufacturers have it like liquid. And like, oh, put a drop on. No, you do the stopper full, right? Like that, there's ways to get around it, but it's more expensive than in like the US where they can just sell the dosage amount whatever they want because it's a vital nutrient. They're classed as foods there. But we're in this drug model, right? So in the United States, they don't fight for their nutrients. They can sell vitamin D in whatever amount they want. So, but for us, it's actually illegal for us to get the nutrients they need. And I'll just share a fun story where the RDAs came from. And they actually came from World War II. And the Allies, D-Day is approaching, and they think they got a problem. They think they have a supply problem. Because they're expecting to break through every beach. They don't know they're only going to break through one and be hemmed in for a while. And so they're thinking they're going to break through every beach, and their soldiers are going to pour deep into the interior of France. and we're not going to be able to resupply them for 2 weeks. So they asked the question, remember, they're carrying their bedding, they're carrying their gun, they're carrying their ammo, they got to carry their food for 2 weeks. So the question was, what's the minimum amount of nutrition that a healthy 20-year-old man needs to be able to function for 2 weeks? After 2 weeks, he can collapse. But what's the minimum amount? And those are now our RDAs. It has nothing to do with optimal nutrition. You will not find any expert anywhere other than Health Canada or, hired hacks from Health Canada. But in the real world, and how can we be in a country where it's illegal you got a supplement or you're going to be sick, but yet it's illegal for anyone to sell you enough for you to be healthy? Like, isn't this insane? So back to what we're doing. So we have this conference after, we have a couple of meetings, people from across Canada, and we're asking the question, we're fighting this war of attrition against South Canada. They just keep coming up with initiatives. We organize to resist them, and we're happy if we just don't lose too much. Like right now, we're in the middle of a Health Canada initiative, the self-care framework. We've lost a lot in the last 2 years. In fact, they do one more part of that initiative, cost recovery, which they're still publicly saying will happen this year. I'll explain that in a minute. Like, we're in a world of hurt for both prices and availability. So it's like this war of attrition. Well, how do you win that? You can't. You can't. How do you fight Health Canada when they're just yelling risk, 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 without ever looking into the benefits? And that in itself is false. If you want good health policy, well, what are the risks? How do we minimize them? What are the benefits? How do we maximize them? If we get rid of these natural health products, which is the goal, is to so truncate our industry that really they're not available for most of us, there's going to be deaths. So our answer was, well, let's come up with a solution. And the solution was, let's have basically a health bill of rights. We call it the Charter of Health Freedom. And for this tour, we're just calling it the Health Charter because that's easier. But it's a law we want Parliament to pass. And it does some really important things. So we're part of this common law tradition. And since, William the Conqueror in 1066, we had what's called the common law. And over the centuries and centuries and centuries, courts have basically established minimum health rights that we'll tolerate. So the government can't go beyond this line or we won't tolerate it. They've just learned through experience. And so we have these minimum health rights that the courts say we have. Well, the government doesn't even respect that. So, well, let's list them so there's no ambiguity. Here are the rights the courts say we have. And say in a law, well, the government has to adhere to these, both in their legislation and their actions. That's already the common law, but there seems to be some confusion. So that's the first thing the Health Charter does. The second thing the Health Charter does is it creates some legal presumptions that we've learned are necessary. So one of the legal presumptions that it creates is the legal presumption that the best source of information as to whether or not a treatment works for a person is the person. That's revolutionary. But in the legal world, that has huge ramifications. I'm aware of somebody right now who's not able to make good health decisions, who's basically being overridden in the healthcare system. And we all know this happens. And the families are being more and more excluded, especially if a minor is involved in health. Like, we're losing. Basically, doctors are acting as the medical decision makers for us. But another thing happens that's really insidious is if the legal treatments don't work for you, so if the synthetic chemicals, because those are the only legal treatments, if they're not working for you, and you've come to rely on a natural treatment, and then Health Canada finds out that somebody's providing the natural treatment illegally, and Health Canada takes it away, and if you are part of that really, really small minority of Canadians that would have the financial resources to go against the Department of Justice machine. So most of us couldn't do that. But there's a small number of Canadians that actually have the financial resources where they could go to court, because their lives are on the line, against the Department of Justice machine and say, no, I actually need this treatment. The other ones don't work. Like, I'm only in court spending all this money because I actually need this. Now, this is beyond the Department of Justice and this is beyond the courts. They must think that Canadians with money like apply to them saying they need access to something they don't need. Doesn't that sound ridiculous? You only go to court saying I need access to a natural remedy when you actually need access. But what the Department of Justice does is they'll hire 2 or 3 experts who will say, okay, you have this condition and nobody disagrees with your condition. Here are the approved treatments. Here's the research on those approved treatments. They are approved by Health Canada as safe as effective. They work. And the treatment that you are relying, it's not approved. It doesn't work. It's snake oil. You're full of crap and you can lose. And to me, that's just crap, right?